Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a final day in paradise. Ali Najad alongside James Dempsey, and of course, a final table of hopefuls. Eyeballs on 6 million. In the WSOP Super Main, that FT coverage coming your way here today. And James, you took it down to the end. Before, however, we get onto that day 4 action, let's talk a little bit about the fact that other hardware is still being distributed out there. Not only 3 events still to come on the docket, but of course the German Tom Fuchs maiden bracelet in the 50K high roller, which was going on 1.29 million. Nice for Fuchs.
Yeah, easy for us to, of course, slept on that, given that our focus has rightly been on this super main. But that 50K, of course, a star-studded field took there. And yeah, Tom Fuchs taking that down for, I want to say, I wrote it down here, Ollie, and I've already lost it. There you go, 1.29 million,
yeah.
As you mentioned. Defeating a final table with the likes of, Feder Holtz and co on it, as you'd expect. And a newcomer, Ollie, to the high roller scene. Obviously, we're so used to see these German names up there, but he battled away in Monaco, coming 7th in the 150K Triton there. And then, of course, got 13th the other day here in the 100K Triton event.
Now, James, if you're
You okay?
wondering why
I am
that
exactly
I have
that.
this in my hand, it's because all of a sudden the skies opened up here in the Bahamas, a deluge, not just of money that we have on tap at the final table, but actual rain here in paradise. So dampening the spirits of those by the pool, but obviously nothing's going to dampen the final table. Talk to me.
Ollie, it's funny because I arrived on time, you see. Got here early.
Yeah.
There was no rain. So
Yeah.
maybe a lesson there.
When you say I arrived early, are you referring to producer James? Because I don't know at what point broadcaster James got to the desk. You're kind of two people all wrapped up in one in this trip. So, things not to be overlooked here, as James likes to fudge the numbers in his favor. So let's talk a little bit about those 3 other bracelets that are still to be garnered here in paradise, despite the fact that we've got a day left.
Yeah, certainly just 1 day left. 3 other braces other than the 25K super main. We've got the 10K GG Millions. Phil Helmuth still in the mix there. Helmuth fans could get number 18. They started early today, Ollie. They got those boys in here at 10 a.m.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, get this thing played through. Then, of course, we have the $1 Million Super Saver, which we touched on a little bit last night. A free roll, Ollie, for the players here. 0 entry for that one. $1 million.
If I'm not mistaken, James, weren't you eligible for that free roll?
Yeah, but Ollie, I'd rather spend my time here with you.
Don't believe this man. He's bluffing. You should have seen the group chat. Fuming was producer James over the inability to be out there in that particular free roll. What else? The 5K closer bounty turbo?
Yeah.
Did we touch on that one?
Little turbo for those still here to get through 1 day event.
Yeah.
Rip off a bracelet, save the trip, save the year, and then head home for Christmas.
Listen, it's been a long year. Save the year is a bit rich. One never knows whether or not a 5K turbo is going to save your year.
I don't know how deep you are in it, Ollie.
Yeah, well, personally, I tend to get a little overextended, James, but that's okay. Yesterday, of course, as we reflect upon it, it took just 6.5 levels to get us down to the final 9 from 36. A brisker pace than perhaps anticipated?
Yeah, I think right around that sort of number. It was certainly possible. We could have seen things grind to a halt a little bit. As we referenced the pay jumps last night, quite significant from 12th, 11th, 10th.
Yeah.
This payout structure, a little different to standard, but the guys ripped through that, and partly, Ollie, because of those involved.
Listen, Shirzad Khisu and Ren Lin, both on the outside of the final table, as was a name that in spite of that, I just continue to push back upon anybody who just questions whether or not he belongs. I mean, first off, we're talking about, I haven't said his name yet, a World Series of Poker main event winner, the man that started the boom, and so 2 decades plus removed from that moment, has a Triton Super High Roller Series title on his belt coming just this year. He's got that main event title from back in 2003. Of course, I'm talking about none other than Chris Moneymaker. He finished in 10th. How about it?
Yeah, desperately unlucky last night. Just got on the wrong side of things against Liv Barry. Obviously, Liv jamming Queen Jack. Chris calling off Ace Jack. Liv hitting a Queen. And then not long afterwards, he open jammed his 2 9s. Completely reasonable, of course. Liv finding 2 Jacks behind, and 1-2 punch sent Moneymaker to the rail.
By the way, those final 3, Khisu, Lin, 370,000 and change apiece. Moneymaker making money. $500,000 going his way. Okay, let's turn our attention then to the final 9 who are at this final table. $750,000 is guaranteed. We do have 8 7-figure payouts that are going to be coming our way. And the man at the top of the leaderboard, as things took shape yesterday, is the one that we thought had a good chance of either being right there coming into today or maybe not being a part of things at all. I'm talking about the erratic, slightly schizophrenic stack of one Michael Adamo, James.
Yeah, he's a guy that we like to say, if it's a 5-day event, he can make it a 4-day event. The guy just is the epitome of aggression in these events. And as soon as he won that huge pot in day 3 against Tom Axel Badel, where he flopped the nut flush, Tom had top set of aces. From that moment on, the rest of the field were like, oh, yikes.
Up and to the right was the chip graph for the most part from that point forward. 4-time bracelet winner already looking for number 5. Let's try to get through as many of these other names as we can. Chris Wynn, the young German. You know, Randy showered a lot of praise upon him throughout the course of the festivities. You, I assume, share this praise?
Yeah, very, very impressed with him. Obviously, someone who's more experienced in the cash game streets, but showing he's no slouch when it comes to the tournament game, and played a really intriguing hand late last night with Ace-King as second in chips. Actually, this might have been the one point where he was just ahead of Adamo in chips, but they were 1 and 2. Both got dealt Ace-King under the gun v big blind. And yeah, one of the best hands we've seen thus far, although obviously ended up in a chop pot, but both having flopped to king, how they navigated this, and just sweet relief from both of them after the hand was over. They're like, oh, you've got ace-king as well. Okay, thing. Even like a little fist bump and whatnot between them afterwards.
They like to go hard.
And you don't see much of that from Adamo in-game, breaking character. But he was genuinely just relieved against this player particularly that it was a split pot.
All right, how about Mustafa Kanit, the Italian banner, flying tall, third in chips coming in?
Third in chips coming in, and that doesn't tell the story, Ali. With 11 left, he was 11th. So short. Then went double through Liv Barry, winning a flip, then doubled up through Ren Lin, and then eliminated Ren Lin the next hand, clearly showing a lot of emotion through that run of hands. Some table banging, some screaming of, let's go Musta! But understandable, given the situation he's in. Of course, a chance to leapfrog into the top of Italy's all-time money list as well today for him.
Yeah, Dario Sammartino, I believe, is the man who sits up top, and for good reason, obviously, deep main event for him. Liv Barry, we cannot overlook her if we're going to talk about everybody at this final table, because she's somebody coming off of a pretty decent-sized break. She does not play poker. You know, the Win-Win podcast, really where her focus lies these days. Legit astrophysicist, and as we've learned throughout the course of this super main, still a very legit poker professional.
Yeah, certainly is, and has shown sort of a little bit of that older school, early 2010s style, where there's a lot more down to personal reads. We saw her early in the tournament against Marcelo Aziz making kind of quite a big cool down, getting shown slightly better hand as a bluff, but she's one who will sort of just go with her read for all of it, regardless of, you know, what the book might say.
Barry looking for bracelet number 2. How about Marcelo Aziz of Brazil? You know, whenever we say Brazil, we expect rather a little bit of samba, a little bit of carnival, a little bit of flair when it comes to the way in which those chips are deployed.
Yeah, and he's certainly done that. Ali, I just heard earlier today as well, a little tidbit, that he won a free roll to get here. This man is in for $0.
I mean, ROI, how do we, what's the multiplier? I mean, on 0.
That'll be infinite, Ali.
Infinite.
Infinite ROI.
That is correct. Already guaranteed $750,000. Yinan Zhou, we've been calling him, you know, Bucket Hat Zhou, you know, the Fendi lid, lampshade, as some have described it.
Some. You know, only one described him as lampshade, Ali.
China, in the chat. The Chinese delegation, though, obviously quite proud of his performance.
Yeah, incredible. Obviously, coming out here. Had a very bad seat at the end of yesterday, was out of position against Adamo and Win. Much better seat for him coming into this final table. All right.
Just rounding things out quickly as we're just about set to send it down to Jeff. We have Lepauka, Bonomo, and Lehmann. Lepauka, third WSOP final table. Bonomo can move past 70 million with a win here today. Lehmann, somewhat unknown. Who is known, of course, is Jeff Platt. And let's get it down to him now to kick things off.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Atlantis in the Bahamas, back to World Series of Poker Paradise, and back to the WSOP Super Main Event with a first place prize of $6 million. It is my pleasure to introduce you to our final table. In seat 1, a 3-time Female Player of the Year winner at the European Poker Awards. This former poker pro already has 1 World Series of Poker gold bracelet to her name. She now spends most of her time outside of poker. She's the host of the Win-Win podcast. Please welcome Liv Buree. In seat 2, making the journey all the way from the poker hotbed, that is Brazil. He won his seat in this tournament for a grand total of $0. He ran deep in this year's main event and has now far eclipsed his career best score to date. Please welcome Marcelo Aziz. In seat 3, this poker pro has been a regular in the high roller community for over a decade. He sits number 2 on Italy's all-time money list, something he can remedy with a top 2 finish here today. Making his 7th WSOP final table appearance, please welcome Mustafa Kanit. In seat 4, this poker pro from Belarus has impressed many thus far. He secured his 33rd WSOP cash in the mini-main earlier in the festival, but it is here at his 3rd WSOP final table that he is hoping to land a breakout score. Please welcome Vadzim Lepauka. In seat 5, this American poker pro has been competing in the upper echelons of the game for 2 decades. A win here today would make him only the 2nd player in history to cross the $70 million mark in live tournament earnings. A 3-time World Series of Poker gold bracelet winner. Please welcome Justin Bonomo. In seat 6, one of the most feared players in the game today, and the man holding the chip lead at the onset of this final table. The leader on Australia's all-time money list, and already the proud owner of 4 WSOP gold bracelets. Please welcome Michael Adamo. In seat 7, this German's first WSOP cash came all the way back in 2013 when he enjoyed a deep run in the main event. Already setting a career best score and hoping to turn his debut final table into a maiden bracelet. Please welcome George Lehman. In seat 8, all the way from China, quite the run here in Paradise, went deep in the main last year, and he far eclipses that result with a World Series of Poker final table here today. Please welcome Ina Zhou. Rounding out the final table in seat 9, this German poker pro is usually found competing in high-stakes cash games online, proving his poker prowess here in Paradise and making his first WSOP final table. Please welcome Chris Wynn.
So a look at the chip counts. Adamo, nearly 200 million, and yet it's only 66 bigs. Vadzim Lepauka, the short stack, 15 bigs.
Yeah, work cut out for him today, Ali, and I think perhaps arguably the worst seat at this table. He's out of position directly to Bonomo and Adamo, so the leanest stack in the worst seat, Ali, not a good combo.
No, it definitely isn't. The task will be tall, but the spoils assured. $750,000 with $6 million up top, plus a coveted Paradise bracelet here in this $50 million guaranteed super main that began so many days ago. Let's get it down to Andy Tillman, shall we, for the official kickoff to this final table.
All right, players, welcome back for the final table here of WSB Paradise Super Main Event. Our 25K buy-in with the 50 million guarantee. Our button has been drawn to seat 6. We have 9 players remaining. Our small blind is 1.5 million. Big blind 3 million. Big blind Annie 3 million. Good luck, players. Dealers, shuffle up and deal. 1.5, 3 million, 3 million. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you, Andy. Not just for that one, but for all the others before it. Tillman and his staff working all day and all night to bring this one together. It wasn't easy, and it takes a village, but a tip of the hat to him and the crew for what they've managed to do, and of course to these final 9 for what they have accomplished as well.
Yeah, nice touch that, Ali. They've done an amazing job here at the World Series of Poker. All the floor staff, dealers.
Okay, thank God. Thank God. Okay,
Just in our head, you know.
And
Thank
yeah,
God.
the players for getting this far. Ali, I've got goosebumps. This is it. This is a huge day
Huh?
for these players. $6 million up top.
It's the last thing I want to do.
There's a man who I doubt has any goosebumps in spite of the fact that he's the one out there rumbling. James, just based on his appetite for action and his take no prisoner style, but unfortunately 10-6 offsuit on the button is going to be pushed back upon by Yinan's pocket queens here in the big.
Yeah, there's some action coming for sure. What a great start it is as well. He sits here in this seat, as I say, downwind of Adamo now. Yesterday he had quite the opposite situation. Very first hand of the final table getting a very simple 3-bet, but it's scary, Ali.
Oh, yeah.
You're coming into this one, recognizing ladders, so important.
Well, the first one, a cool $250,000.
Yeah, and the payouts between, you know, typically you look at payout structure, you'd see 8th being about 10% of first. Here it's much closer to 20%. It's the incentive to go all out, less so in this one, but whenever there's a World Series of Poker Gold bracelet on the line, Ali, sometimes there's a little bit more than money to think about.
You're right about that. Nothing much to think about here for Adamo, though, as the 3-bet to 20 million does shed him. We are playing 1.5, 3, and 3, so every orbit will cost you 7.5 million in chips. Staggering in the kind of blind level you really don't see outside of the World Series of Poker main event each summer.
Yeah.
Just given the scope of the field, which was over 1,900 strong, just 22 players shy of making the 2,000 required for the $50 million guarantee. A tip of the hat also to the good folks over at GG Poker for managing to do all that was necessary to get oh so close.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, everybody that bothered to make the trip out here when there were choices on the calendar in Vegas, in Prague, well decided, well earned. And I'd say they deserve that little overlay.
Yeah, well, the interesting, you notice the blinds 3 million. Of course, Lehman with 48 million starts with 16 blinds. Everyone else over the 20 big blind mark. Bonomo, the next shortest you see there, with 21 blinds. Still a whole lot of play here.
Ace 7 of clubs, hijack activation for Bonomo.
Yeah, again, just an awful seat with the chip leader behind, but off 21 bigs.
This first orbit for me James, always the one that I like to keep an eye on. Obviously, it could be guided more so by the holdings, you know, but sometimes people do establish a disposition on the outing.
Yeah, and I wonder how that sits with Adamo, the very first hand, obviously coming with a light open on the button in a 3-betting. Obviously, we see queens, but he won't know that. He'll be thinking, hang on a second, is this guy just woken up today and said, no, Adamo?
I think single data point, we don't begin to presume that somebody's just looking at us and thinking, I can take chips away from this person. But, you know, second, third time we get through that, we start to feel as though this can't always be top of range playing back at me here. And then the leveling war begins and the light 4-bets come in. I mean, we've seen plenty of that. So just getting our feet wet here. Shout out to those of you who are streaming us live on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel and have been throughout the course of this one, able to track all of the storylines, of which there have been so many. But the final chapter will be written here today. If you've enjoyed what you've seen thus far this week from the Bahamas here at Atlantis, by all means, click like, let us know, click subscribe. We've got the YouTube chat up on a big screen right next to the coverage that you guys are enjoying right now. Always keeping one eye on the opinions being shared. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. There will be plenty of opportunities to engage with you out there, as we love to do when given the opportunity.
Yeah, this one's going to run a while, playing down to a champion, of course.
Ace-7 suited, this time in diamonds. Once again, an opener, the Belarusian. Puts 6 of his 46 out there. Inan on the button. Queen 10 off, steps aside.
Yeah, Lepalka, of course, coming in one of those shorter stacks. He and Bonomo pretty much neck and neck. Just getting one through with the Ace-7 suited. Nice feeling. Settle the nerves a little bit, Ali. And I'm going to push back. You were like, I'm not sure Adamo's feeling goosebumps. I reckon even Adamo's appreciating this is a massive moment.
I don't know. If he is, he keeps it well hidden. That much I'll say for sure.
There's a man who doesn't. On the right-hand side of your screen there, Mustakanit was displaying a lot of emotion last night on that incredible spin-up. As they say, Ali had, I think, 16 million in chips. 30 minutes later, he's got over 100.
That's nuts. I mean, there have been some spins, not just here in this one, but over the years.
It's nice weather we're having.
Typical Brit.
Sarcasm.
Break the ice.
You kidding me? This is a summer's day in England.
Just break the ice with a little bit of weather chat, Ali. That's what we do.
You're not going to get it going.
Not gonna get it going. Oh, you and I can talk.
What did you say?
I said nice weather we're having.
See, the Aussie gets the British joke.
That's because Australians are simply exiled Britons.
It's like we're all on an awkward date. We don't know
These are facts. Right? Wasn't it just
At least we're not allowed to have
prison
phones,
island
right?
kind of deal?
Otherwise,
Exactly.
Colony down there, yeah.
It's already a little bit better.
I mean, the Aussies aren't going to love me saying that. And by the way, I find them to be a bit more friendlier than the Brits, so maybe I need to hang out with more, you know, criminal lineage types. Although, yeah, you guys didn't exactly have fair justice back when those decisions were being made, is my guess. James, what with the weird white wigs? And
The wigs are still around, Ali.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It persists. Meanwhile, Ace-10, nothing weird about it. Under the gun, 6 to go. Aziz defense with the hard 8, looking to flop a set. And instead, Ace-Jack-Deuce greets him.
Yeah, one of the weakest hands. Musta's going to open from here, especially 9-handed. But again, he has one of those stacks. Ali, what is he? Third in chips by a hair. It's not like Chris Wen or Adamo are going to go way out of line against us under the gun, so a little bit of protection against those ranges. And of course, as I said, the other short stacks having a little bit more than 20 bigs now, both Bonomo and Lepalka. Not really in the 3-bet jamming range that often. So perhaps recognizing in this particular makeup that he can get one through there. Does so. And yeah, he played some fun hands last night, Ali. He made an unbelievable call against Liv Bourrie on a 5-7-8-9-9 3-diamond board with ace high. One of those.
You know, those stick with you if you're Liv.
Yeah.
Much more so than the person making the call, oddly enough. But the trauma when you're on the receiving end of something like that is real.
And of course, having to hold twice against Renlin. Winning a flip against Liv. Just going double KO all in the space of a few minutes. Okay then. Adamo, chip leader, 2 9s.
Legitimate open. Don't think ace-7 off is going to have fight.
No, but he is pausing. I wonder if he's trying to just lay a little seed into the Adamo mind there with a little pause as if he's thinking about playing back. And then perhaps going with a strategy of not playing back, but maybe Adamo's already thinking he is. This is like old school stuff, Ali. You do the little tank, make out like you were going to 3-bet, then fold, and in their mind they feel like you're getting ready to come for them.
It's a complete free roll, by the way, to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Many layers to this onion. Just trying to get caught up, James. Apologies for the interruption on the chat. We did ask for a call out. Martin says he's watching from Oakland, California. Dubious distinction of being the murder capital of the United States, of course, Martin. Not sure which side of the murders you're on. Obviously, you're alive and watching, so that's good. Hopefully, you're not adding to the tally out there with any sort of 187 proclivities. You never know. Murderers play poker, James.
Yeah, just what side of the murders would he be on if he was involved with the murders? He's clearly not one of the victims.
Yeah. You never know. Maybe he caught a stray.
Have a 500
That happens too
stack
out there.
at the bottom.
You're right. Sorry.
East 14th.
Thank you.
Shout out.
Good night.
I grew up in the Bay Area, man.
I know, it's
Those are mean
your
streets,
area.
my
It's
friend.
your area.
I knew better than to walk alone at night. Get off that Fruitvale station.
I can't add anything, Ali. I've never been there.
No.
Oakland, that is. Been to the Bay Area. Very nice.
Right. Well, but you avoided Oakland, James. You
I didn't avoid it. It wasn't like I turned down an invite to go visit. I just, you know, there's a bridge. There's an island that used to be a prison. Let's go check them out.
Well, Alcatraz, of course, the one that you're talking about, was significantly smaller than Australia. By the way, Lehman, pocket eights here. 6 to go. Chris Wynn, hijack, king, queen.
Fewer kangaroos as well.
45.
Yeah. Not really a Rue-type climate up there in the bay. Not sure how they would react to fog.
Famously, of course, as well. No one made it off that island. Can't say the same for Australia.
Yeah, that's I thought, didn't Capone?
I don't know.
make
Don't get
it
into
off?
the
Or
weeds
just,
with it.
You know, these are claims that need to be vetted.
Okay, Win. Just trying to leverage pressure here on Lehman, who has popped up with these 2-8s, but will hate seeing action like this.
It does get so uncomfortable to navigate out of position from this point forward. Middling paired. You don't want to stuff, do anything silly, 4-betting most of your stack. You don't want to fold. That feels weak. This flop, however, feels all right. 9-7-3. The king of diamonds and 2 overs for Win. Let's see how much pressure he seeks to apply.
Yeah, interesting. Obviously, exactly what you said there with Lehman, deciding he's going to take to a flop, see if he can find himself a good flop, and then one assumes commit to the hand. And, well, that's a pretty good flop for the 2-8s. Win going to stab here. Try and maybe make some unconnected ace highs that didn't jam pre. Maybe a ace jack suited, ace 10 suited, maybe even like an ace queen that didn't want to jam the flop. Fold. As it is, though, I don't think these 2-8s will be going anywhere. Ali. About as good as it gets.
Just has to think down the way as he charts his course with a check call.
Yeah, like this. We still kind of pretty sure we know what the bad cards are. That's one of them.
Yeah,
Like,
no doubt.
we can see here, of course, not in this case. In this, I was going to say I think Win would just give up on this 9-7-3 to this action, recognizing Lehman's going to be potentially around this kind of hand. But now, having seen that card with his particular holding a king-queen, this feels like he will go for it. But go for it doesn't mean necessarily on this street, Ali. It still has the option to check this one back and potentially bluff rivers.
Well, it's interesting because obviously ace-x is within the opener's range, and deference on 2 streets doesn't allow us to assuredly remove the ace-x. But Chris figures, I'm the 3-better. I get to ask the questions around here. And, of course, Lehman's body language is such that we can tell he hates it.
And he's found a way of still potentially turning this into a 3-street hand by going with such a tiny bet on the turn. And yeah, look at this. Lehman just a believer. What else could Win have?
Can't really blame him.
Well played, sir. Well played both.
You know, it's one of those deals, though, where it's dynamic. If the turn doesn't come the ace, then maybe Lehman is able to hunt showdown without any further issues. But Chris, seizing the opportunity.
Very impressive so far. Just like last night from this man.
Martin in Austria, rooting for Liv and Chris. We see you, sir. Cambridge, UK, represented by Adrian Wright. He says he's rooting for Liz, the beautiful English lady. Dennis, rooting for Musta. Scott in Jersey, rooting for someone to figure out what's going on with those drones. Although he didn't write that, that's just me. Peter in Denmark. Happiest country in the world, I believe. Hopefully you're helping to that end. Teagan,
Wonder how they
Nashville.
come up with those rankings.
England was nowhere near the tops, James. You don't need to worry about feeling as though maybe it was a photo finish there.
Always believe Unbelievable.
Adamo, Queen of Spades announcing.
Yeah, chip leader doing chip leader things here.
From way up front, mind you. Ace deuce suited for Lapauka. You know,
No, Ollie. Come on.
the baby suited aces are solver bait. Obviously, there is some ICM pressure in terms of the pay jumps and whatnot. But I'm just saying, stranger things have happened. We know that Adamo's under-the-gun raises don't have to be hitched
No,
to the goods.
but this is the beauty of being the chip lead in these situations and raising from under the gun. You still get a level of respect. Still open from under the gun. Bonomo defense. Dominating. Adamo and a Queen Jack 6 rainbow. Not good for either.
No heart on board. No pair. Bonomo knuckles. Some backdoor interactivity for Adamo. 16.5 in there.
Yeah, as the pre-flop raiser, as the chip leader. This is all him. This board. Expect to see. Go very small here, Ollie.
You know, the thing about Michael is he gets to lean. You
What-
know,
what's
these
he
little C-bets, what do you want with ace-8 of hearts here?
Yeah,
you know,
I love this bet size. And we can go small because Bonomo defending the big blind against the button range would have like, every king, right? But against an under the gun open, he's going to fold out a lot of those kings. So he hits that board even less frequently and add in more again for the ICM situation. Nice pick up for Adamo.
shout out to Hal over in Vancouver, BC. Such a beautiful part of the world. PBJ says lots of love from Zimbabwe. Do they have peanut butter and jelly out there? Because I lived in Argentina for a while, believe it or not. Peanut butter is extraordinarily difficult to procure in Argentina. I had to go to Chinatown.
Huh.
In like the Thai section is where you found it. Because, you know, a lot of peanut used in there. Anyway,
Fascinating.
useless knowledge,
Yeah.
as always.
You know we're playing for $6 million right here.
I'm not. You know, I'm playing for a much more modest sum.
Still get a lot of peanut butter, though, I suppose.
Yeah. The pantry stays stocked, no doubt. Crunchy or creamy, by the way, James? Inquiring minds want to know.
I'm not a peanut butter kind of guy.
So you're saying no Reese's?
I'm just, it's not that big a thing in the UK, and I just never had it growing up.
What are you, a Marmite kind of guy?
I like a bit of Marmite.
That's
yeah.
absolute
And when I say like
trash.
it, I mean, of course I love it, because no one likes Marmite. You either love it or you hate it. That's the slogan, Ollie, unless you're not familiar.
No.
What great marketing, by the way. You just market it as half the people in the world hate this.
I mean, honestly, you could attach roofing shingles to the top of your home with that stuff. It is vile.
Yeah.
It's actual tar
Multi-purpose.
of the mouth. Marmite. And there's Vegemite too. That yeah.
And
Anyway.
that's what these Aussies
Yeah.
like that. This Aussie likes King 10, doesn't like the fact he's up against Ace 10.
Doesn't know it, of course. Defending the big blind against the Italians Open. Raggy board, which should belong to Adamo.
Yeah, this is one of the hands we're going to see how a line Adamo wants to get here. If he tries to win this pot off Muster, and he's going to. Look at this. Exactly what you just said, Ollie. More his kind of board leading in to the razor. Trying to pressure hands exactly like the one Muster has. Of course, some frequency of where Adamo still has the best hand with his king high, but very hard to play this hand as a check if you wish to proceed. Bullet 1, not doing the trick.
This is pretty sticky from Mustafa. 9 of diamonds on the turn. Neither holding. Aided.
Still a little bit more Adamo, that card. And like 8-9, perhaps.
I got to tell you, set against the backdrop of so many shorter stacks and opportunities to get entangled with them versus Adamo, I am a bit surprised at Knit's willingness to get into these spots. Adamo, maybe one and done.
Maybe, but we're not going to see Muster bet this turn. And I wouldn't rule out Adamo going for the bet check bet line. And certain runouts, and that's certainly a contender, Ollie. There's no reason to say he won't have occasionally led here with some mediocre one pair type hands.
You know, when it gets really funky is when he goes big on the river. I'm not so sure that he does it.
But I think in this situation here, when we bet river, we're trying to make out we've got maybe a 7, potentially even as weak as a 5 that just small bet flop. So when we bluff the river here, I think it makes much more sense to go small. He is just going to give up.
Simple opportunity for Mustafa to check back and reveal ace high if he thinks.
It's kind of scary though, right? It's how often is ace high good here when Adamo hasn't bluffed? I think he expects to lose this pot.
Yeah. We'll be delighted to be shown the king 10. And by the way, everybody's got their eyes on that exchange right there. And they're going to recognize that it is within Adamo to lead into a pre-flop raiser when he's defending out of position on these sorts of raggy boards. Shout out, by the way, to Lulu in Albania. Good to have you with us. Just trying to get caught up.
See, it wasn't personal. Just don't
No, I know.
understand.
All of the chatter.
Listen,
So many of you watching right now. Over
I had the 10 of diamonds.
17,500 worldwide. Privileged to be bringing you this coverage from the Bahamas.
Yeah, Muster referencing. It's that hand, Liv. It was nothing personal. That's exactly the same hand he called down with yesterday against Liv. Ace 10 with a 10 of diamonds. Another post-flop bet. With no
Prince
pair.
Jordan in Nova Scotia. James, pardon the interruption. We see you. Recently, I was advised, even though for the longest time I had thought it was the Nova Scotians that did the Harbor Seal clubbing, that it's actually the Newfies that get out on the ice shelf and bludgeon those poor, helpless little mammals who happen to make excellent fur coats, I'm told. Not that I'm into that stuff, but just so we understand. Meanwhile, no explanations needed here. Barry, ace jack offsuit, Mustafa, ace king. Sometimes I can't even. Anyway. Really, truly.
I just wanted to see where you were going to take yourself.
I mean, my mind is just a garbage disposal of data, most of which is inaccurate. 3 bets to 20.5 million. This was predictable.
Yeah. It's always going to 3-bet this hand, of course, against Liv. And slightly a dynamic between those two has built. Feels pretty grim for Liv here, but I feel like having open +2 in a 9-handed table, our range is already pretty protected. And that's one of the weakest hands we're going to do it with, so no shame in just letting that go. But
none whatsoever.
Maybe thinking, is this guy really going to come after me that often?
Larry in Newark, Hello to you, sir. Sam in Montana. Same story. Yorkshire, England. Screen name Flicking Bollocks, by the way. Good to have you with us.
Wow, you had to read that one out.
No, from Canada. Hello to you. Cosmin in Romania. Good to have you with us. Gavin in Oklahoma. Lima in Finland. Zach in Dallas. Peculiar Invictus in Slovenia.
Wow, we really are going global today, huh?
Yeah. Gibraltar, Edwin. Okay.
Hello on the rock.
Ace Jack here for Adamo. He'll be saying hello.
Yeah, now remember, first hand of the final table started exactly like this. Adamo with the button open. Lehman. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Ollie. Yeah.
This is the one that gets him in trouble. I don't blame him one bit, James, and neither do you, as we just expect such a broad array of combos.
Saves him up for nothing.
To click it from the button. I'm not clear on why it is that Enon feels the need to ask for a count here with the Jack 3 of spades. Perhaps we'll invoice him for the next minute of our lives.
This is like the sort of thing you would see against really inexperienced players, in that trying to make it clear to Adamo, hey, look, this jam's not a lot, but there's no way Adamo's not going to ask for the count himself anyway, and be aware of how much has been jammed behind him. So yeah, I'm with you.
And you fall correctly.
The meter is running here,
Yeah.
Enon, with this Jack 3 of spades.
Whether he's trying to maybe make Lehman sweat and see if he can pick up a baseline for potential future tells, I'm not sure.
Well, George sees his issue. He's had such an incredibly positive affect throughout his run to this final table, honestly, in terms of positive mindset. Perhaps none enjoy it more than him. Trapping is of a man who slacklines. King, Queen 3, monotone board.
Ugh.
Not great for Ace 9.
Yeah.
Heartless.
All but dead, Ollie.
Surrounded. Just 6% with 2 to come. Is offsuit Nina about? Not on the turn. And one final page. Over the PA system. Can she bail out George Lehman? Are we going to have our first casualty of this final table and leave behind $1 million guaranteed? It's going to be the latter. As Adamo ends up with a pair of jacks, wraps of the rail, GG's exchanged. And the German. The first to fall here, James.
Yep. GG's indeed. Came in as the shortest stack. So not the biggest disappointment in falling first.
Hey, good game. It was a pleasure playing with you.
But unlucky perhaps with those 2-8s. May well have elected to have just check jam the flop. But also if an ace hadn't come on the turn.
James, just real quick, is that just a plastic bag? Let's get this man a duffel
in there.
or a backpack.
Ollie, his passport's in that.
I see it. This is, this guy.
He just wants 750K.
I'm a big fan of this Lehman character. Normally, those sorts of transparent bags reserved for people, at work, trying to be prevented from maybe walking off with merch. Lehman going to walk off with $750,000 for his efforts. Love this guy. Hope we see more of him down the streets. You saw Chris Wynn, his compatriot, coming over, giving him some love for the effort. So now $1 million on lockup, James.
There we go.
Next pay ladder between 8th and 7th, a cool 300 dimes.
This would be out of line. Very out of line.
Would it be surprising, though?
Nope. Sort of stuff that would get you sent to that island back in the day.
SD, by the way, wondering whether or not the payout's going to be put in that plastic bag. I'm not sure 750K fits.
Yeah, that'll be snug. Walk. Respect. Chris went there.
Yeah. Well, let's keep this shout-out train rolling.
Okay.
Dead Money in Santa Rosa. Not far from the old Windsor Waterworks, by the way. I see you. Jack Crispy in Texas, rooting for Liv. Good to have you with us. Rasmus in Finland. Believe I did give that a shout. Richard in Toronto, we see you. And you guys, see what you've been seeing all week long. And if you haven't reacted to it, now is the time. What are you waiting for? Head over to GG Poker. New signups. Use the promo code Paradise2024. Toss a 20 into your account and then nab 50 in the form of a free ticket to the Weekender. GG looking to give away cash, whether it's in the overlay here, whether it's out there for the new signups. Plenty of promotions as they grow the great game of poker worldwide. Join in on the fun today. Alan in Miami, good to have you with us. Jeremiah in Ireland. Good to have you with us, lad. Been out there in Dublin. You thought England was foggy. Bill in Middletown, Connecticut. Thanks for being with us.
You're just showering Dublin for no reason.
I didn't shower it. I actually like my time in Dublin.
Okay.
Quite a bit. Believe it or not.
But you're not a Guinness man, Ollie.
No. I mean, I don't think... are you relegating Dublin to really only being worth visiting for the Guinness?
I mean, it's a strong selling point.
You know, if you like rancid syrup, I suppose.
Whoa. You can't go back.
No.
That's it.
No, I really...
That was your last time.
I mean, I gotta
on
say...
the Emerald Isle, I'm afraid, Ollie.
You know...
You are not welcome. There's things you said in this booth before that should preclude you from certain nations. But that right there, you're in trouble, my friend.
I'm still sweating customs and border protection on the way out of here. I don't know whether or not my take on Conk has been particularly smiled upon. Jack 9. Adamo leaning upon all parties in a steady fashion, and he gets away with it here. Some, by the way, pushing back on Denmark being the happiest country in the world, alleging that Finland is the happiest country in the world. Finland may be the coldest country in the world. I don't know that that's a fact, but, you know, I do think that it's difficult to be happy when temperatures reach the kind of ranges that they do over in Helsinki and whatnot. Rascal in Minnesota knows something about cold temps.
I've only been to Finland once. It was in December. Confirmed cold.
Yeah. No doubt. What were you doing in December in Finland? James, please tell me it was just a stopover at the airport of some sort.
No.
No, you were like, I want to go to Finland in December.
I went to play a poker tournament, Ollie.
Okay.
Can't remember the name of it. They have like a winter solstice event just before Christmas there in Finland. Like the midnight, not the midnight sun. They have a summer one, obviously called Midnight Sun. I can't remember what the one in winter's called, but it was cold.
Is the tournament clock just based on the Aurora Borealis, or?
No, Ollie.
No, it's
they use
the normal kind.
Regular time, yeah.
Okay.
They had a weird game there, though.
Was it called Make Jerky Out of the Reindeer?
No, it was it's like Hold'em, but 4 to a straight, beat 1 pair or something. Finnish poker.
And you have to drink after every pot?
We don't have to, but greatly encouraged. You need to warm up.
Yeah. No, I assume you do. Did you find any skiing out there in Finland, by the way?
I just saw a comment in the chat there, Ali. There has to be at least one new sign up on GG in the next 5 minutes using the screen name Rancid Syrup. You've set them wagging over there, Ali. You can ski in Finland. Not the most mountainous nation, though.
Pretty flat out there?
I mean, not flat, but not like Norway or Sweden, perhaps.
You know, Patrick's from Finland, and I remember once asking him, we've been friends for quite a while, and he was like, yeah, I don't really ever go back. Like, he has no interest, you know. Lives in Monaco now, and I don't think he was even the slightest bit encouraging about any adventures out there.
In fairness, I don't think I've ever seen him excitedly discussing anything.
Did they do the Viking thing, or was that strictly like other spots?
I feel like that was more what would be Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Scandies.
I feel that way too.
Rather than the Finns. I think the Finns would have been more...
Yeah, because the Finns are Nordic but not Scandinavian,
Yeah.
is that it?
Yeah.
Same story with the Icelandics?
Yeah, Icelandics would be considered vaguely Scandi. I think
Scandi adjacent.
culturally, yeah, obviously not part of that peninsula, but...
What about Queen Deuce of Hearts? What is that considered? Trash?
Yeah, but you're Michael Adamo.
One man's trash is another man's treasure, apparently, as the Dominator continues to attack. The Jack 10 suited, of course, it's attractive, but, you know...
Yeah, but Ollie, we've got 30 big blinds. We're on a final table.
Yeah.
Next pay jump, 300k. The one after that, another 350k. Quite conceivable. We could even get up to 5th without getting involved. Get up to 2.1 million. It's no surprise to see him just make way. Let Adamo do his thing.
Yeah, Inan swiping left. Let's see. Win. Doesn't like Ace-8's profile.
Oh, Ollie.
Bad news
Mm.
for the shorties. Blinds going up. I mean, how much higher can they possibly go before everyone has vapors?
Well, certainly, if Adamo continues to build that stack, got about a quarter of the chips in play, really reducing the average of the rest around him. The only real problem I see him having on this table is that Inan, particularly Chris Wen, two to his left, both had, decent stacks, although Inan, as we just mentioned, down below 90 million now. It's Chris Wen the big threat to him at the moment, I'd say.
You know what I just realized about Lehman's clear bag?
Go
For
on.
all we know, it could have been Balenciaga.
It would still be a clear plastic bag,
Didn't somebody pay $6 million for a banana taped to a whiteboard recently?
And it's not even the same banana. The banana changes regularly on that art installation. He just ate the banana. He wasn't the first person to buy that piece of art and just eat the banana either.
You know, that's a real top signal. People are paying $6 million for a Chiquita with a piece of duct tape on it. Maybe it was Dole. I don't know. I feel like you should definitely use a green banana at purchase, just to get a little
The
more
longevity,
mileage on the artwork.
You want to keep it somewhere warm as well. A banana go bad quick if it's cold.
Travis might be being kept somewhere. He says he's watching from Guantanamo Bay. Hopefully you're on the right side of that, Travis.
Which is the right side of Guantanamo Bay, Ollie?
You want to be a guard, not an inmate, for sure. Lipauka now. Ace-8 of hearts. He's on the right side of Queen 4. Can it ask for all of it? The Belarusian was well prepared and equipped to oblige.
Yep, just leveraging pressure here from Musta. Pauka defense. Oh, Ollie.
No heart on board, and a queen high flop reminds us that the game of poker isn't fair. But the pot is not over. Can Lipauka find the ace, or maybe a backdoor to the straight? Three of clubs is dusty. And now the bell tolls yet again here at this final table. Might the first seven-figure payout have itself a home? Yes, is the answer. A wrap of the rail, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Mustafa didn't wait too long for the outburst.
It's his style.
Good game.
You don't take any tax, right?
The dealer counted down the chips there to make sure. I guess we're gonna.
I cover, ma'am.
Dot the i's and cross the t's, but
I cover handily. Thank you, though. Just ship it.
$1 million, Ollie.
Yeah, that's what Vadzim Lapauka is going to earn himself here after several days of grueling competition. Perhaps the hopes were higher, James, but ace eight of hearts, it is what it is. Mustafa wants to spin. Let's play a little roulette. We like a little bit more skill infused into our final moments, but unfortunately, we are not always given that opportunity.
After the flop.
As Mustafa is given a healthy infusion of capital.
I didn't mind your mama seat. Yeah, I know. That's for you, brother.
Aziz, of course, referencing.
One each.
He was quite happy to see the queen too, because he and everyone else guaranteed an additional $300,000 courtesy of that knockout.
I'm quite happy to see Man of a Kind streaming us from Glendale, California, home of Rafi's Middle Eastern cuisine, some of the best kubide you'll ever have. That, of course, being Persian kebab.
Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. That's
Literal. Before you start looking at me weird.
yeah.
You a fan of
that's right.
Persian cuisine?
20,
James?
20,
just-
10, 2.5.
Are we getting paid for these? Are you getting paid for these?
I'm not. And that's a great point. I'm not sure how I'm going to now retroactively get compensated for this shout out. I think it's a bit of a free roll for them. But anybody from Glendale knows what I'm talking about? Little Armenia of Southern California. Adamo, little suited connector. Under the gun, high VPIP, another suited ace. Let's see if Aziz has a taste.
He's just so hard though. This is
20.
Oh my word, he is going to put pressure on. Fair play to the man.
3 bets to 20 million.
This is just great to see, Ollie. Obviously, there's a whole multitude of stacks similar to his. In theory, we just want to stay out the way. But he's putting pressure back on Adamo. Willing to step out is Aziz. Really setting out his stall as someone who maybe with more than one eye on the top prize rather than the next couple of ladder ups. Oh, hang on. Does Adamo really think about continuing here, Ollie?
Stop it.
Time card in. They're valuable.
Michael. Step away from the pot, Michael. Although you wonder whether or not, if he rises up with the 4-bet, Marcelo is prepared.
No. Come on.
I don't pretend to know definitively anything that's going to happen out here when you have Adamo involved.
That's fair.
He just discombobulates in the highest order.
Fair play to Aziz stepping out there.
Oh, yeah.
I would be playing so tight in that seat right now. Bonomo's short. Liv has a similar stack. Inan with a similar stack. Theoretically a waiting game for those three.
Make two.
Particularly with eyes on Bonomo being on the shortest stack.
David in Tennessee. We see you, sir. Thanks for streaming. So many countries represented. I mean, it is a dizzyingly international affair. James is trying to catch up to this chat, which is robust here today.
It is the
Product
World
of the
Series of
over
Poker, Ollie.
20,000 people now streaming us live. Let's get those likes going. 20K plus watching and only 892 thumbs ups.
896, Ollie. I forgot to like myself.
Okay. I'm not logged in.
All right, mystery hand. Here we go.
Love this. Inan, the pre-flop opener to 8 million. We're not going to know what he has, and neither are you, but we're going to do our best to figure it out as it's folded around. To Adamo's big blind, ace 10 off.
Book says very tight here. Again, one of those shorter stacks in the pack at 20 bigs, but you've seen players willing to open up, so you should really deviate by playing a little bit tighter. Plus, of course, you've got Adamo in the big blind with the shortest stack Bonomo in the small blind. So just the fact that it would get round to those two means Bonomo busts at a certain frequency, so you really don't want to get in the way of that unless you've got a good hand. Good flop for Adamo.
Yeah, it is. 10-7-4. No club. Did come with the defense. As you mentioned, Inan under the gun, raising our big in particular. We expect him to have a legitimate holding. And
Yeah,
obviously, having connected in this way, it's not as though Adamo is looking to part ways with top pair, top kicker,
no,
regardless of sizing.
obviously a very good flop for our hand, but I can say still concern against this seat. I think Inan has proven himself to be very capable and very aware of the situation. But again, Ali, he 3-bet him the first hand of the final. I referenced the sort of fake tank before folding, maybe setting the scene that he was going to be getting up to no good.
This is a really modest follow-through of 6 into 22, by the way.
Yeah, on a board that Adamo certainly has more of, and Inan doesn't really get to have a lot of. You would suspect perhaps to see bets on this board be larger from Inan. He's really trying to say he's got overpairs when he c-bets here. And with overpairs, we certainly want to go big, shallow this out, dissuade the calls from certainly gut shots, but some other draws as well. I wonder if it could be a hand like King Jack of Spades, Queen Jack of Spades, maybe a bit really small, just try and knock out anything the Dama's completely missed with. Has decent playability down the streets. Adamo, look at this, recognizing that this Inan's just going to check back a lot.
Yeah. Even if the ace-10 is beat, in the face of a lead here, do we really want to open the action against a big boss covering stack of Adamo, who just gets to do this?
Yeah, it's nice. Sets his price as well, of course. So Inan, of course, all the overpairs available. Maybe some big club combos, but I'm still leaning towards the non-made hands being something like that Queen Jack of Spades, King Jack of Spades. I think maybe Queen Jack of Spades doesn't even open actually, Ali. Under the gun, 7 left with ICM the way it is. It may have just folded.
So then, absent the snap fold, where are we ranging him, if not the Queen Jack?
Oh.
What's this?
Wow.
Rapid response team. Maybe not so rapid, but nevertheless, 20 million, says Inan. Questions being asked of this ace-10.
Such a clicky sizing as well.
Pardon me. One that begs, sort of, to have the rest asked for, isn't it?
One that, if a Dama has draws, can never fold. That's the concern here. I'd say the likes of set of 9s, set of 10s, the value that want to raise here. I don't think one pair raises for value. Then you would counter that with some of those big draws I mentioned, some of which just got there, like King Jack of Spades.
So Adamo does make the call. The pot has grown to 74 million. Sub 1 SPR effective. Inan with 53 back. First of the overcard variety to present itself to Adamo.
Yeah, just a disaster card for Adamo if he was ahead. There's barely anything he can beat now. Maybe Ace Jack of Clubs, but I don't know if that hand's ever going to raise the turn. Although Inan's shown an ability to turn up with all sorts of hands in seats. Made a great bluff the other night against, so was that Wsop. And myself and Henry found it really hard to give him one in one of these mystery hands, and he found a way to be light. Certainly any bet here, Ali, is weighted towards more than one pair. Look at this, leaving just one chip back. Asking for 47.5 million.
I mean, all of a sudden, ace 10 starts to get a little uncomfortable. In terms of hands that weren't there yet,
Yeah,
King, Queen of Clubs ever do this?
the thing is, I still think that's
That's a flat call on the turn, isn't it? Looking to realize equity at that price
I
point?
think so. And
But again, you
it might
mentioned
not even bet flop. I felt like on the flop the most likely bluff was a hand like King Jack of Spades, which of course has just got to the river. Not sure again whether that raise the turn, but I mean if we're trying to think of hands that do want to raise the turn, I feel like it's not the club combos. Getting the price we were getting, don't want to get blasted off those. So it would be a jack with a double gut shot. So King Jack of Spades or King Jack still seems the most likely to me.
I like that one.
In terms of bluffs that have now improved.
And in terms of stone bluffs, I'm having a tough time coming up with them. But as you mentioned earlier, data points exist.
This man's capable.
There he is, doing his best to give nothing away. Beneath the bucket. It's not easy.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the value is like set of tens, set of nines. Not sure all nines bet the flop, and obviously when we block a set of tens, that's scary. Unlikely. Well, he found it again. He found the bluff with the jack.
Guys.
Almost the same he did against Thursday Hisu the other day.
Guys, I don't remember seeing a single ace-jack guess in the chat, and there was no shortage of them. Many of the king-jacks, I tended to lean that direction, maybe jack-jack, but even that feels a little bit ambitious.
Yeah,
Why
no,
bother on the river? I don't really know what to make of what apparently has established itself as an additional feral creature here at this final table. That designation normally reserved for Michael Adamo.
Yeah, this man's sick. It was almost exactly the same as the hand he played the other day against Hisu, for those who are watching that one.
Ace jack. Jack.
Holy smokes.
Where he found a bluff. Like I say, I think the clubs don't want a bluff turn. They're just happy to take the equity. The bluffs are going to come from the Jack X tight holdings, both blocking straights and having a straight draw. I thought King Jack because, hey, that's a double gut shot, but he found it with Ace Jack. Again, an Ace Jack that didn't really like the flop. Happy just to bet once perhaps and fold that one there and then. Well played, sir. Well played.
I'm going to tell you this, James. When word comes down, as we have to imagine that everybody here at this FT, whether by their own effort on a break or through the assistance of some friends who are sweating them here at this final table, are going to be looking for some answers in spots such as that with respect to who had what. They're going to be left questioning some of the lines that they have taken against Yi Nanju to this point. Some of the laydowns in particular in the face of aggression, which comes this time hitched to King Jack of Hearts after a Chris win open up front with the ace-9 off.
Just remember, Ali, we're playing on the far table of the world's biggest ever 25K. $1.3 million guaranteed, but the pay jumps now, we're talking houses. And there's plenty of reason to think he could just play pretty snug here and ladder up a couple of spots. Maybe even make $1 million just by watching. And he went for that bluff.
That was bananas.
That's impressive.
That's the reason why you defend me Jack 5 off yesterday?
Play a hand. We're quite deep, right?
He thinks I bluffed much, so he defends Jack 5
Para você.
off
Oh, obrigado.
yesterday.
Muito bom. Like 40 BB deep. It's not that bad.
Inan, by the way, apparently has himself a hit list
Tá bom aqui.
inquiring as to why it was that Jack 5 off defended against him.
Yeah.
You only go small raise. If you go like 4x off my phone.
No, no. It's acceptable, but I mean, I will
Saúde.
super close.
I think it's okay.
No, just let the air.
I just want to address something I see in the chat. People questioning what it is that Adama has in his ear. Of course, players here not allowed to have electric devices with them. He just has basically earplugs in his ear. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not earbuds or anything. He's not listening to music or communicating with anyone. It's just to drown out the noise of the room. Aziz, ace king O from +1.
Clicks it. Inan could find trouble in the small blind if he so chose.
Yeah, especially Aziz has shown a willingness to play pots. We saw him a minute ago 3-betting light with the ace-5. Okay, Inan's in.
Choosing to flat as someone chooses to exhale directly into the microphone.
How much you play? 120?
9-6 tray and a couple of clubs. Chris Wynn closing the action and finding middle pair for the best hand. Really poor texture for Inan.
Yeah, poor texture for Inan and certainly poor for Aziz's range, but he does have the ace of clubs, Ali, and he has shown a willingness to go for things. Brazilian flag over the back of his chair, kind of an indicator of that style.
And ace of clubs working hard here with the 2 overs. So Aziz follows through, but look at this sizing.
20.
James, 20 into 28.
Well, this is just screaming, hey guys, I've got queens, I'm not folding. Designed to make when fold out this kind of hand, designed to get Inan off of, say, a hand like 7s or 8s, perhaps, that have peeled from the small blind. How do you continue to that size?
You just don't.
Well played, Marcelo Aziz.
Yeah.
Love that.
Employing the 20 million oh so effectively.
I thought it might happen, but it's still ballsy to do it, Ali. We saw him with the ace-5. We've seen this ace-king. This man, not interested in ladders.
Yeah, look at him nodding over to his rail. Letting everybody know there's more than one gangster at this final table. Muscling Chris Wynn off the best hand.
Yeah, these guys are going for it.
That they are.
Was expecting some caginess at the start today, but not been the case so far.
I gotta tell you, if we get the likes of an Adamo, Aziz, Inan sort of final 3, we're gonna need to send some Kevlar out there. Pocket 3s. Let's see if Bonomo will fire a shot.
Yeah, from the hijack, looks like he's committing everything bar a chip.
50 million, basically all in. Is Bonomo, and Inan is woken up with 2 jacks. Fresh off of given orders, the likes of which we haven't seen since Chairman Mao was in power. Inan on the button.
Yeah, covered, of course, by Chris behind. Live with a leaner stack in the big blind.
Boom, cafezinho, pot.
Obviously, this bet representing half his stack.
Oh,
He
he
does go
comes with a flat. It's already really strong when we do this.
It is, but he's not doing it for that reason. He's doing it just in case Chris jams behind, and then Liv goes all in behind as well. And then, obviously, Jacks would be in bad shape there, and of course, potentially with a couple of ladders in that situation.
Well,
Bonomo, of course, with 1 chip back.
I don't need to explain here, James, which of these hands is the tank and which of these ones is the student protester.
Wow.
Ace 5-4. It can't. Come on, it's not too soon. Wheel Gutty for the 3s.
Wow. Obviously, Bonomo very much incentivized to save this 500k if he can. Inan, not the same. If this was Adamo, then he'd be happy to leave Bonomo there with just one chip as the chip leader.
Is that allowed? I'm all in. Can I have my friends come up to sweat? We're all in.
Well, this is interesting. Bonomo asking
Yeah, you can come up and
whether
watch.
or
Come on.
not his buddies can come up and sweat this final moment with him.
I'm all in and behind. I have 6 outs. I need a deuce or a 3. Any chance to chop? No.
Getting all the support that he can here as he hunts a duck or a tray.
Bonomo is only he had 6 outs.
111 million
He has a
chip
bigger
pot.
Club, so a club is no
Oh,
good.
no.
And your
Pardon me, Ali. I looked at the 3 of clubs.
No. Club coverage for Inan as he clasps his hands and looks to the heavens, hoping to haul this one in. And he's done just that.
Good luck.
That is one of the winningest poker players of all time that has just been vanquished by Inan Zhou.
Good luck,
You see the
everyone.
respect
Free Palestine.
and the love being shown. Bonomo will not fight any further here, James. But obviously plenty of fight was associated with his run all the way up into 7th. $1.3 million added
Nice hand.
to the second
Just like-
winningest poker player of all times tally. Sitting behind Brendan Kenny at last check, but no longer sitting here at this FT.
Yeah, obviously, just no surprise to see this man at such a huge final table. And Ali, okay, didn't win the tournament, didn't get that close to Bryn, but has given himself a bit more breathing room from Stephen Chidwick, who's been racing up behind him in the all-time money list. We'll finish the year in 2nd.
You want to talk things that have been racing up. Take a look at the chip graph over the last couple of hands here
yeah.
for Inan Zhou.
Yeah, sort of the poker gods rewarding the earlier aggression. Ali made that incredible ballsy move against Adamo, and they go, okay, you know what we're going to give you? We'll give you another 40 million chips. You deserve it.
Yeah. True that. Sort of a take no prisoners approach exhibited, and then a very straightforward jacks versus 3s.
Yeah, what, 3rd in chips now? Inan, I think, was slightly more than Chris. Yeah.
Activating from the cutoff with King 8 of Hearts. Off that newly minted 171.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Liv really play a hand yet on this final table, Ali, but she's gone from 750 guaranteed to 1.65 million. A nice way to start a final table.
Right about that. So Aziz digs in from the big. Jack 10 offsuit, 2 clean cards, and top pair on a 10-9 4-all spade board. The exit won't be his trajectory in the face of any sort of C-bet.
No, certainly not the way he's been playing as well. You've got to be careful. You know, the likes of Inan. I mean, a bet here obviously certainly warranted on a 3 spade board. Could just bet range really small. But Aziz isn't the kind of guy you can pressure, it seems to me, down the streets. Not that we're going to try to do that with King 8, one would imagine. But in future hands.
Listen,
Oh, that's it.
imagination is something that we've not been short on when that man's involved. $5.5 million, the follow through here. As perhaps the stage is being set for further savagery. Locked up now for the final 6 is $1.65 million, $450,000 the difference between 6th and 5th. Things to keep in mind as Aziz flats. The turn pairs Inan. Maybe that's the kind of card that slows him down.
Yeah, can certainly beat some things now. I think we were always one and done with this King 8 unless it improved. Although, as you just said, don't second guess this man. Already down to 6.
Action checked over 33 in the million in the middle, and there is the check back. So things falling in line a little bit.
Yep. Obviously, we can beat some stuff with this 8, 4x, for example, but that's probably just going to fold when we bet. 9x and 10x. More likely to continue. Of course, some flopped flushes already in there. Yinan's hand does, enjoy some protection against a single spade hands, but I think it will be a little bit thin to bet that one. Checks it back and see what Aziz decides to do here. What? Oh, I thought I heard 17.
I thought I heard 70.
Yeah.
And
okay.
I nearly fell out of my chair. That would have been completely unnecessary. Instead, 17.
Yeah, going for a half pot sizing. Just perhaps recognizing that Inam would have bet better than this on the turn. And look at this. Is it going to work? Oh. Oh, Ali. Spicy.
Did your heart skip a beat?
Did you see what he did there? The little reach for chips glance at the opponent. Maybe feels like he saw something with Aziz.
Not lost on Aziz, of course, and Chris Wynn for that matter. That's not the kind of thing that we expect out of a guy that looks to be more on the new school side of things. That's old school live pro maneuvering. A little pump fake.
Not snap forehead.
Wow. Obviously, we didn't have a view of Aziz at that moment, as you would expect. We were looking at the man facing the call, but I wonder if there was an instant reaction there, like an excitement from Aziz that gave something off.
Well, we didn't have a shot of Aziz when it took place, so
yeah,
we'll never know.
It's in the tape there somewhere, Ali.
Yeah, not on the stream, regrettably.
Yeah, like you say, that's proper old school live pro move.
It really is.
And then at it again, this time Queen 9 of Hearts. Liv, 20 bigs. Yeah, we'll certainly feel like she's been dealt out of this one a little bit thus far. Open with Ace Jack, got pounced on. Potential here to come with a 3-bet bluff. Again, just the pace that people are playing at this final table. If I was in her shoes, I might just bide my time.
You know, spectating can be quite profitable. Not lost on Liv is ICM.
Of course.
And she doesn't really want to get caught in the crossfire of somebody like Inan unnecessarily.
But it's
ace-10 is ace-10.
Yeah, we're going to have some 3-bet bluffs from the button. This seems like a pretty reasonable one to have. But there we go. Me and Liv are on the same page.
You know, there are going to be those who have allegations of egregious conservatism there from Liv pre-flop. But, you know, the task at hand is to get as deep as possible and to find situations that you deem as profitable as can be made available. And maybe she just didn't want to tussle with that offsuit combo against the under the gun open, or under the gun +1 rather.
If this was a table that was playing, should we say, a little bit more conventionally, then it'd be very hard to turn down that position. But just these guys are swinging at each other, Ali.
Well, yeah, I mean,
we're on a $500,000 pay jump.
Look, if this is a cage match, you know, you're looking for a spot in the ring where maybe you're not going to catch a stray fist. And then if you do bother getting in the middle, you want to make sure that you're doing it, you know, with proper kit. And Liv wants just something a little bit more straightforward than the ace-10 off against Inan in that spot. And I don't blame her, James.
Yeah, just let ace-7 suited go in the cutoff unopened there. I think I may have taken that one. I may have taken the ace-10 as well, but I don't hate the flop. But ace-7 suited, I think we have to be opening. But again, we are talking about ludicrous amounts of money.
You know, The betta fish, also known as the Siamese fighting fish, if placed in a tank with another of its own ilk, both males, they will fight to the death. And right about now in this particular aquarium, I get the sense we may have a couple of male betta fish swimming about. Could be only a matter of time before we see some fins get puffy and some bites get taken out of some stacks.
Yeah, I think for now can still feel that way, but actually sort of re-frequenting myself with the chip stacks around here. She is shortest now, I believe. So we'll have to get involved soon.
Raised to 14 million. And these are the fish that I had
Yeah.
in mind.
Certainly more likely to get it in than other players would be with these two stacks.
4 deuce of diamonds and 10-6 of hearts, by the way. Looking up at this stone rag of a flop for their hands.
Damo going to follow through with the 4 high backdoor diamonds. Just try and get rid of hands like this.
I think this round is supposed to be a wrap. James, emphasis on I think.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Stop. Just stop.
No. Stop it. No, Ollie.
Okay. You know, I feel as though there's going to be a little bit. Let's keep an eye on whether or not Inan goes to that with consistency. To kind of reach around, touch our chips, see if we catch anything out of the corner of our eye in terms of live reactions, and then maybe decide once more.
Yeah.
It is spicy, isn't it?
This is going to be fun as this table progresses.
Well, it's going to be fun from the desk. It's going to be fun if you're out there streaming and watching it alongside us. It ain't going to be so fun if you're out there playing for 6 million up top and having to deal with, you know, what could fairly be described as some nutbags.
Yeah, a lot of scrapping going on.
This is an unsanctioned prize fight. The Boxing Commission
Yeah, they're
has
nowhere near
rules
this one.
against some of what we've observed here.
120.
8 million. The click from Adamo. Note, by the way, that he is not intimidated whatsoever by Inan and that which he's demonstrated. Undeterred. Pipped by a better suited queen for Chris Wen.
Yeah, so far pretty straightforward for him.
Ten, 10, 9. 1 heart on board. Advantage Chris in that respect. Both parties fanning on the texture.
Yep, certainly a board Adamo could have hit playing from the button. With that stack, going to have very wide range. Chris from the big blind. Pretty wide himself. Of course, he's going to be folding a little bit tighter with 6 left in the tournament up against the big stack.
Good play.
Still has plenty of hands that just completely missed this down the bottom of the deck that will check fold.
There is a
You
no.
just try to bluff.
I was like,
4 million summoned
Is that?
I was like, what
by Adamo.
because I know her really good. It was out of character. She's so generous.
And Chris understandably giving way.
Like tennis?
Well, we're not even one frame into this thing, James, and it has been incredibly entertaining so far. If you guys are enjoying it as much as we are, by all means, click like. For that matter, click subscribe to this
Third city?
World Series of Poker YouTube channel.
If you go to the beach in my city, it's all beach tennis. Yeah. I played with Brazilians in Brazil.
Really? In Brazil, very popular beach tennis. Paddle a little bit.
King, queen, as conversation gives way to an open. Adamo with ace-10, direct left.
Yeah, Dharma's just retaken the chip lead. Those last couple of pickups. That's what Musta fears most, is this man behind with the stack. So I'm going to take this up to over 3xing 50 big blinds deep on a final table when you're 2 of 6. As again, referenced before, not the steepest of payout structures. Even less reason for Musta to want to get involved. See what he does the King Queen O though, Ali.
Yeah,
one of those hands that, you know, the book doesn't mind us getting frisky with, but it's hard to have many value hands that wish to get in 50 plus blinds when 2 of 6. So with that in mind, you have to bluff far tighter, and yeah, it just gives up the King Queen. I approve.
I mean, you want to walk down a dark alley in Gotham City with this joker?
No.
Not it.
No, Ali. I want to go back to the mansion.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Bruce had some nice digs.
Certainly did.
That's for sure.
Not the most varied wardrobe, though.
Brazilian poker players.
Not the what?
Most varied wardrobe.
In Rio.
No, he was a suit guy. Something you've learned a thing or two about here today?
I was thinking
James,
more
you're looking very bespoke.
I was thinking just more, you know, a rack of bat suits. But
Oh, I thought you meant daily garb. But, you know, Bruce didn't wear the bat suit. Batman wore the bat suit.
Bruce
James.
wear the bat suit and become Batman.
No. They're two different people. Once the bat
I
suit
feel like
is
you
on,
weren't
it's
paying
no longer
attention
Bruce.
to the films.
It's Batman.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you a quick little story.
But you've got a Batman story, have you?
No, it isn't
Here we
quite
go.
Batman. When I was super
I mean,
young,
you don't mind a name drop, but
one of my first television jobs, I was at Disneyland as a teenager, and I was tasked with interviewing some Disney characters. So I'm brought into the room to interview Snow White. And before the interview, I asked this young woman, I say, hey, my name's Ali. What's your name? She looks me dead in the eye, and she says, I'm Snow White. And I looked over my shoulder, and I was like, no. I mean, but like, you know, what's your real name? What do you mean? I'm Snow White. And that's when I realized the mouse has got everybody on a little something something as they drink the Kool-Aid down there at Disney.
it's not a job, it's a life.
You know. I also had my disposable camera taken right off of me after I took a picture of Pocahontas lighting up a stogie backstage.
Okay,
They
that makes
weren't fans
sense.
of that.
Yeah.
Jack 7-5. I don't think Adamo's a big fan of this. He started this mess with 10-3 of diamonds, however.
Disposable camera, Ali. Dating yourself somewhat there.
Yeah, I mean, this was 94, I think.
Yeah, Damo just going after this. Love this. Suited
No.
10-3. Recognizing, though, Ali, that should he be cool on this board, all but dead, and a lot of hands do continue on said flop.
Listen, he's followed through with worse spots before, just kind of a one-and-done proposition. Note that Aziz had a whole lot of hand pre-flop, and now it's kind of returned to that sort of designation here on the turn where he's picked up a hard draw.
Yeah, and perhaps recognizing King Queen Hearts may still be the best hand. Has a draw he doesn't want to get blasted off of. Good things can happen if it does come a heart and Adamo decides to bluff now. Board runs out bad for Aziz. I think now, will he try and bluff?
I mean, it's a four-liner out there.
Right, we're specifically targeting, you know, the non-paired up ace highs. Ace 9, ace 10 may well have bet turn, given Adamo's style. Beat everything else, unpaired of course. Block ace queen, ace king.
18.
Oh, he's going to go big. 18 into 22.
You know, big sizings have been something of a thing for Aziz.
Yeah, it just has, obviously, an abundance of flushes in that seat. Has more 6x than Adama, although, of course, we can see Adama will have a lot of those despite having played from the hijack. Well done, sir.
Very straightforward release there from Adama with nothing more than the 10 high, and that activates the Brazilians.
Rail in the room.
Who do you reckon's out there?
The Brazilians just always have a rail, don't they?
Oh, yeah. I've spied Bruno Volkmann milling about. Did not see Yuri Zivalevsky, however.
No. And I didn't see Bruno until quite late into this festival, so I'm going to speculate, Ali, not sure.
That his flight was canceled.
Hmm?
No, not that.
I was going to speculate that maybe he was one of the players that made it through the online portion of this event and maybe parachuted into day 3.
They like to get it done. Mouse in hand over there in Brazil. Pedro Gargnani also out here.
Oh, yeah.
Representing the Brazilian delegation. Inan, King 8 of Hearts. Up it comes.
Yeah, not shy, Inan. Raising this one up into Muster in the big blind. Did this last orbit. And look at this. Muster recognizing the frequency with which chips are getting moved from that seat is too high. Takes the King 9-0.
Yeah, big wag of the finger from the Italian.
And this is, you know, one of the hands that very often does like to call from the big blind. Very playable. So by using this, he really is of the mindset that Inan is raising too many hands. Of course, benefit is you can knock out King 10, King Jack, maybe even a King Queen. Well done.
Very much so.
Nice deviation there, I think, just from what he's seen at the table. Obviously, he doesn't know the cards like we do, but he'd be very aware of the frequency at which this man's been playing pots.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Inan clocked.
And this, again, for those watching, I know there's a lot of speculation, a lot of questioning about Liv's fall with the ace-10, but this is kind of what she's looking for. She's looking for these guys going far too aggressive.
The thing is, people that are far too aggressive can sometimes stay aggressive when you put the third scoop in there, and all of a sudden...
That's it. Ladders are available.
You wind up in a banana split.
These... Not for a long time have I seen a table with this much on the line where I think we might see sort of two players getting it in way too friskily.
Good one.
A little free peek there after Adamo got the walk.
Good at any game. Poker, blackjack, any game is good. Stress. I had one that was good, not good in any game. But I could have made all the straights possible. So, you know that hand. The only hand that can make all the straights.
I'm going to push back, Ali. Muster, referencing 10-5.
Yes.
10-5. Cannot make a 9 high straight.
Oh, yeah, I remember this became a chat that we had once upon a time.
Can make a 5
You're
high
not
straight.
wrong.
6, 7, 8, 9. 6, 7, 8. And then, of course, all the straights in Broadway.
Yeah, a little poker riddle.
But
sometimes
can't make the 9 high straight.
Dempsey is correct.
Just want to be pedantic about things.
King 8 of Hearts. Surfacing once more, this time for Chris. Under the gun open. Inan. With ace-6 in the big blind. You know, the straightforward approach is always available. But this
Actually,
is a guy.
It's one of these. I'm not surprised to see out of this seat. But these kind of hands, the ace-6-0 against under the gun doesn't perform great. And sometimes slips into a 3-bet. But I'm not surprised to see him make the move.
I mean, Chris is king high. Just gets rinsed.
And again, you know, if I'm sitting there like Liv, 6 of 6, I'm thinking it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, go ahead, guys. You know, at some point,
Maybe it feels in the head like this.
you keep lowering these zippers, someone is going to get castrated, and she's going to get herself a pay jump.
No, I take her chips only 5 seconds behind. As in 2 times behind, I will take a list.
Castration refers to the jewels, though, James. I was
just
looking more for
watching
the term for... Anyway, is it eunuch?
Yeah,
I digress.
a eunuch.
The discomfort with which you responded to me there,
Yeah, I don't know why. I should have just left it alone.
terrified of going in that direction, really just was somewhat of an indulgence for me here in the booth. Apologies for dragging everyone through that. No apologies from Adamo. Queen 5 off. Just deal me 2 cards and have everyone fold to me, and I'll show you what I can do. That's what Michael says. Now, Chris, A7.
Yep, happy to see a flop with this one for sure. Up against that Adamo button raising range, and won't like seeing that flop. Queen 10-9.
Nope. Ace high, very much adrift on this coordinated wet texture. Adamo, top pair.
Yeah, obviously very wet board for Adamo. Still though, expect to see a bet out of this top pair. Keep the pressure on. Small bet at that.
Yeah, 5 million.
Yeah, not much we can do with that hand.
No, there isn't. And
See?
you know, you kind of detect a touch of frustration
Yeah.
there on Chris's face. You know, he wants to fight. He's not here to spectate. But if the deck isn't going to cooperate, obviously, we just accept plight.
He kind of just knows that Adamo is going to be opening such a wide
Yeah.
range, and
You're like,
the
give me any little piece of this
Yeah.
thing to square off against this dude.
And there may be a part of him that's thinking, hey, maybe I could 3-bet this one pre-flop and just right the ship a little bit. But again, same sort of situation as Liv, where I think, you know, let's just calm things down. We're dealing with hour-long levels here, Ali.
Yeah.
This tournament's got a ways to go. Some players here certainly given the perception of being in a rush.
Queen 10 offsuit. Hazard a guess, James, as to what is going to ensue?
That, Ali.
Surprise. 8 million. If you want to skate. What do you think, your 3-bet? Queen 7.
No, Ali.
I'm just, you know.
I don't think a 3-bet.
Nailed it, James.
Thanks.
Ace 8 here for Chris. He's been somewhat nailed
Now is this
to his seat.
a spot he might take, I wonder. Really don't want to call with this hand. Very strong. We know Adamo is opening super wide. Problem is, though, again, how many of our hands do we want to 3-bet call off with versus potential just 3-bet jams? So what are we trying to represent when we 3-bet? He's going for it. Love this.
22 million. Ace 7 shed. I can never exhale when the action is on this image here. I really, truly can't. I'd like to believe that the Queen 10 isn't particularly interested, given the 82 million back beyond this. But just nothing is a given when it comes to him. And that's what makes him so difficult to contend with, James, is all of your presumptions about behavior being in accordance with what we think is GTO, and obviously Adamo well aware of what that is. But he just finds the deviations more than the average pro.
Yeah, certainly does. Well, all his deviations are to the aggressive side as well. It's quite something watching him play. Yeah, nice pick up there from Chris.
That's actually a great point, because deviations can come in the form, like for example with Liv and the
yep.
Ace-10, you know, in conservative exhibitions. But that doesn't tend to be the case out of Adamo.
As the kids would say, he doesn't roll many low numbers.
I like that.
Yeah.
Going back to work with Queen 10 off. Now 10 cents for Inan.
Yeah, these are the spots that are tricky. I like this. He's shown a willingness to get involved, but you still have to respect the situation you're in here. You know Aziz as well, behind, likely to defend, and he's shown a propensity for big bets down the streets. He could get himself a little stuck.
You know, just 8 million. Maybe we don't think somebody would be tempted to squeeze a stack of our depth. And the chance to play one in position and maybe flop a set against a guy who isn't afraid to play a big one. ICM be damned. I don't know.
Thank you.
Maybe it's worth exploration. I'm a bit surprised that the fives found the bin, to be honest, James.
I think when he next goes against Adamo, he's going to have the goods. That's my read, Ali.
Time will tell. As the chip counts tell the story of one Michael Adamo, who maintains stack depth of 64 bigs in spite of the blind descent. 2, 4, and 4, what we're playing. 10 million in orbit. Come right off your stack. Lehman, Lapauka, and Bonomo all out of there. 1.65 assured the remaining field. 2.1 the ladder of 450,000 as Liv has really sat back as the short stack. 15 big blinds deep, trying to find her spot, but already is laddered 3 times from 750 up to this 1.65. So profitable seat.
Just 900K for an hour's watching.
Right.
Seems reasonable. Of course, now, so far adrift, the bottom being, what, half of the next best stack of Chris, who's opening up here. And look at this, Musta with 2 10s in the big blind. Chris opening off that, what, 30 big blind stack.
Knit staring at the 112 back, wondering how to approach it. He says, let's go if you want to dance. Obviously, this A7 lacks the durability.
I thought he might just do that, Ali.
For the disco.
Really hard for Chris to cool off with some of the hands he might 4-bet jam. Like an ace-queen, say. Maybe even an ace-jack suited. May 4-bet jam over the 3-bet. Doesn't want that sort of action. So just piles it in with Liv. So much shorter. Nicely done.
Single decision point embraced there. And obviously, Liv stack being leveraged in terms of the ICM, that pay ladder. Chris, even with better than ace-7 offsuit. There'd be a number of holdings that he would be disincentivized to dig in with. Not really inclined to take the gamble. Mystery hand time. Let's block out Aziz's holding.
We've had a couple of Aziz mystery hands. Capable of turning up with the unexpected. Musta. Folds ace-9 in the small to that open, with Adamo behind, perhaps recognizing that Aziz may be a little bit more snug than one would suspect.
Just a click. And then we hold our breath. Eight, 6, 5. Adamo defended with the suited combo. Finds second pair here. No spade on board. 22 million in the middle.
Yeah, we saw him come out with a lead on a similar texture or a rainbow board against Musta. This time I'm going to check with second pair on this 2-tone board.
Aziz. Unclear what motivates, other than perhaps position in the betting lead and deference from Adamo, all of which we do observe. But what we don't observe are his hold cards. 7 million follow through.
Yeah, obviously, sound like a broken record. All that favors big blind, but it's not like Aziz can't have this sort of stuff, especially the way we've seen him set out his stall, raising here on the button. Should be playing a little bit tighter, given the 2 stacks behind, given Liv on 15 blinds, but the rule book not necessarily been open so far yet on this final table.
So after check calling, a 9 of clubs comes off on the turn. This doesn't feel like the kind of card that's supposed to belong to Aziz, and we observed Adamo against Inan earlier here at this FT. Similar situation, check call lead on this sort of board development.
Checks once again.
Balanced.
Oh, Aziz pulling out chips, but obviously we'd be repping a very strong hand to fire a second barrel here. Certainly 1 pair. Not going to be betting. Quite a lot of the 2 pair would want to check back as well.
Yeah, now on the topic of 2 pair, the 10 of hearts puts that squarely upon Adamo. With the check back on the turn, obviously a barrel feels quite nice.
Yeah, obviously want to bet. Certainly options on sizing here. We don't really have no hand very often. If you look at all the hands that would check call the flop and get here, all of them have made something here. So you quite often see very small bets in this spot.
Okay.
But yeah, you've got 18. Again, maybe recognizing that, not really trying to target the non-pair hands. They probably just fold anyway, so going after maybe 9x, 10x, potential overpairs. Half pot the number.
Time bank usage from Aziz. Talk to us, chat. What do you think he's got? Well, hang on. Whatever you thought before this moment, update, as we've got the breaking news of a raise to 54 million. And this is supposed to say Queen Jack, isn't it?
It could be Queen Jack. I think we still have to show some concern that there's clubs out there. But yeah, Queen Jack, a possible hand. I would say flushes majority of the range, but they're going to bet quite a high frequency on the turn. Real tough spot for Adamo.
I mean, we expect that we would have heard from a 7 or clubs on the turn.
Right.
With a reasonable
yeah.
frequency. I mean, a check back there against texture that we expect, you know, Adamo could maybe try to represent, could be interacting with quite often as a big blind defender, and all of a sudden he's feeling a bit jostled. Well, the guess is flying in as to what it is that lurks behind those question marks.
Yeah, this is horrible. He's seen as he's so capable of running a big bluff. Oh. Flicks in the chip.
Oh, and what is it? Drum roll, please. 7-8.
Wow.
I confess, I didn't think 7x was involved in this check back and then raise the river line. So Aziz getting himself solid value there.
Gangster. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, I was thinking like you, Ali, the straights that maybe take this line and raise river would be limited to Queen Jack. But no. He finds max value and a huge dent to Adamo. Look at that leapfrogs Adamo in the counts.
One way or another, that man there got himself the value. Perhaps a barrel on the turn, coupled with another barrel on the river, and there's a path alternate to the one explored for value. Nevertheless, value is exactly what Aziz got himself as we bring you back to the desk. One frame in the books and more than a few breathless moments there. Solid mystery hand. You know, curveballs being thrown out there, knuckleballs, the change-ups. I mean, there's been very few fastballs down the pipe in this particular game.
Yeah, I was going to say the sort of thing of the frame, bar the 3 bust-outs, of course, was the abilities displayed by Inan. But Aziz there, showing his style there and his ability to get absolute maximum value there from a hand that I think a lot of people would have just called the river ollie.
I got to tell you, I am so disappointed that I must cede the desk to Henry Kilbane right now. And I don't say that often. Obviously, you know, we like to take a break. We're here in paradise. But where else would I rather be? Just like those that are streaming 20,000 plus strong, by the way, than soaking up this FT with 6 remaining. Liv Marie done well for herself, but let's see whether or not she can spin it up. James, you sticking around?
I am indeed.
Okay, cool. Henry Kilbane on his way in here, 10-minute break, and then continuing coverage of this final table from the Bahamas after this.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
Good to have you with us. Gavin in Oklahoma. Lima in Finland. Zach in Dallas. Peculiar Invictus in Slovenia.
Well, we really are going global today, huh?
Yeah. Gibraltar, Edwin. Okay.
Hello on the rock.
Ace Jack here for Adamo. He'll be saying hello.
Yeah, now remember, first hand of the final table started exactly like this. Adamo with the button open. Lehman. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Ollie. Yeah.
This is the one that gets him in trouble. I don't blame him one bit, James, and neither do you, as we just expect such a broad array of combos
Saves him up for nothing.
to click it from the button. I'm not clear on why it is that Enon feels the need to ask for a count here with the Jack 3 of spades. Perhaps we'll invoice him for the next minute of our lives.
This is like the sort of thing you would see against really inexperienced players, in that trying to make it clear to Adamo, hey, look, this jam's not a lot, but there's no way Adamo's not going to ask for the count himself anyway, and be aware of how much has been jammed behind him. So yeah, I'm with you.
The meter is running here.
Yeah.
Enon with this Jack 3 of spades.
Whether he's trying to maybe make Lehman sweat and see if he can pick up a baseline for potential future tells, I'm not sure.
Well, George sees his issue. He's had such an incredibly positive affect throughout his run to this final table, honestly, in terms of positive mindset. Perhaps none enjoy it more than him. Trappings of a man who slacklines. King, Queen 3, monotone board.
Ugh.
Not great for ace-9.
Yeah.
Heartless.
All but dead early.
Surrounded. Just 6% with 2 to come. Is offsuit Nina about? Not on the turn. And one final page. Over the PA system. Can she bail out George Lehman? Are we going to have our first casualty of this final table and leave behind $1 million guaranteed? It's going to be the latter. As Adamo ends up with a pair of jacks, wraps of the rail, GG's exchanged. And the German. The first to fall here, James.
Yep. GG's indeed. Came in as the shortest stack. So, not the biggest disappointment in falling first.
Hey, good game. It was a pleasure playing with you.
But unlucky perhaps with those 2 8s. May well have elected to have just check jam the flop. But also if an ace hadn't come on the turn.
James, just real quick, is that just a plastic bag? Let's get this man a duffel
in there.
or a backpack.
Ollie, his passport's in that.
I'd have been Balenciaga.
It would still be a clear plastic bag,
Didn't somebody pay $6 million for a banana taped to a whiteboard recently?
And it's not even the same banana. The banana changes regularly on that art installation. He just ate the banana. He wasn't the first person to buy that piece of art and just eat the banana either.
You know, that's a real top signal. People are paying $6 million for a Chiquita with a piece of duct tape on it. Maybe it was Dole. I don't know. I feel like you should definitely use a green banana at purchase, you know, just to get a little more mileage on the artwork.
You want to keep it somewhere warm as well. A banana go bad quick if it's cold.
Travis might be being kept somewhere. He says he's watching from Guantanamo Bay. Hopefully you're on the right side of that, Travis.
Which is the right side of Guantanamo Bay, Ollie?
You want to be a guard, not an inmate, for sure. Lipauka now. Ace-8 of hearts. He's on the right side of Queen-4. Can it ask for all of it? The Belarusian was well prepared and equipped to oblige.
Yep, just leveraging pressure here from Musta. Pauka defense. Oh, Ollie.
No heart on board and a queen-high flop reminds us that the game of poker isn't fair. But the pot is not over. Can Lipauka find the ace or maybe a backdoor to the straight? Three of clubs is dusty. And now the bell tolls yet again here at this final table. Might the first 7-figure payout have itself a home? Yes, is the answer. A wrap of the rail, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Mustafa didn't wait too long for the outburst.
It's his style.
Good game.
You don't take any tax, right?
The dealer counted down the chips there to make sure. I guess we're gonna.
I cover, ma'am.
Dot the i's and cross the t's, but
I cover handily. Thank you, though. Just ship it. I gotta tell you, if we get the likes of an Adamo Aziz Inan sort of final 3, we're gonna need to send some Kevlar out there. Pocket 3s. Let's see if Bonomo will fire a shot.
yeah, from the hijack, looks like he's committing everything bar a chip.
50 million, basically all in. Is Bonomo, and Enon is woken up with 2 jacks. Fresh off of given orders, the likes of which we haven't seen since Chairman Mao was in power. Enon on the button.
Yeah, covered, of course, by Chris behind. Liv with a leaner
né?
stack in the big blind.
Boom, cafezinho, pot.
Obviously, this bet representing half his stack.
Oh,
He
he
does go
comes with a flat. It's already really strong when we do this.
It is, but he's not doing it for that reason. He's doing it just in case Chris jams behind, and then Liv goes all in behind as well. And then, obviously, Jax would be in bad shape there, and of course, potentially with a couple of ladders in that situation.
Well,
Bonham, of course, with one chip back.
I don't need to explain here, James, which of these hands is the tank and which of these ones is the student protester.
Wow.
Chase 5-4. It can't. Come on, it's not too soon. Wheel Gutty for the threes.
Wow. Obviously, Bonham very much incentivized to save this 500k if he can. Inan, not the same. If this was Adamo, then he'd be happy to leave Bonomo there with just one chip as the chip leader.
Is that allowed? I'm all in. Can I have my friends come up to sweat? We're all in.
Well, this is interesting. Bonomo asking
You can come up and
whether
watch.
or
Come on.
not his buddies can come up and sweat this final moment with him.
I'm all in and behind. I have 6 outs. I need a deuce or a 3.
Any chance to chop? No.
Getting all the support that he can here as he hunts a duck or a tray.
Bonham is alone, he had 6 outs.
111 million chip pot.
Clubs, clubs no.
Oh, no. Pardon me, Ali. I looked at the 3 of clubs.
Nope. Club coverage for Inan as he clasps his hands and looks to the heavens, hoping to haul this one in. And he's done just that. That is one of the winningest poker players of all time that has just been vanquished by Inan Zhou.
Good luck.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the Henry Corbin Dance Show.
How we doing, my man?
It's not the Henry Corbin Dance Show, guys. Don't worry. It is, of course, the World Series of Poker Super Main Final Table. And perhaps, Henry, surprisingly, you were slated to come in here for the second shift today. Were you expecting 6 players left?
I wasn't. We were just talking to Ali that, you know, this could be over and done with inside 5 levels. It really just depends, in my opinion, on, you know, whether or not someone runs away with it in the next hour or so. So this level coming up right now, really big. If someone can just really pull away and extend the lead, they just get to put max pressure on everyone because the pay jumps are just getting ridiculously big right now.
They certainly are. We're dealing for very serious money now. Again, if you just joined us, like Henry, it was George Lehman out in 9th. Vladimir Lepalka in 8th and Justin Bonomo out in 7th. You just saw in the high lap package there, which means we have 6 left, Henry. But the chips have very much bunched up. Livbury, adrift, basically had to sit that frame out. Now very much the shortest stack. And the rest so close. Kind of most aggressive player from here has a very good shot.
I don't know. I'm looking at the chip counts. It doesn't seem as tight as I thought it was. I mean, Canet with the chip lead, obviously close with Aziz, but a bit of a drop-off to Adamo who has to tread carefully. I mean, if Adamo loses, you know, a single 3-bet pot or even like a single raise pot where a couple of bets go in across flop, turn, and river, all of a sudden he's down there with like Chris win. So this is really the time for Canet, in my opinion. Canet or Aziz to just kind of put their foot on the gas and lean into the rest of the pack.
Yeah, Muster, of course, with that big spin up last night. Good start to the final.
Stuff, yeah.
I mean, what, at the 3 million level, he had, I think, 16 million chips
Something
left.
like that, yeah.
Now, here we are, a level and a half
Same
later.
with Liv, though, right? I mean, she was down to like 6 big blinds at one point. But tell me, what's been occurring? Who's impressed for you so far?
I think anyone watching that first frame will be impressed with Ian and Zhao. Of course, that amazing bluff with Ace-Jack against Bonomo, really applying the pressure on, Adamo. really applying the pressure there. And of course, Marcelo Aziz really found some lovely additional value in the last hand before the break there, showing a willingness to step out. A man that we now know, Henry, is playing this tournament for the princely sum of $0.
Really?
In on a free roll, already guaranteed.
Wow.
7 figures and
okay,
with an eye for the top. and he's playing like he wants to play for the top. He's not, doesn't appear to be scared of these ladders, Henry. He's willing to step out against these elite guys and prove he belongs.
Oh, if you're in for $0, mate, I mean, fair play. Fair bloody play, mate.
And here we are, stage set again then to get 6-handed play back underway here at the Atlantis. The culmination of the World Series of Poker Paradise here. Although, as we mentioned in the pre-game show, Henry, and as you alluded to when you came in here, we were discussing on break, not the only bracelet on offer here. The 10K final table, one of those going off today. And who's on there, Henry?
Helmuth's over there.
There we go.
Yeah, that's an incredible run. I mean, he's got a healthy stack as well, so...
Yeah, Phil Helmuth yet again on a final table. Libbury then, as we re-kick off the action, is the shortest, cut adrift from the rest with just 12 blinds, and 6-handed with a big blind ante, 12 bigs will get eaten up fast. Chris, second shortest now, but still a little over 20 blinds.
Oh, sorry.
Man, Helmuth making a run is something else. I mean, what's that, 18th bracelet up for grabs, potentially?
Yeah.
We'll keep our finger on the pulse of that one, obviously.
Look at this. Aziz just staring down the stack. And look at this, Henry, just going for it.
Against the under the gun open as well. This is really the stack that you want to punish the most. You want to have people playing sub 20 so that he can then lean into the rest of...
206 at the start.
So he can then just lean into the rest of the middling stacks.
Yeah, when maybe ruining the fact he opened that pot. He quickly mucks his hand. And welcome back, of course, to all of you joining us wherever you are in the world. And we do enjoy reading your comments in the chat, so please do feel free to fire away. Let us know who you're rooting for. I know there's a lot rooting for this man, the Brazilian, ever popular. And Henry, he's going to be allowed back in the country, whatever happens from him.
Oh, that's 100% guaranteed. I mean, the guy has been putting on an absolute clinic over the last couple of days. I mean, oftentimes just winning the pot through brute force, but then also managing to get paid in spots where he actually has the goods as well. That's a pretty lethal combination of talent.
Yeah, and here he comes again. And kind of a scary proposition, a little bit, for Mustard, that it just appears that, hey, like this guy's supposed to play a little bit tighter. I can go after him with some 3-bets, but also he might not play by that rule.
Let's see if Adamo wants to stand up against the bully.
Yeah, a new Adamo perhaps. Obviously very, very aware that there are two short and shortening stacks in this tournament. Liv going to have to post 2 of those blinds now. Next pay jump, $450,000. 2 survivals, good for 1.15 million. There's a lot of money to be made by folding, Henry.
I'm meant to remain impartial in the booth, but the fans at home don't have to.
They certainly don't, and they certainly won't.
I want to know top 3. Who do people want to see 3-handed, just absolutely gunslinging it, battling it out for the bracelet and the 6 million? It's tough, man. I mean, there's part of me that wants the classic setup like Adamo, Canet, and Liv, but then some of these lesser known players that we've seen, the likes of Win, aggressive,
All right, Inan. Ace-Jack suited up against the man he's been tussling with. Horns sure to lock again here.
Wow, just comes with flat. I really like this in position. You keep in ace-x that you dominate. You keep in hearts that you dominate. Case in point, you keep in jack-x that you dominate as well.
I'll live there recognizing taking this hand 3 away. Doesn't hold a whole load of upside. Oof. Ooh, Henry, royal flush draw.
80% of a royal flush. Go on then. 32 out there. Expect to see Adamo just try and pot control this as much as possible. I think there's room to get one bet in somewhere, whether it's now. But inflating the pot and then playing the rest of the hand out of position with the hand as marginal as Jack 10 on this board seems a bit dicey.
Yeah, especially he'll know now, having been on the break, that Inan did pull off a rather audacious bluff against him earlier. More incentivized to keep things small. Checks it on over. Inan, perhaps Henry with the more interesting decision here.
He's opted to check.
Queen on the turn. Gives him the goods with that flush draw. Adamo, well, he himself improves to a straight draw, but the queen, certainly another card that could be beating him.
Yeah, against the flatting range, I mean, okay, we're beating 8s and 9s, but that's feels like it's pretty much it. I think a lot of the weaker ace-x, suited ace-x, like ace-4, ace-5, are much more likely to play as 3-bet. 6s, 5s, 4s, not so sure they're in there. Especially in Yinan's shoes, where Adamo has us covered and there are shorter stacks out there. We're under a lot of ICM pressure.
Yeah, we've already seen Inan fold exactly that hand. Henry 5's in a similar spot.
But hey, we can see the cards. It's a lot easier from our shoes.
Things going wrong for Adamo.
He's got more than half pot. Really nice. Unblocking all of the pairs, obviously.
And unblocking diamonds as well. Get your hand that might want to continue. Just still too much hand for Adamo, Henry here, or is it a bit intimidating with the Broadway nature of this board?
Honestly, wouldn't surprise me if he pitched it, but yeah, perhaps having that open end is just too much to let go of right now. As we can see, he's actually drawing dead or to a chop.
Well, board pairing card, but in effect, the way this one's played out thus far, I think fair to call it a brick.
I didn't realize that there were 2 cards on the river that would have just absolutely showered Adamo, and a black 9 rolled off.
Yeah. Now, finally, gets himself to a position where he gets to value bet a river. After showing capable of betting rivers without hands. What are we targeting here, Henry?
Ace-king, ace-queen, maybe even some aces at low frequency.
He's asked for pot. Diamonds and hearts missing.
Yeah, having the 10 of diamonds isn't great. Blocking a hand like 10-9 of diamonds that would potentially turn itself into a bluff.
No.
Don't think Adamo's ever going to call here, but
I'm with you as well, Henry. But he thought long and hard before in a spot I didn't think he could call. And had he called, he would have been right. That's what's surely running through his mind right now. Is it a case that he's thinking, hey, look, tens, queens, kings, ace, jack would have all 3-bet me pre-flop. What can he have that goes this size for value?
Well, that's the beauty of going polar, right? Is that's exactly the question you're asking. Adama looks somewhat suspicious, you know. It does eventually let it go. And Yinan, a bit of a spin-up, eh? Now comfortably in third, I believe.
Yeah, he's bottom.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, for sure.
wouldn't even notice, man. Yeah.
Yeah, Adamo came into this as the chip leader and still healthy, but far from the leading stack with 6 left. Henry, a chance to remind you all, you can sign up at GG Poker. Use the promo code Paradise2024 and snag yourself a free $50 ticket to the weekend.
Good luck, grinders. Thursday night grind. Let us know if you're playing anything.
They're the grindy grinders, right? The Thursday nighters.
Yeah, the people that have the stream up on one screen and the tables open on another screen. They're the real heroes. Man, I sure saying, Henry, you never mentioned Aziz is free rolling this event. Are you even aware? I wasn't until 20 minutes ago, my man. I knew a lot of people. I saw Keating was putting some of the American like YouTube vloggers in, but I wasn't aware that Aziz is in on a free roll. Do we know what kind of free roll it was?
I don't actually. I would assume from online, but no confirmation of that. Adamo, ace king. Oh, here we go. Yinan. Gonna get involved once more. Up against that one-time chip leader.
Fortunate that it's the suited variety. The flat call does open the door for a squeeze. Wow, Barry's sub 10, by the way.
Yeah. But again, for now, she'll have one eye on that 450k pay jump. The rest looking to build, and Adamo will like that flop, but Henry, look what lurks behind it.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. Especially when Liv's just sat there on 10 bigs. And Adamo has the ace of hearts. Should another heart roll off. 32 million out there. SPR's around, what, 4.5? Certainly going to be looked to build the pot, get some value. It's a bit frustrating for Adamo now to have this talent on his left, someone that's willing to play post-flop and kind of just push Adamo around a bit.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's not just the talent, but it's the willingness to go for it. So it really is a thorn in the side of Adamo. For now, Yinan, more than happy to continue.
54 million out there, that's more than what's in Liv stack. The pot brewing is, well.
Wow.
GG's.
Once more, Yinan makes Broadway with a heart draw, Henry.
I don't know if we're just being biased today because we can see the cards, but it feels like a turn card that Adamo could potentially get away from. I mean, Ace-Queen being one of the primary hands that we'd want to get value from, right? You could argue a decent amount of the time you're going to hear from Ace-Queen pre-flop. So when it comes to hands that we'd be targeting, similarly to the previous hand, a weaker Ace-X, like Ace-4, Ace-5, I think would be hearing from in the form of 3-bet pre-flop rather than flat.
Yeah.
So We're losing to ace 10 and ace jack. We're losing to king queen. We're now losing to jack 10. We're losing to 8-9 suited, king queen suited. But we do still beat hands like queen jack, king jack that we want to get some value / protection from.
Yeah, and with the dynamic already established, Adamo is going to go for what we could describe as more of a blocky kind of size here with this one pair.
It's this 18 to 54 third pot. I mean, in Anne's shoes, just flat call and pray that the deuce of clubs rolls off. Uh-oh. That looks like a raise to me, James.
45 million, the request. Can Adamo find a way out of this one now, Henry? You've just sort of described to us how hard it is for us to piece together a hand that Anand could have. I guess the king jacks, queen jacks. But other than that, not many weaker holdings here. Of course, though, the dynamic at play. He just made a big fold the hand before. Or followed to a big bet, I should say, rather than having a big hand. He knows he got bluffed earlier on the final table.
I honestly think Inan has cost himself a lot of chips here. It's a very quick raise, and it's not a turn spot where it's easy to find bluffs. I think population would take a little bit more time to just find a creative line with, you know, like, I don't know, let's say king 10 of diamonds, or like say you got like queen jack of spades here or king jack of spades. Are you finding this raise on the turn so quickly?
Right.
I don't know. And again, maybe it's just because I didn't have my Cheerios for breakfast and I'm being a bit results oriented, but I feel like Adamo can get away from this now.
I'm with you. I feel like he might just, even though he's getting bludgeoned by Anand.
Also, having ace of hearts, king of diamonds helps him a bit. You know, blocking some of the combos that would potentially be semi-bluffing, like a king 10 of diamonds.
Wow. He does make the call. And we have a monster on our hands, 144 million.
This is insane. I mean,
Adamo with just 88 behind. Surely, though, Henry, we're calling here to fold rivers? Or are we going to see the elimination of Michael Adamo in 6th place?
Adamo at this point must be feeling like he's getting pushed around quite a bit by this young Chinese pro.
Concern for Inan on that card. Adamo, rating to, of course, have aces, jacks, even 10s.
Yeah, what are we losing to now in Adamo's shoes if Inan had a hand like queen 10 of diamonds, 10-9 of diamonds? We now lose to trip 10s. We're going to have a new chip leader. Sized it on the turn.
Does Inan feel compelled to go for this? Again, has to be concerned surely that Adamo's continued with sets and perhaps not many, if any, one pair hands.
Well, there's only one combo of ace 10 left.
Oh, he's gone for the small bet. I love this.
Aces, one combo of jack 10 left as well. Suited, of course. This is this is a really sick bet from Inan. Just a little B20 on the river.
Kind of reminds me of the spot Adamo found himself in last night when he bet small.
With the ace king against
where
ace
it's like,
king, yeah.
I know I've kind of got the best hand, but also I might not. This is a huge spot in the terms of the tournament. Going to find a way to bet small. anyone's guess as to how Adamo proceeds now. And I believe he's out of time cards, Henry.
I agree. I think you're right. Oh, he's flicked it in, James.
And look at this. Inan getting the absolute max with this hand. And Adamo is down to just 12 big blinds.
Let's go!
Wow. Poker's turned into UFC, James. What's going
I
on?
can recognize the smart ones. They learn straight away. Yes, let's go!
I don't like it on the table. I just too much.
It's okay.
I jest, of course. I love the emotions. It's taking the chip lead, bracelet up top, 6 million up top.
Biggest hand of your life. It's okay. Like,
I
you know?
I don't want it's on the table.
It's way worse if you say I'm sorry. If you're happy and you say, let's go, I'm happy, what is the issue?
No, not for life, not for life.
It's the truth. You're happy, and you say, let's go.
Only 2 times.
A brutal swing away from Adamo.
I'm sure Michael has no feelings towards this. Like, oh no, Michael. Wins a hand? Not too bad.
Well, Michael right now is feeling sick.
He might just be all in here, you know.
Give you king, queen off and 12 blinds. Under the gun in a 6-handed game. Live the shorter stack still, though.
10.
He's going non all in.
Take a day off here, man. leave Adamo alone. Jeez, man. I've been in here for 10 minutes. I've never seen someone stick it to Adamo as much as Inan has in the last few hands.
Oh, and Aziz. Ace Jack O from the small. He's already displayed his willingness to attack Adamo's under the gun open. That time, though, Adamo with the chip lead. A different case here with Adamo being 5th in chips. But look at this. They can all smell blood in the water.
I feel somewhat responsible, James, for this downfall. I don't know. Jumped in the booth. We've seen Adamo go from 2nd in chips to now bottom of the chip counts.
Yeah, after this open, leveled himself up with live and has to post 2 blinds in the next hand.
He's got no time banks left.
Yeah, that's the real thing here, Henry. I think it's... We know, obviously, it's a poker tournament, more than capable of spinning those 10 big blinds back up again. A double, couple more hands, right back in the mix. But when he gets there, if he gets there, how difficult is this final table going to be for him to proceed having none of those time banks? Especially, Henry, when we've got players like Aziz, like Inan, who have shown great creativity up to now.
Well, we just saw, case in point, the dealer was calling down the final 5 seconds. Adamo didn't have time to really think through the river spot. He flicked in the 1 chip and gets shown Broadway. It's so important to have time to think through these spots.
Aziz from the button. Raising into the now short-stacked Michael Adamo. He will defend and look to flop anything with this 10-8.
Just looking to connect.
Five deuce. Again, no help for Adamo.
Yeah, completely whiffing this one. I mean, 27 out there, 33 back. Aziz has ace high and a gut shot. It's going to be more than happy to put more chips in this. There is the C bet.
One blind follow through. Adamo. Surely even a player with his experience is beginning to feel some emotion, Henry.
I mean, he's been in spots like this before. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Plays a very aggressive style, and as a byproduct of that, the reaction from good players is going to be to play aggressively back, and that often leads to seeing Adamo make lighter cooldowns than most, just because people aren't, you know, people aren't as balanced against him as they are against other players. Saw him calling down that spot, obviously incorrectly. Yinan Zhou taking the chip lead. Yinan's best career cash came during this main event last year, although it wasn't the super main.
Yeah, great deep run there.
28th for 72,000. Then other than that, really doesn't have any results. His first cash came in September of 2021 in China. He's playing some tournaments out in Guangzhou. Small cashes over there. But here now, chip leader guaranteed a career best score.
I do actually believe we got some intel from Jeff Platt out on the floor that he does have a second Hendon Mob entry.
Oh, does he really?
Which myself and Ali also slept in the pre-game when we were reviewing these players, but on that entry, he did win. Well, he came second in an event in China a few years ago for 175,000 US. So there is some pedigree there, but still nothing at this level, Henry.
Let me see.
Liv, another fold being dealt to her from under the gun. As she folds, she'll be very interested in the path Adamo takes this hand. Obviously, her most likely way of moving up the ladder right now is the elimination of the only stack shorter than her. With just 6 blinds. It's almost quite likely every hand, Henry.
This is getting pretty grim for the likes of Win, for example. He just has to fold close to range now. I mean, the difference between 6th and 4th is 1.15 million. And he's got 2 guys on less than 8 bigs. Yeah, Inan just gets to do this. It just gets to jam in 9 deuce. The guy's got 30% of the chips in play. With 6 left.
Liv's turn to post that blind off a lean stack. Musta, he's 10 in the hijack. He comes in, forces Adamo to jettison those 2 threes.
I can see Helmuth in the background. Getting ready for that final table over there. The hunt for his 18th bracelet.
Incredible storyline that would be here on this final day of the World Series of Poker Paradise.
That's, I mean, the fact that he, like, just reaching the final table in itself is an incredible achievement. I don't know how Helmuth does it, but whenever there's bracelets up for grabs, he's just the best of all time. It's not even close.
Obviously, he was the pure bubble boy in this event. Found himself busting in 208 for 207 paid. And
yeah, but in his defense, James, got it
got
in with
it with the best
hand.
I knew I'd get you. Got his 2 blinds in good.
He got it in with the best hand against 7-6 and 4-3.
Yeah. I had to endure the 3 other hands playing out as well, went on all in on the pure bubble. Any one of which busting would have yielded him a payday. And all 3 were pretty close, equity-wise, and the short stack doubled up in all 3.
Whoa. There was the guy that limp called it off with Queen Jack for 10 bigs and blind v blind.
Yeah.
Like an absolute boss.
All right, Muster under the gun. Really getting frisky. Will in-hand tolerate this in the cutoff, Henry? No appears to be the answer.
Oh, hello. 3 biggest stacks potentially going to play a hand.
Well, nearly, I want to say, 75 to 80% of the chips in play are between these 3 stacks.
Here we go. Everyone else just gets the watch on and sweat. The 3 biggest stacks potentially play a monster pot. Not going to happen on this board.
No, the 5-5-6 yielding no interest for all 3 involved. In before the ace of clubs on the turn, Henry.
Musty. Find the C-bet. $37.5 out there. Fire out 2 orange chips.
Does exactly that, Henry.
Tag me in, coach. I'm ready. I mean, I know Yinan wants to just take it to the streets right now, but you do have Aziz behind, left to act.
Oh my word.
This guy is sick.
Oh my word. Yinan just punishing, getting this chip lead now and going relentless.
In before Aziz. Oh, come on, bro. Don't let us down like that. He has all the 5x.
Most, like, really? What are you raising me here with? You trying to say you've got a 5? I open under the gun, I get to the big pairs, pal.
If Mustafa floats here, we're really back in 2012. I would love to see him call this.
Well, he's not folded yet.
Find the float. Take it away from your man on the river.
Right, cool here. Expect to see a lot of checkbacks on the turn from the bluffs and then a river wager. Rep one of those big pairs that you can certainly have here, having raised him under the gun. Oh my word. Henry. We are going back in time. Click war. Mustakani with the flop 3-bet. Do not adjust your sets. This is indeed Jack 8 v King 9 on a 6-5-5 board. We're playing for $6 million, Henry.
Listen, man, I don't think Inan raised to just fold to a flop 3-bet. James, I feel like we're going to war. These two are just going to be swinging for the fences against each other. This is old school. The classic, he knows that I know that he knows that Bari's on 8 bigs, Adamo's on 6 bigs. He's opened under the gun. I mean, Yinan has...
Yeah, what are those two thinking watching this? Musta, take a bow. Reclaims the chip lead. Wow. We got a game on.
Yeah, I mean, Inan not really repping much other than like 8s, 9s, and 10s. I guess he can have some 5x, but would they raise? I mean, I don't know what's going on at this point. I've given up. I'm just enjoying the show, as is everyone else is. Stop asking me to break down hands, James, because...
Okay. I'll give you a couple of hands off. How about that?
Yeah, give me a couple of hands off. Just let me...
Just let you adjust to what's going on here.
We're playing for 6 million and a bracelet to go down in history as the first ever Super main champion.
I said this with Ali in the pregame. Do not overlook the fact that we are playing for bracelet. People play hard for them. They are still the pinnacle of this game. This man has 4 of them. Was best place to make it 5 today. A long way to go for him to do that now, though. Inan looking for his first.
Yeah, Inan just feeling himself a little bit there with that raise with the King 9. I mean, talk about flow and momentum. He's obviously played some big pots against Adamu. Things have been going his way. But Mustafa Khanate just wagging the finger in the young Chinese star's face, saying, "Not today, pal. This is my house."
Perhaps something more sedate and pedestrian here. A limp from Aziz in the small 4-5-0. Musta. One of those kind of hands sometimes we see activate line on blind, but maybe he himself just wants the heart rate to revert back to base. We're all getting very excited here. Ace deuce king. Aziz, the limper from the small blind, flops a wheel draw.
Yeah, going to have, you know, an abundance of traps against a very aggressive and well-balanced Mustafa Khanate. A significant range advantage just leads out. Always nice having equity as well. Has 2 overs to a deuce, etc., etc. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just incredible stuff.
Sorry, man.
6 left, and they're out here just slinging it left and right.
Swinging for the fences, these boys. And of course, Liv in the mix as well. But you see her rock back in the chair. She has been a forced spectator up until now. Of course, no need for you guys at home just to be spectating. You can sign up over on GG Poker using the promo code Paradise2024. Will elicit you a free $50 ticket to the Weekender upon a minimum deposit of just $20. And 2 10s. 50 blinds now his stack. After the first bit of punishment has been served his way. Oh, Aziz, ace, queen of hearts. Henry, surely, I'm going to go on him. Just keep things calm, guys. Let's just keep things calm.
I don't know at this point. I mean, Jeff Platt said to me that he thinks it's going to be over by level 5. And I've been in here for 40 minutes, and based on what I've seen, he could be onto something.
Yeah, I think no one would be surprised if this was over in a hurry, the way things have transpired thus far. But Aziz does go perhaps the more conventional route. Now, a horror spot for Adamo. Just 4 blinds behind. And he's up against under the gun and a button peel with an offsuit ace.
I honestly don't know, James. He's electing to call. Dominated.
Well, perhaps some relief in the form of a missed flop for the Aussie.
Man, what an insane turn of events. I mean, I came back and he had 240 million. He's down to 15.
Yeah. Not gone the way he or any of us would have expected.
No heart in sight for Aziz. Always somewhat concerned when what feels like an inevitable c-bet from Inan comes.
Right.
He's betting out. He's going to check it on over.
Okay, showing a little bit of restraint on that kind of board. So he's to worry about behind.
Inan's been really, really fun to watch. Really mixing it up. Does check through.
King, a concern in the minds of Inan for sure. As he's having checked back, going to have hit that card at some frequency. Damo. No interest in this one. I think you're going to see that from a Damo. From now on, he's just having to max tank every situation purely because he has such little time to think. We know in this hand, not going to continue.
Yeah, also the blinds are going to be going up soon as well, so there might be some EV to tanking and trying to get the blinds to go up on his button.
Right.
Delayed c-bet does eventually come through. 20% pot from Inan.
Wow. Whoa. Hello.
Is he still ahead of, Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10, perhaps some weaker ace-X?
Board pairing 9. Feels fairly non-relevant to this one.
As he's very happy to take his showdown with ace queen. 51 million chip pot going Inan's way back up to 290 million.
Not insignificant.
And it feels inevitable that either Liv or Adama are all in the next orbit.
He wasn't bluffing it.
Yeah. Chris, the one obviously keenest to see those two
The hand you guys played.
get it in.
7 against 10.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was fun.
Legendary.
Yeah.
Yes.
Legendary hand.
And it's nice we both
I love.
are
I know.
here.
I love. We love it. We have a good story from it, both of them.
Yeah.
It's
That
so
would
funny.
be. That was. I love it.
It was wild. Good call.
Yeah, as he's caught bluffing a couple of days ago against Liv, but was bluffing with a better hand. If you're keen to see that one, please do head on over to the WSOP socials. It is on there for sure, along with a load of other key hands and interesting hands we've seen.
What are the chances Adama just has? Oh, okay. Has queens or
You're
something.
going to give him the absolute cold deck showers for 3 blinds.
Oh, the way he's been running.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. It's been brutal for him. Inan up against Aziz once more. Again, Henry. Aziz supposed to be fairly strong here, right? Even though from the cutoff, given those 2 short stacks, does he have enough chips to damage Musta and Inan?
It's a great point, actually. The fact that Mustafa's on the button has him covered and he's opening into the big blind of the chip leader. Oh, sorry, second in chips. Inan, I think, not going to be as wide as he would if he's opening into, say, Adamo's big blind or Liv's big blind.
We can see here, was opening with second nuts, 2 kings. Ooh, checks back the ace deuce 4 and finds an unlikely king on the river. The case out. Inan as well, pairing that card with a gut shot draw.
Case king on the turn, eh?
Just easy. I mean,
All
why
right.
not? We haven't had enough drama yet here today. We'll sprinkle in a little bit more.
Just enough to keep us interested. Aziz standing second set. I don't think Inan's going to be folding to one bet unless it's a big one. Doesn't go too big, half pot. I'm surprised the 3 didn't roll off the way things have been going.
Yeah, lovely looking river card for Aziz, both in the sense that the draw's bricked, meaning that, well, his hand rates to be best, of course, but also potentially can get another street of value.
$53 out there. I think we're just meant to go polar here. Both flush draws bricking, all of the
49.
Broadway combos bricking.
49.
Yeah, nice. I really like this. You're unblocking top pair as well.
Yeah, it almost feels like if there's any hand to go this size with, it's this one, right?
Yeah, just want to go big. Inan actually has a pretty interesting hand to bluff catch with. Like, you'd rather call with King 5 than, say, King Jack, King 10. For obvious reasons, is unblocking blow flush draws. But lets it go. Doesn't waste too much time. Who was Ali? Not necessarily rooting for, but who was he kind of saying? The person that stood out for him. Is he rooting for anyone in particular, or?
I think we were both impressed by Inan, as you have been as well since coming in here, that he seemed at the very onset of the final table. He was going to show a willingness to fight pretty hard on this one. I think it's hard to look past him at this moment in time.
It's brutal for Liv because there are hands like this where she wouldn't mind taking the jam spot. But there is also a huge ladder between 6th and 5th, and you've got a Damo mandatory all in like 4 hands time. So
yeah, it's almost like a satellite spot, isn't it? He's looking over at Damo. He's going to still give it a go. Again, scary with Musta and Inan behind, able to attack, although mercilessly for Aziz. Inan unlikely to pounce with the 9-3-0, but Henry, I'm not ruling anything out today.
And
Chris,
by proxy,
yeah.
wins down to 67 million as well, just on the sidelines watching these big stacks battle it out, and he just can't do anything.
I mean, we know, obviously, we love playing this hand for chips, but yeah, look at that, just recognizing that it's just disaster to get knocked out right now. If he survives 2 spots, Henry, he makes 1.15 million extra, and it's extremely conceivable that he'll survive 2 spots very quickly.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we're 4-handed in just a couple of orbits time.
25 back, right, Liz?
Hmm?
You have 25 back, so. Fine, the ante, it's fine.
Enough to outlast you, my friend.
Harsh. Henry, harsh. That cuts. All right, here we go. 2.5. It's time. All but a chip going in.
Good luck, Adamo. See if he can get the spin. Oh, it's into Liv's big as well. Good luck.
Well, Liv with a chance to send Adamo out.
She says, let's go. Two of the shorter stacks going to war. Just enough to raise. Old school. Liv getting it in good.
Is this the end of Adamo, or will a spin begin? The man who begun the day as the big chip leader up against Liv is in a familiar all-in pose. She herself desperately short-stacked. And wow, a great flop for her, although it does come with some opportunity for Adamo. Needs Liv to make a pair. That'll make him a straight. She can, though, just end this with a heart. All the outs remain.
Are they both praying in this spot?
Red 6
Good game, Michael.
ends Michael Adamo's run. The 4-time bracelet winner will not approve on that tally here. 1-time chip leader. Well, leaving us stunned that he leaves here in 6th place for 1.65 million.
Pretty sick run. And a brutal, brutal turn of events, to be honest. I mean, a couple of hands that maybe he's going to look back on. The Jack 10 as Liv celebrates.
Yeah.
The Jack 10, the Ace King. Felt like standard spots, but perhaps could have found an exit earlier.
He came so close to calling against Inan with his Ace 10 when Inan was just sailing on a bluff. How different the final table could have been if he had made that call, but this is the nature of the beast. Adamo out in 6th, and Liv making the point. The first hand she's won at this final table. She's down to the final 5, now guaranteed 2.1 million.
50.
Effectively tripling.
You are tripling.
The earnings from the start of the day, of course, coming back, everyone guaranteed 750. Folding pays.
65.
Okay? Watch this, chat. Learn.
The next ladder worth 700,000. Blind's going to be going up soon as well. Liv kind of tied now with Win. Well, I say tied, but 4 big blinds less.
I love seeing the emotion. Liv living and breathing every moment of this deep run. How much it means more, Henry, when you step aside from the game and come back and get treated to this.
At least I have no opportunity to like spaz because I just get like fucking bottom 10% hands.
Chris, seen the bright side of running bad. All right, 8 deuce deuce in Anne. Up against Aziz, was a dominated pre, but has flipped that back around.
I love that from Win. This is a bit of a fruity open from Inan from the cutoff. Love to see it. Maybe we are just going to get the Inan, Aziz, and Mustafa three-handed play.
Well, certainly the betting favourite right now. But many were saying the same about Adamo just an hour ago.
That is true. Aziz with decisions here. I mean, has equity in the form of a gut shot. really apply pressure to perhaps like an ace-x.
26-5.
Yeah, it's just a sick pup, this guy. Just like, you know, I have every deuce, well, I say every deuce-x, but I have a lot more deuce-x from the big blind than you do. Just like a bull in a china shop. The problem is, you play with the ball long enough, sometimes you get the horns. Inhan isn't one to just back down lightly.
Yeah, and obviously Henry pacing this aggression, but having checked back quite a strong hand. We know won't be going anywhere just yet. Z's, of course, has outs to river the best of it. But right now, he has swelled this pot up to 80 million in chips.
It's a very tough river to follow through on. Yeah, he's just going to wave the white flag.
Aziz will be very happy to see that. Pardon me. Inan would be very happy to see that, one imagines. Knowing that it almost certainly means they'll win the pot and face no more tricky decisions in this one. Whoa. Henry.
This kid is sick.
So spicy, just knows he's there.
It's best 20%. I mean, kicker plays, right, against the other 8x, although I don't think much 8x is check raise and flop.
This is ill. Is he trying to induce again? Like, come at me with a double check raise, pal. I'm ready for you. I've got an 8.
Well, he's now got more than 30% of the chips in play. But Liv, with the elimination of Adamo, has secured her career ever best cash to date. Who would have thought it would come in December 2024 on Paradise Island in the Bahamas?
Not me.
A super main event. $3.87 million in total live earnings. The best live cash prior to this run was 1.6. Oh, let's call it 1.7 million.
Just want to reference something Henry was speaking about a moment ago about Aziz. About him getting to this tournament for free. I do have it on authority. We'll come back to that in a second as Chris is going to jam, or effectively jam, his stack from the cutoff here with King 9 of Hearts.
Nice little pick up there.
And gets it through. Yeah, but Aziz, he won an online day one ticket through a continental free roll promotion on GG Poker. So just a pure in for nothing, rags to riches free roll story.
Continental free roll. I think that was during the WSOP online, right? I was grinding some of the bracelet events online, and they were doing these ticket giveaways. Like if you played a bracelet event, depending on where the winner was from, like what continent they were from, they were then doing free rolls for people that were from the same continent. Most of the time they were just flip and goes where, you know, you would just be all in blind and you wouldn't even know, and you'd log in the next day and you would have like more money in your account, or you'd have a ticket. And a lot of the tickets, if I'm not mistaken, were like $250. Some of them were like $2.5K satellite tickets into the 25K packages. So that's pretty sick.
So his potential path here was born out of someone else from the continent winning a bracelet, perhaps.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Someone else from the continent, yeah.
Love thy neighbour. He's Jack Deuce.
Inan really loves this King Queen of Hearts. So
he just makes Broadway. It's a good move to have. In before the heart free roll again.
On the turn.
He likes that one. Broadway with hearts. Done it twice before. Will we get that far? Muster does have backdoor spades and a cut shot to Broadway himself. One feels like it would be enough to continue, especially against this man.
I wonder if the bucket hat goes into retirement after this FT, or if it's just something that he brings out for the next year of tournaments. Cannon with an interesting one, but blind v blind. Backdoor spades. Gut shot, never going anywhere. King high could also just be the best hand in a limped pot.
No, Inan's going to have to make do with just the nuts this time on the turn. What must be going through his mind? He has been so aggressive and has the goods once more against another big stack.
I think we just go big here after getting called. Really just want to build the pot as big as possible. Unblocking pairs, unblocking clubs. Yeah, hits him with the overbet.
Yeah.
Chris and Liv very short. The other three all over the 200 million chip mark. Somewhat of a waiting game between the two of them.
Yeah, they're definitely going to feel the pinch once the blinds go up.
Yep, that blind increase only a couple of minutes away by my reckoning.
Wow, threes hitting the mark. So Aziz just looking at the big blind stack.
Yeah. Maybe just happy for one of these two to do the business for him.
Oh, it won't be Inan. I'm not sure if Chris is going to defend this one. I mean, he does have more chips than Liv.
Yeah, she's in the big blind next hand as well. Is this a spot where, if you were in Musta's shoes, you might, though, just size up that little bit more to dissuade Chris
That
from some
they
of the
cheer
medium
for?
strength hands?
That they cheer for? Winning the blind.
Apparently not. I mean, maybe he doesn't need to.
No.
One blind at a time.
Ah, there's Ali hanging around a table where someone's going to win $6 million. No surprise.
Surprise, surprise.
So
probably going to tell him to short Tesla right at the right as it's about to go on a bull run.
Here we go then, Henry. Not that we really want to see it,
All right, let's
because
go.
we want this to carry on for as long as possible. But blinds are going up 3-6 with the 6 ante, and Liv the first to feel the pinch.
Oh, shit. That's a warning.
Oh, someone's got a good hand.
What's going on there? We got to evacuate.
There's hand on it. He didn't. Oh,
If you are short, yeah.
I'm short. Okay.
2,000.
Yeah, Inan just dropping it in on them.
I think one more there, no?
Yeah, my
Chris
hand.
giggling to himself. He looks down at 7 deuce.
Okay.
At least it's an easy decision.
So then one more here. Wait, can you just? I haven't. Okay. So what happened? He shoved. I'm just not getting any decisions. Can you just check the pot's correct, though? Just because that was all very confusing. Okay. Okay.
Papa.
So blinds have gone up. Liv's just been through the big blind. She's got 6 bigs back.
I need to learn Chinese.
Welcome to China. Let's go, China.
I don't know. Ni hao, she, pa, the number 8.
Let's go, China.
Listen, you spend enough time out grinding the Macau games.
Yeah.
You learn a thing or two. Oh, this is going in. Okay,
we
spin
go.
the wheel.
Chris with the jam.
This is huge as well if he can get this through.
Oh my word. Liv finds ace-10 in the small. She said all I've had is easy decisions. Well, one feels this one falls into that camp as well, but the other way. Great chance to potentially double up, but also take
Look at
it
your
from
cards
the
yet?
other short stack. He wants a
on.
read of what's to wait behind.
It's a big one.
Is the one behind you purple or green? I mean the stick behind. Behind 4 purples.
Chris dominated, but he has the dominating stack. It is Liv Brewery at risk.
The one,
Oh.
yeah.
It's the.
With 5
gray.
left
Yeah,
in
you're allowed
this,
to comment. 2 gray.
the super main event.
Gray. How much do I have behind? I jam 11 on button. A7, A7.
Chris
I have
himself.
A7.
3亿
Being without decision for the most part of this final table, his rail
对，3个差不多。
flocking
我们3个差不多。
to the stage.
Ah, it's still covered. It's not worried.
Henry, if she wins this event, I'm adopting that pose in every all-in.
Seems to have been working out for her so far.
Queen 9 deuce. No heart on board. That is all she could
So
really ask
wild.
for. I love this energy.
No 7, but 7 is German number. Oh, close.
Only a 7 will eliminate Puri. Otherwise, she will double up, and it will be Chris working with just 5 blinds.
Surely not.
I can feel it.
Not like this.
Oh.
No, Henry.
close, man.
It
Win,
won't be
win.
like this.
Come on.
She gets the double up.
Uh-huh. Perfect, thank you.
How many days ago did she tell you it just felt like it was her tournament?
She said
2 days ago
the
now?
tournament just wants me to win it.
That's pretty strong. I mean, there was, what, 290 something players left when she said that?
Day
Oh,
2, I think she said this on.
You switch.
Early day 2 as well.
You switch the stacks. Huh? You switch the stacks. No, she had more, I think. Maybe. Yeah, very close. You make the 6. Then.
Liv far removed from her days playing poker professionally.
The Phoenix.
Yeah, you're right.
A mere dabbler in this day and age. Alright then, that's how things stand. Chris now the shoulders, as mentioned, with just 5 blinds. Liv with that double up, still so far away from the big 3. They are playing their own game as they watch the 2 shorties do their thing. One thing we know, Henry, that 5 won't last like that for long. There's going to be movement.
Yeah, there's, what, 170 bigs in play?
Yeah, and there's 2.1 million in play. That's the on-tap payout here. 5th place will pick that up. But look at those jumps. We are getting meaty.
Is Liv, am I right in saying this? I know I'll quickly get proven
Oh, no, I
right
got- I
or
got one.
corrected.
All good, thank you.
Liv has now secured the largest ever cash by a female poker player.
No more.
Oh, you might be right. I believe that belonged to Annette Oberstrad. Is that right?
Yeah, I think Liv now
Pardon?
owns that title. 2.1 locked up.
Yeah, Annette, of course.
Oh, wow. Wins just all in next hand.
Oh, here we go. All in and right up against it with Musta. Calling with 2 queens.
Yeah, after Jack 10 against Puck Queen.
Wow. It really hasn't gone his
Jack
way.
10, not German numbers. What is this? What? 8-7?
Good luck, chaps. To get us four-handed, Canet just needs to hold.
Came into the final table 2nd in chips. Now needs to find an 8.
It's always sweaty, man. I mean, how do you get queens in against Jack 10? You get that flop.
It's a cliche, Henry, but it's never easy. Muster needs to find an 8 to take us down to the final 4, to secure everyone a $700,000 pay jump, and to end this man's dream. And that is the case here on the King of Clubs River. Back-to-back all-ins lost for Chris.
Very nice playing with you.
He will end this run here.
Love to see the handshakes all around, and a big bright smile on Chris Wynn's face, ecstatic with this $2.1 million cash for a 5th place run. It's a decent sized duffel bag to, you know, take the 2.1 million back to the cash game streets.
It's heavy. 2.1. Try and carry that sort of money. It's, yeah. You can pull a muscle.
Very solid cash game grinder. Great to see him with a breakout score in a tournament.
Very much a bad day for Chris at this table, in the sense that he never really got things going. As I mentioned, came in 2nd in chips, just behind Adamo, but at least he did outlast the Aussie, those two finishing in 6th and 5th. And Henry, as you mentioned before that, Liv had surpassed the number set by Annette by just a few thousand, but of course with that ladder now guaranteed 2.8, far surpassing that mark that Annette hit, winning the World Series of Poker Europe back in London many moons ago. That one was good for, what, £1 million. At the time, the dollar was 2 to 1. So yeah, that record stood since 2007.
Historic moment, eh?
Is life real,
How many
Liv?
chips are in play?
Is life real?
320, I think.
320?
Yeah.
No, it must be more than that. No, it must be more than
I
that.
think a little bit more than 320. I think
940.
Inan's got more than that.
Inan's saying he's got 320.
There we go. Maybe he's just,
Come
he
on,
thinks it's
guys.
over already.
Come on. 1978 times 500k. Let's just call it a
There's some
billy.
discrepancy. Some players didn't turn up for their day 3. They just chilled out. They said, I've done my business,
Started
give me my
having about
50k, I'm out. But yeah, we're looking at a billy. Let's call it a billy, Henry.
Which you're saying the chips weren't in play for the people that didn't show up?
Yeah, pull the chips out of play. Inan going to jam it in on Liv Barree's blind. Her hand's somewhat freed now. Can just kind of play the merits of her hand. So unlikely the other 3 were to get it in against each other. Well, Henry, of course, we did lose Chris a moment ago, and Jeff is going to grab a word with him.
Well, Chris, we don't see you too often in the tournament scene. How pleased are you with the way you played throughout the course of this week?
I think I played fine. I think there's always lots to learn, but I think I'm quite happy with how it's going.
Does this motivate you? Does it inspire you at all to play more of these big stakes tournaments?
Yeah, I have been playing a bit in the past, but there's not many options with cash as well right now. Like, can't play much high stakes cash right now, so probably going to be more in the tournament series, going to some stops probably.
That's great to hear. Congratulations on a
Thanks.
great run. Appreciate the time. Chris Winner, 5th place finisher. Guess.
Thank you, Jeff. And GG's Chris. What a score. $2.1 million for a man who was still getting his feet wet in the tournament streets.
Someone who wasn't getting his feet wet was Phil Hellmuth, as he was on the
Oh,
hunt
yeah.
for his 18th bracelet, but unfortunately out in 8th for 130k in that 10k GG millions.
Who's leading that one then, Henry? Give us a little bit of backstory.
It's Johannes Strava,
Oh,
chip leader over there. Got some European crushers, Arthur Conan, Rui Ferreira also in the mix.
first prize in that one, alongside the bracelet, would be
800k, my man.
Ooh, there's a series saver.
That really is a series saver. Yeah, 800,000 for first. My boy Matt Belcher is heads up for a bracelet in the Super Saver against Pablo Silva. 35 big blinds apiece. Shout out to GG, by the way. I mean, $1 million invitational Super Saver.
Yeah.
200k up top. That's strong.
In the cutoff, we know he'll be playing this one. And really the complexion now vastly changed. As I mentioned, Liv gets to play freely. These three to kind of readjust strategies a little bit. Right now, Inan, the perceived daddy of proceedings. Obviously, we've seen him make a lot of hands, but certainly has had his foot to the gas the most part. Although Muster did punish him not long ago, and maybe about to get some medicine back his way, as he has flopped top pair, but Inan with the better kicker.
Did you just call Inan daddy?
I did call him daddy, yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll just let that one disappear into the ether, you know.
No, I'm happy to live by it.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. He's been very aggressive, and perhaps it's that aggression that is going to get him paid here across flop, turn, and river.
Yeah, a lot of runouts. You'll see 3 streets here.
It certainly is a 3-street hand as well. Kicker is very relevant. 4-handed. Ooh. Okay. That's
we both move back on our seats.
Yeah, that's one of the cards that perhaps doesn't lead to a big pot being played, unless the Jack of Spades rolls off, of course.
May he still look for value here? He has been high progressive and has sought it in many spots. Goes once again here. Recognizing Henry. 10s might still find it hard to fold. Kings certainly will.
It's definitely a turn card that Canet would expect Yunnan to continue barreling on as well. So he's never going to fold, especially with the nut flush draw. 81 million in the middle. As Aziz and Liv just get to watch on as these two play a sizable pot.
Oh, then rubrics. The turn bet, understandable, Henry, but Ian, if you were to bet here, is there not a risk that he's betting into some of those ace-x hands that check called flop?
I mean, if we play poker through the lens of being concerned with monsters under the bed, we're not going to get value, but there you go.
Henry, this man is the monster under the bed.
Well, he's checked it back.
Yeah, recognises there that was a very unfortunate turn card. Could have won a much bigger pot on a cleaner run out.
Could have been worse. Yeah.
Could have been worse indeed.
River. Yeah. The Jack of Spades, the only one I win money.
Could have been a worse turn.
Yeah. It's okay.
Are you that guy at the table as well, James? When someone could have got more value out of you and you're just like, well, I lost the minimum.
You got to look at the upsides, Henry. You've got to find the win where you can. 1 point for Liv Brie. How does she do it? Take this long out of the game, rock back up, and then just get a monster score. It's not fair, Henry. It's not fair.
She's still in it as well, I mean.
Poker Holiday, down here. Guaranteed 2.8 with a shot at 6. An absolute glory.
Ilan's pulling away with it a bit. He's up to 375 million now. That's what, close to 40% of the chips in play.
Yeah, and gestures to take a flop. Ace King 5, Muster. Second pair. 6 of hearts is working in his favour. Henry, I'm just keeping an eye on YouTube as we watch this one play out, one assumes will be no contest. The sheer number of people tuning into this, understandably so, one of the biggest events of the year, of the World Series of Poker Super Main Event Final Table. But I would like just a little bit of help from those of you watching, and we are talking the tens of thousands. Please, please take a moment, whack that like button. And if you are enjoying this content a lot and would like to see future events, then please press subscribe. It helps us no end and it costs you nothing. The better this channel does, pardon me, the more likely you are to get more content like this on it. Obviously a real step up in production here. This incredible stage that's been erected here at the Atlantis has allowed us to not just cover one table, Henry, not just 2 tables, but at times 3 tables worth of action as we've worked our way down to this final table.
Yeah, it's been an incredible series, kicking off with Argentina's Alejandro Lococo winning 12 million.
Oh, what a storyline that was.
Foxen then winning the 100k main for 3.85 million in his 3rd bracelet.
With one of the best calls you'll see under pressure, calling down against João Vieira in that one. That one will live long in the memory.
I mean, that hand, rightly so, went viral. How do you feel as well when you're in João Vieira's shoes and you just get called down like that for the bracelet and 3.85 million? And then, yeah, now this one as well. I think we've grown by like 10,000 subscribers over the last 12 days, so really do appreciate the support. People appreciating
not waiting for
the free content.
I know. Like.
Okay,
yeah, exactly that.
21 chips.
This costs you nothing.
Ooh.
And he's just...
he put 21 chip stacks.
Yeah. Oh, illegal.
Yeah, he's been...
So some more.
Oh. Love that.
I don't know what the opposite of when it rains is, but it's that right there, Henry. He's got even more chips than he thought. Musta, what a turnaround it's been for him. Just a few levels ago, it was down to 15 million chips. Looked likely to be busting out in 11th. Now finds himself here. Right in the mix with 4 left. Although, the road to victory must go through this man on his left.
36.
And there's going to be a lot of this.
Wow. I'm breathless at this point. This guy just never passes up on a spot. Anytime Musti just tries to get one through, Inan's there saying, no, mate, you play your cards right, you get to heads up. That's hilarious.
Just relentless.
414 of the 980 million chips in play.
There it is, 44% of the chips in play.
Wow, that's strong.
70 blinds.
How many purple sticks?
Look.
Frisky OG in the chat saying, I'll hit like,
120,
but I'm not subbing.
Okay.
We'll take it.
That's fine. I understand.
That's an okay compromise, mate.
Look. Normally, Henry, you know me. I'm very reserved in asking for the subs. I'll occasionally ask for the likes. That's okay if you don't want to sub. That's fine. You might miss out on some poker, but that's on you. But the like. Come on, guys. That's easy to give.
Means James gets to keep his job. Everyone guaranteed 2.8 million. Next pay jump worth 800,000. Live on a short stack. Inan is just having the absolute time of his life out there. Man, Liv might take this spot, you know. She's got 9 bigs on the button. There's the 12 already in there, plus the blinds and the big blind ante.
It's a scary one, but yeah, no more sort of handcuff in terms of a fellow short stack, and knowing that Inan is highly capable of opening light here, but she does let that one go, the A6-0.
Spidey senses said no.
There we go.
I had the opposite.
You had, what do you mean you had the opposite? The opposite
I
is...
think he was raise folding.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This was my feeling.
Well, the beauty is we always get to find out.
Yeah.
4-1-7 behind.
Maybe we'll find out, Henry. Beaming this to you guys on around a 45-minute delay here today. Leaving the cutoff. A suited king.
God, I wish I could remember short stacked ranges.
It's been that long, eh, Liv?
I feel like maybe something I would have brushed up on this morning or last night.
That's a great point, actually. Yeah.
I did bump
She's
in.
had 4 days.
I did bump into Liv last night.
I mean,
I,
I'm still in the tournament, Daniel.
Go, both of you. Go get him. And the other two guys. All the best. You've all made the lead. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever happens here. Right?
Yeah, whatever happened, it happened.
Get him.
Thank you.
Do the thing. You got sweaters. You got filbers.
All these weirdos 50-year-old men going around with a camera speaking like that. We live strange times, we don't? Don't we?
We do live in strange times, that's for sure.
How old are you? No, I'm 33. 33? Yeah. Would have imagined seeing Daniel Negreanu like this 15
I asked
years ago?
his age.
You can guess how old is me.
42.
I would say you are 30.
No, he's 27. 27?
24.
24?
24 years old.
Okay,
Running a
I'm
rush shot over a table
older
with
than-
6 million up top.
I would
No,
say like
Spain.
31 or 32.
Oh, Henry, the confidence of youth.
24 years old, eh?
You
That's
just
strong.
celebrated a big birthday, didn't you?
The big 3-0.
You left a decade behind.
Passport. You play
Passport control. Flashes the ace.
with what? Ace? I love ace. Yeah. I love it.
And you, how old do you think
I love
am?
king. I love.
How old do you think I am?
No, you're younger.
28.
You see? I knew. How old do you think Liv is?
Oh, jeez.
No, she's like 40.
No,
Spot on.
come on. What the
Spot
fuck?
on. Good job.
You're supposed to say, bro, I teach you something. If you think a girl is 40, okay, you say
Take off.
33.
Take off like.
Take 7 years.
Take off like 30%.
Yeah.
Because I knew it.
I know. I know. No, and you're honest. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's honest.
There's nothing wrong with
You've
being
been playing with
40.
him poker for like
Yeah.
a week. This guy, you call him honest?
I was going to say, Liv was taking poor
Sorry,
Puggle Thomas
love the
down
first hand, yeah,
15
exactly.
years ago. She has to be of a certain age.
What?
He's left with the best hand, yeah.
210. Around that. 220. Something.
Brincao.
Very close
What's
to
the
you.
word? Brincao.
Brincalhão.
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 Brincadeira, brincadeira.
Brincalhão.
Que brincalhão?
In an opening, the 10-4 is as out of line as it gets.
Well, it's just Liv down to 6 now in the small.
I love Canet. He's so Italian. They're so flirty. Just immediately teaching us this. Bro, if you think a lady's 40, you knock 7, 8 years off. You tell her, well, I think 32, 33.
You play a lot.
Do we?
Me?
What's you?
Sorry, I cannot tell in the TV.
Yeah, of course. Don't mind.
Because the name is about politics in China.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
After off cameras, you tell me.
I can tell you. I can tell you.
Yeah. After the tournament.
No, just break. I can tell you. But I
Sorry,
think
what was
you
the question?
Play a lot of
Online
tables,
screen
maybe
names.
you cannot have some memory on me.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah, because you can see the notes on the app. Notes on the app.
Yeah, yeah.
I have some of you.
Oh, nice. I hope it's good.
Master Blaster is Inan's note on Aziz.
Yeah.
That's it.
Does not pot control.
That is it. Do not fold.
I think those notes go both ways, Henry.
Oh, 100%.
This is warrior meeting warrior. Muster. Gonna look to play this one with King Jack. Again, not particularly keen about playing pots just at this moment, but King Jack certainly a good enough hand. And once more he flops top pair up against this character, but this time, Henry, the King Jack is good.
Man, these two, it's interesting because Inan firstly disposed of Adamo. The 250 million that Adamo had. Just made quick work of it in the span of a couple of orbits. And recently he's been getting the best of Canet. Here we can obviously see Canet is way out in front, but Inan still comes out firing on a very dry and disconnected King 8-3.
Right, last time we had this action, an ace rolled off on the turn. This time, far more palatable thought for Mustard to see.
I think against check call on a board like this, Inan just wants to take his showdown.
Rainbow completed on the turn. And as you suggested, he does knuckle back. Well, deuce on the end. May as well throw that card on the floor. Options?
For Canet, for sure. Value and sizable value as well. I think something north of half pot. Looks like he's going smaller.
Is this 18? One of those. Come at me. Try and bluff me, bro.
Don't think so. This is very blocky. It's never folding.
Yeah.
Perhaps he does induce against Inan, but Inan just has... Oh my word.
Yeah, this is what I wanted if he was just trying to lay this trap. But we've seen Inan do this before. Yeah. Multiple times we've seen him reach for chips and perhaps try and get a live read.
Exact. 200 million.
200 and...
Even.
Oh.
What part
That's
of China are you from? Oh, thank you.
Very crucial pickup.
I appreciate that.
Doesn't want to let Inan just
province
completely
called
run away
Fujian.
with this one.
Taiwan is here. Taiwan.
Taiwan.
Fujian is here. Across sea.
See? Ah, is it island? No.
No, no, no. In the southeast of China, mainland.
Live 2 4s.
Spin the wheel. So he's going to be in the blind
Blinds.
next hand. There we go. Good luck, Liv.
Oh.
38.
I missed that.
Seems likely, Henry, that Aziz will want to take this spot.
Yeah, especially given the fact that Liv's going to be in the big blind next hand. She's going to have to put in, what, a third of her stack. So it's going to be wider. That 4's ace-8 is going to be performing really well against their range, I think. So
How much is the bet?
makes the call. Wow, Inan's
And
got
he-
7s.
He has advanced chips forward.
And I think Inan's play here is to just call.
Right. They all benefit from losing Liv at this stage, right? It's not like he's that far ahead of the other two.
Agreed.
There must be benefit in trying to secure an $800,000 pay jump. But no. He's happy just to get out of the way. And what a dream scenario for Liv Barry that is, Henry. She got the better pair to fold and the overcards to call. Now just needs to hold.
Door.
I am very
Yeah.
surprised by
You
that.
know?
Very surprised by that fold.
Yeah, it seemed to me the sevens would realize equity a high percentage of the time.
They've
Unlikely
won.
to get bluffed, but here we go then. Liv Boeree once more all in and once more finds a safe board.
Man, she gets the ace-8 to call and the sevens to fold, and she's 2 away from doubling up. I mean,
normal pose.
High red card. Oh,
Oh, I was about to say she left the normal pose, Henry. And an ace falls. 4 in the door was a request to start the hand. Now needs a 4 on the river.
Good game.
Well done, everybody. Nice playing with you.
Was nice meeting you.
But it is not going to be the case. And as you correctly
Good luck. Thank you.
said earlier, Henry, Liv Boeree, with that $2.8 million, sets a new high watermark in terms of largest cash by a female. Another accolade for her to take. And wow, what a return to poker. $2.8 million. A mastery in laddering up on this final table. Aziz with the knockout. Down to 3.
What an incredible run from Liv. 4th place, 2.8 million, standing ovation, a round of applause.
Yeah.
I mean,
Shall I put my, yeah.
Looks like Jeff is going to be on her case momentarily. But yeah, what a run just at this final table, Henry. I think she said she won 1 hand, and I can't argue with that. 2 hands. In fact, there we go. It was a double blow on Chris, but she turned the 750 guaranteed payout into 2.8 million by winning 2 hands, finishing 4th here. That is how you get things done, and that's how things now stand. Yinan with the lead, but the texture has completely changed. It is now a relatively deep stacked affair, 3-handed. But the stacks do run pretty close.
some people were calling for this 3-handed battle. Aziz, Kenit, Yinan.
Yeah, it's going to be intriguing. Certainly 3 differing styles, although all 3, you would argue, err on the aggressive side.
Oh, this could be over in a heartbeat. I mean, there's a 50 big blind average, but that really just means nothing with these 3. I would say Canet's made some fantastic adjustments, but the other 2 seem to be very willing to play big pots still.
Yeah, as I mentioned, 3.6 the current payout. Next ladder is a cool $1 million. Yinan coming up barring. 10-7-3, what is going on, Henry? First hand of 3-handed play. The 5 of clubs working. The jack perhaps blocking some potential straights on later streets. Could rep those.
I mean, you're stretching, James. You're trying to figure something out. Maybe we're just going back to 2011 styled WSOP, and it's just, I don't believe him.
Put me in, coach.
Yeah, I don't believe him. I call.
You want your 2010 solver? I'm right here.
Certainly had plenty of that so far at this final table. Wow, what a second.
What is going on?
He just turns a double gut shot. He's like, okay, over bet time. Good luck calling me down with a 3 or a 7.
All right. Aziz, of course, didn't raise over the limp. He removes some of the strongest ace-X. Well, obviously we just lost Liv, I believe. Jeff is now going to have a word with her.
Well, Liv, what a run, what a ride. How do you sum up what this last week was like for you?
It was just the dream. Just the most fun. You know, when I retired from poker a few years ago, I had kind of honestly fallen out of love with the game because I'd like fallen into this like weird, almost like stagnant trap where I had stopped being imaginative and trying new stuff and just was burnt out. And, you know, having now taken that time off or something, I don't know, I feel like I can just see it with fresh eyes. And it's like, maybe it's just because of the evolution of the game, but I felt like there was a period of time during the sort of mid 2010s where it was like, these are the GTO solutions and you must follow this, you must shut, you know, with 17 big blinds and Jack 10 suited, you must play it exactly this way and so on. And whatever's happened in poker, it feels like that's changed. People are back to doing like kind of these old school street plays, like defending big blind on seven bigs, or putting, you know, like these things that the fish, pardon the word, but the fish used to do, that the pros would mock them for. Turns out they were actually kind of right in a lot of these things, because you want there's just these, and also there's just like more space for actually like doing field plays and reading people and just like feeling into the vibes that I think the sort of the pure GTO era kind of killed off a bit. But I don't know, whatever's happened, it feels like the game has that old, it's like got the best of both worlds now. And it's just, so I don't know, this was so much fun.
Because of that new appreciation of the game, does it inspire you to get back into it a little bit more? Are we going to see you more than twice a year or so?
I don't know. I think probably not. Like, my focus is growing this win-win movement thing that I want to do, I need to do. It's going to be more than just the podcast. It's, you know, like, so many of the world's problems are caused by game theory gone wrong. These, like, screwed up incentives that make it hard for people to coordinate and collaborate. And everyone's sort of stuck playing these rivalrous dynamics in, you know, whatever these businesses, or, like, everyone's trying to cut corners and, like, polluting whenever they can just because, like, they're trying to maximize shareholder value. And most of these problems that we're facing are because of these misaligned incentives, and win-win is basically the pursuit of figuring out how we can design our systems better so that it's truly like an omni-win, whatever it is we do. And like poker is, you know, people are like, oh, that's a zero-sum game, why do you want to play that? I was like, well, yes, in the strictest sense, in its little, you know, confined universe, poker is a win-lose game, but there are all these externalities because it's connected to the wider universe, right? So, like, people come and play because they love it. They have a good time. Now, don't get me wrong, there are people who probably have bad times with poker as well. But overall, the game like makes people smarter. It's very social, brings people together, and it's also a really healthy way to get like. We're competitive creatures at heart, right? Humans, and poker is such a healthy way of funneling that competition. In a way where, like, I don't know, I feel like if people played a bit more games, there'd be a little bit less war. This is sounding like a Miss World speech at this point, so I'm going to shut up. But yeah, anyway, so I'm going to be doing win-win. I'm going all in on that. And so if it means I get to play some more poker, I certainly will. But it's all about the win-win.
Well, we look forward to you growing win-win in that arena, and we appreciated having you in this arena once again. Congratulations on a great run. Thank you for the time. Liv Burry, our fourth place finisher, guess.
Unbelievable, Jeff.
That was a pretty cool interview. I mean, just going to ride off into the sunset. 2.8 million. Maybe comes back in 4 years' time, wins another couple of million.
Yeah, sounds like a great movement. Who could argue with win-win, Henry?
Win-win. Best of luck to her, obviously, on those endeavors.
And yeah, nice to see the recognition that, of course, this being a zero-sum game in its rawest sense, the poker still can bring so much benefit to people. People just enjoy playing poker, Henry. I enjoy playing poker. It's so much fun.
Yeah, but James, in order for you to win, someone else has to lose, yeah?
Even when I lose, I enjoy playing poker.
Which is...
I get practice, yes, I get it.
Yeah, most of the time, okay. Listen, same as me on the golf course, all right?
Vamos!
Vamos!
Yeah, we've got the three most emotional
we do
players in terms of upside we've seen so far. There's been some table banging from Muster upon winning pots. We've seen some let's goes at Yinan when he's won pots. And then we got a Brazilian. As a Brazilian never got it quietly.
We need to get like the rowdiest Brazilian rail. Edwin saying, lol, only UK people get it. Unbelievable, Jeff. Shout out, Edwin.
I thought this might be my last chance. And been saving it. I felt bad doing it after Liv made such a poignant comment.
No, it was perfect.
Speech,
Unbelievable, Jeff. Well timed, mate.
Thank you. Days I've had that in my pocket.
Oh, man. It's been a fun couple of weeks, eh?
Certainly has. Final day coverage here. 13 straight days we've been on air here, both across the Triton platform and here.
Yeah, it's been a grind, man, but the storylines have really just capped off 2024. I mean, what a crazy year it's been for poker, and to finish it with this. What's he signing?
Just how many chips he's got.
It's like, boys, I'm winning this.
Yeah, and obviously, Henry, for me, as a huge World Series of Poker fanboy, this is the sort of time of the year where I get really excited, because it's always end of the year or January when the schedule for the World Series of Poker in the summer usually gets released. And you kind of know what it's going to be, but you still start to think about it when you see it on paper. I'm looking forward to that. Now I don't know when it's going to be.
You're going to be grinding the full summer?
Oh, yeah. Try and
man.
keep me away. I'll be there from the end of May to the end of the main event. No, I don't want to cross-book anyone.
Listen, I'm not cross-booking anymore. It's just not worth the stress.
Yeah. A summer in Vegas, I love it. You just get thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people playing this game we love. And mostly in a fun spirit. In the right spirit. Of course, there will be exceptions, but...
It's a long grind, man. I respect you. I respect all of the guys that fly out and they play the full series, 14-hour days, 6 weeks in a row.
They got golf courses in Vegas, Henry.
They do.
There's other things to do.
Got baccarat tables there as well.
Well, I try and stay away from those. I know you now have developed a penchant for the game.
No, I've told you, I'm leaving on a high.
Career winner.
Not many people can say they're a career winner. Cannett's been limping in the small a lot, and he's yet to be punished. Here we go.
Henry.
Love to see the adjustment being correctly made.
You're beginning to speak for Yinan.
Yeah, it's just about time. Like, it felt like this was, I want to say, the third limp from Musti that hadn't been punished. Feels like it was inevitable. Let's see how these guys adjust. I mean, let's not forget, we came back six-handed just an hour and a half ago. It was Adamo kind of ruling the roost. And now we're three-handed, so some significant adjustments do need to be made. I think these guys are just going to feel each other out for a bit.
Yeah, and as a reminder, these three came to the day. Muster with 141 million. He was third in chips. Aziz was fifth in chips with 100. And Yinan Zhou was, what, sixth in chips with just 88 million. So they've come from not the top of the tree to be playing this one for so much money.
That's pretty wild. First and second were out.
Yeah, first and second.
It was Adamo and Win, right?
Yep, first and second out, fourth out. Leaving. Just third, fifth and sixth, battling it out. But Yinan was on 88 million to start the final, Henry. He was near the bottom. I mean, Bonomo was second shortest with 63, so there wasn't much separating them.
think we're going to be here for a while.
Yeah, obviously the six-handed play could have gone differently, 5 and 4-handed if the short stacks had doubled up, but they did not. So
the reason I think we're going to be here for a while is because the incentive to push the other middling top stacks around just isn't there anymore. It was different when Adama was on 5 bigs, when Liv was on 8 bigs, you know, when Win was on 8 bigs. You could really lean into the other middling to top stacks, whereas now there's just no incentive. They're all locked up 3.6 million. They all have similar stacks. I think they're all now respectful of one another's games.
you know, on the button.
Interesting that Inan's open more than Min, and I wonder if this is just an adjustment being made because of how deep they are.
Curious though, when you do make that adjustment, to do it in such a small fashion. Just like a little tickle more.
What's like 15%?
Oh, Muster. Big card, little card. Time to fight back.
Not the biggest of 3 bets. 3.5x, but plenty deep. Think like Queen 9, Queen 10 we call. Queen 8, just let's go of it.
Yeah, really intriguing match we have on our hands now with these 3. Whichever one takes this down will be a worthy winner. But I have to say, personally, from what we've seen so far today, Yinan, as things stand, Henry, a lot of poker still to be played, but Yinan is the one that, to me, that's sort of gone after this the most, has impressed the most.
Vamos.
Man, let's not forget, if Canet ladders one more spot, he becomes #1 on Italy's all-time money list.
Yeah. You think Dario's out there with the voodoo doll right now?
Maybe. It's not been working so far, I'll tell you that much. It's pretty much dead even, right? I mean, Inan's got 358, Canet 332. And this 300 or so?
24.
Oh, here comes another raise over a Mr. Limp.
This time it won't be working, because there's certainly Limp this one to call against the 4x. All quiet on the Western front. Has really got silent out there. There's a lot of banter. 6-handed, 5-handed, 4-handed. I think now the lads are just ready for the grind ahead. Now that the average stack has increased to 50 big blinds, just 2 more eliminations away from winning World Series of Poker bracelet in the first ever Super Main and the 6 million that comes with it.
This flop doesn't seem fair to me.
Why is that, James?
Pair and a flush draw when we were dominated. Just seems too much.
Someone saying in the chat, better to be lucky than good. Agreed.
Best to do both. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. No. Muster. My word, Henry.
Check raising to 43 million, and obviously Inan's not going to be going anywhere. This could be a massive shift in the way that this three-handed battle plays out if Inan takes this pot down, already inflated, separates himself from the likes of Canet.
Yeah, that pair and diamond working won't be going anywhere to this bet, but won't really be relishing that check raise too much.
No, he's not thrilled about it, that's for sure.
But figures one way or another, this hand has a chance. Be it in the 4, be it in the diamond. Oh, well, now turns into a flush.
It is beating some hands now, obviously. Canet turning the straight.
Oh yeah, pardon me, I slipped on that for a moment.
$140 million out there. I think Canet's going to look to just try and get this one to showdown now.
Yeah, it's funny. They both beat quite a few of the legitimate hands from this flop, don't they? The top pairs, non-diamond. We'll see in-hand beating, potentially. Even a hand as strong as a set may have been in there.
Really just expect this to go check. I'd be surprised if Inan opts to bet this, does check through. That's a really interesting bluff card. The two pairs and the sets now boat up. Hands like King 8, King 4, pocket 4s.
But will he feel the need to bluff with a hand as strong as a straight?
I don't think so. The question is whether he feels the need to block rather than go into check the side mode.
Okay.
Yeah, it does. Just check it on over.
What a key pot this is, 140 million. Sitting on the table, I'm having 270 and 297 respectively.
Yeah, look, a couple of those don't go your way, and all of a sudden...
Oh, we saw Bonomo chewed up and spat out by the deck against this man.
Straight.
Straight no good, my friend.
Yeah, somewhat of a slow roll by the deck. The 6 of diamonds must have thought he may have got there. Could have been delivered the victory, but actually, no. This man now up to, what, just short of 440 million chips. Closing in on half the chips in play.
Who have you got, ladies and gents? Who do you think is going to take down the bracelet and the $6 million that comes for first? All eyes would be on this man to slip up. Just bulldozed his way into the chip lead, disposing of Adamo.
Yeah, it's been so impressive. Obviously, fortunate in some spots, of course. You have to be in this game, and in the day, every once in a while, Henry, you have to turn over the winning hand.
See the Brazilians going wild in the chat.
Is there a Brazilian flag in there, any chance?
Always. Love how supportive Brazilians are of their poker community, regardless if it's one of like the more famous Brazilians such as Yuri Zivalevski or Pablo Silva, or if it's one of the lesser known guys just venturing out, you know, for the first time the breakout final table run. Brazilians always show up and support.
Yeah, I was loving the other day, as we see this one develop. Jeff had an interview with Felipe Ramos, who said, you know, the Brazilian government's recently changed the rules around poker, declared it a mind sport. And that's really leading to another boom in that nation when it comes to this game we love.
Limped pot, 2 overs for Aziz. Check in front of him. Just turns top pair. Man, Inan has almost 2x what Aziz has. I didn't even realize how much of a lead he had.
That was a big pot he just picked up a moment ago, calling that Musta check raise, winning at showdown. Checks once more over to Aziz, who has, as Henry pointed out, turned that top pair, but look at this. He's getting a little sneaky. And oh, wow. Yinan, stop doing this. And I'm worried for Aziz, Henry. In that we've seen Aziz go for river raises with value, with far from the nuts.
It depends on the sizing. If Inan comes with like B200, which I expect him to, a decent amount at the time, something like 36 million, then I think Aziz just calls. Yeah, there's the over bet.
Yeah.
Snap call. Man, this guy just gets paid.
That feels sick. He
Let's go, Turner! Hey, not at the table, please. I'm joking, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Up to what, 479 million now? It's half the chips in play, three-handed. Running hot, getting paid when he's got it, getting folds when he's up to no good.
Well, there we go. Look at the bottom there. That tells you what's happening now. The blinds are going to be going up to 4 million and 8 million, which also means we are heading to our second break of the day with Aziz, the shortest, on 24 bigs. Musta has 34, but look at that. Yinan up to 480 million chips, Henry.
Yeah, but look, hour-long clock. Momentum certainly been going his way, but Mustafa Kanat and Aziz are very tough competitors. So not going to be sat here thinking that he's won it yet. I think there's plenty of time for the other guys to get back into this one.
There certainly is, and of course we started this day with 9. First break we were down to 6. Second break we're down to 3. I'm going to be stepping aside. We're bringing in Randy, and when we return from this approximately 10-minute break, we'll have more of this, the Super Main.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
Right or corrected. Liv has now secured the largest ever cash by a female poker player.
You might be right. I believe that belonged to Annette Oberstrad. Is that right?
Yeah, I think Liv now owns that title. 2.1 locked up.
Yeah, Annette, of course.
Oh, wow. Wins just all in next hand.
Oh, here we go. All in and right up against it with Musta. Calling with 2 queens.
Yeah, Jack 10 against Pot Queen.
Wow. It really hasn't gone his
Jack
way.
10, not German numbers. What is this with? 8-7?
Good luck, chaps. To get us four-handed, Canet just needs to hold.
Came into the final table second in chips. Now needs to find an 8.
It's always sweaty, man. I mean, how do you get queens in against Jack 10? You get that flop.
It's a cliche, Henry, but it's never easy. Musta needs to find an 8 to take us down to the final 4, to secure everyone a $700,000 pay jump, and to end this man's dream. And that is the case here on the King of Clubs River. Back-to-back all-ins lost for Chris.
Very nice play, Monsieur.
He will end this run here.
Love to see the handshakes all around, and a big bright smile on Chris Wynn's face, ecstatic with this $2.1 million cash for a 5th place run. It's a decent sized duffel bag to, you know, take the 2.1 million back to the cash game streets.
It's heavy. 2.1. Try and carry that sort of money. It's, yeah. You can pull a muscle.
Very solid cash game grinder. Great to see him with a breakout score.
Yeah, but
of course, we don't see you too often in the tournament scene. How pleased are you with the way you played throughout the course of this week?
I think I played fine. I think there's always lots to learn, but I think I'm quite happy with how it's going.
Does this motivate you? Does it inspire you at all to play more of these big stakes tournaments?
Yeah, I have been playing a bit in the past, but there's not many options with cash as well right now. Like, can't play much high stakes cash right now, so probably going to be more in the tournament series, going to some stops probably.
That's great to hear. Congratulations on a great run. Appreciate the time. Chris Winner, 5th place finisher. Guess.
Live 2 4s.
Spin the wheel. So he's going to be in the blind next hand. There we go. Good luck, Liv.
Oh.
38. I missed that.
Seems likely, Henry, that Aziz will want to take this spot.
Yeah, especially given the fact that Liv's going to be in the big blind next hand. She's going to have to put in, what, a third of her stack. So it's going to be wider that 4's ace-8 is going to be performing really well against their range, I think. So
How much is the bet?
Makes the call. Wow, Inan's got 7s.
He has advanced chips forward.
And I think Inan's play here is to just call.
Right. They all benefit from losing Liv at this stage, right? It's not like he's that far ahead of the other two.
Agreed.
There must be benefit in trying to secure an $800,000 pay jump. But no. He's happy just to get out of the way. And what a dream scenario for Liv Boeree that is, Henry. She got the better pair to fold and the overcards to call. Now just needs to hold.
I am very surprised by that. Very surprised by that fold.
Yeah, it seemed to me the 7s would realize equity a high percentage of the time. Unlikely to get bluffed. But here we go then. Liv Boeree once more all in and once more finds a safe board.
Man, she gets the ace-8 to call and the 7s to fold, and she's 2 away from doubling up. I mean,
normal pose. Oh, I was about to say she left the normal pose, Henry. And an ace falls. 4 on the door was a request to start the hand. Now needs a 4 on the river.
Good game.
Well done, everybody. Nice playing with you.
Was nice meeting you.
But it is not going to be the case. And as you correctly
Good luck. Thank you.
said earlier, Henry, Liv Barry, with that $2.8 million, sets a new high watermark in terms of largest cash by a female. Another accolade for her to take. And wow, what a return to poker. $2.8 million. A mastery in laddering up on this final table. Aziz with the knockout. Down to 3.
What an incredible run from Liv. 4th place, 2.8 million, standing ovation, a round of applause.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's like
What a run, what a ride. How do you sum up what this last week was like for you?
It was just the dream. Just the most fun. You know, when I retired from poker a few years ago, I'd kind of honestly fallen out of love with the game because I'd like fallen into this like weird, almost like stagnant trap where I had stopped being imaginative and trying new stuff and just was burnt out. And, you know, having now taken that time off or something, I don't know, I feel like I can just see it with fresh eyes. And it's like, maybe it's just because of the evolution of the game, but it felt like there was a period of time during the sort of mid-2010s where it was like, these are the GTO solutions, and you must follow this. You must shut, you know, with 17 big blinds and Jack 10 suited, you must play it exactly this way, and so on. And whatever's happened in poker, it feels like that's changed. People are back to doing like kind of these old school street plays, like defending big blind on 7 bigs, or putting, you know, like these things that the fish, pardon the word, but the fish used to do that the pros would mock them for. Turns out they were actually kind of right in a lot of these things, because you want there's just these, and also there's just like more space for actually like doing field plays and reading people and just like feeling into the vibes that I think the sort of the pure GTO era kind of killed off a bit. But I don't know, whatever's happened, it feels like the game has that old, it's like got the best of both worlds now. And it's just, so I don't know, this was so much fun.
Because of that new appreciation of the game, does it inspire you to get back into it a little bit more? Are we going to see you more than twice a year or so?
I don't know. I think probably not. Like, my focus is growing this win-win movement thing that I want to do, I need to do. It's going to be more than just the podcast. It's, you know, like, so many of the world's problems are caused by game theory gone wrong. These, like, screwed up incentives that make it hard for people to coordinate and collaborate. And everyone's sort of stuck playing these rivalrous dynamics in, you know, whatever these businesses, or like everyone's trying to cut corners and like polluting whenever they can just because like they're trying to maximize shareholder value. And most of these problems that we're facing are because of these misaligned incentives. And win-win is basically the pursuit of figuring out how we can design our systems better so that it's truly like an omni-win, whatever it is we do. And like poker is, you know, people are like, oh, that's a zero-sum game. Why do you want to play that? I was like, well, yes, in the strictest sense, in its little, you know, confined universe, poker is a win-lose game, but there are all these externalities because it's connected to the wider universe, right? So like, people come and play because they love it. They have a good time. Now, don't get me wrong, there are people who probably have bad times with poker as well. But overall, the game like makes people smarter. It's very social, brings people together, and it's also a really healthy way to get like. We're competitive creatures at heart, right? Humans, and poker is such a healthy way of funneling that competition in a way where, like, I don't know, I feel like if people played a bit more games, there'd be a little bit less war. This is sounding like a Miss World speech at this point, so I'm going to shut up. But yeah, anyway, so I'm going to be doing win-win. I'm going all in on that. And so if it means I get to play some more poker, I certainly will. But it's all about the win-win.
Well, we look forward to you growing win-win in that arena, and we appreciated having you in this arena once again. Congratulations on a great run. Thank you for the time. Liv Burry, our 4th place finisher, guest.
Unbelievable, Jeff.
Well, 3 players remain here in the $50 million guaranteed Super Main, live from the Atlantis in the Bahamas. Randy, firstly, a $50 million guarantee, unheard of, largest ever 25K, well, largest ever tournament guarantee in the history of the game. But the fact that we're now 3-handed, 3.6 million locked up after what has been a roller coaster of the first 2 frames, to go from 9 to 3-handed, I have to ask you, coming in here, did you expect us to be this short-handed already, or were you expecting, maybe 5 or 6 players left?
You already know the answer. There's no way I expected to be 3 players remaining, but that's where we're at. Players were going for it. Big stacks crumbled. Like Adama already out of the tournament. So we've got 3 very fierce competitors with a lot of blinds. It could even go very quickly, but it could go slow if they want to maybe slow things down. Not that the payouts are very big at this point.
Yeah, I mean, people were predicting that we'd be over by level 5, which is the level that we're about to enter. But I think that was based off of a runaway chip lead from Adama, who came in as chip leader, ended up going out in 6th, which is, for him, one of those ones that perhaps he's going to look back on, and it's going to sting for a while. He's looking for his 5th bracelet, looking for the $6 million that came with it. But then 2nd in chips as well. Chris Wynn to come in 2nd, out in 5th for 2.1 million. A couple of bittersweet runs there for them. But the 3 players that remain, I mean, nothing bittersweet about locking up the 3.6 million that they have. And I think all eyes have really been on the man from China, Inan, who just seems to have been willing to not only play big pots. I mean, he was in position on Adamo. He was really getting after it, flat calling when Adamo was opening, willing to take it to the streets, played some big pots. He was running well, but playing well as well. But then even now, 3-handed against Canet, we've seen him with some light 3-bets. And I just got a feeling if Inan can win a couple more 3-bet pots, and just chop away at the legs of his opponents, it then becomes a bit of an ICM cage for the likes of Mustafa and Aziz, who then end up, looking to ladder for that extra million between 3rd and 2nd.
You're right. And, Yinon with the big chip lead, he's been going after it like you just mentioned. He's here for the moment. You saw him when he value bet against Adamo. He's like, let's go, like he's feeling it. He's going to try and take this one down. It could be first bracelet for the Chinese.
Yeah, man, it's certainly looking that way. Canet looking to make history of his own. If he can finish 2nd or better, we'll move up to number 1 on Italy's all-time money list. So a lot more than just money at stake here. There is, of course, that coveted World Series of Poker gold bracelet. There's also some poker legacy on the line to take down the first ever Super Main for Mustafa to become number 1 on Italy's all-time money list. Let's go. Aziz in on a free roll. Now guaranteed $3.6 million for his efforts. And as you correctly said, Randy, there has been emotion shown by all 3 of these guys at the table, winning hands and just celebrating, man. I mean, why not? Some of the biggest spots of their tournament careers.
Action on Yinan on the button. Gonna raise, of course, with the chip lead.
Oh, Musta not going to be going anywhere.
He shouldn't be looking to play aggressive just because he's sitting comfy in 2nd place. A lot of incentive to just try to make some reasonable defense and keep the chip leader in his place, but not go too ham.
Oh boy. This isn't the first time this has happened to Musta. Top pair, but kicker out-pipped.
Yeah, and it's not great that the 4 and 3 is out there where the kicker is very likely to play by the river card.
44 million out there. Continues small. 12 million. Just north of quarter pot. And we were just saying on the break desk, all it's going to take is a couple of 3-bet pots or even a couple of single raise pots with some money going in post-flop to go Inan's way. If he can cross that 500 million chip threshold, he then just really gets to lean into the other two players.
That card shouldn't slow things down too often. Yunnan still with top pair. Gut shot acquired for Kennett. There is some merit to leading for Kennett just because a lot of the hands that are aired at c-bet the flop are just going to check the turn when it connects with the 3 and 4 in a way. So not surprised that he's leading small. Try not to give free equity to 2 overs. As played, it is going to cost him an additional street because, of course, top pair won't be folding.
This could really shift the way three-handed is going to play out. 116 in the middle as this just gets to watch on as these two play a sizable pot. Inan with the 100% check mark on the river.
I'm not sure if Cannett's going to go for another kind of block bet here. It is possible he can get called by worse. Maybe set the price yourself. Although checking, I would say it doesn't really induce from bluffs. Very hard to get value with this pair of 8s, 9 kicker. A stronger 8, he's most likely will always bet.
Yeah, like king 8, queen 8.
Sounds about right.
But 10-8 and 9-8 just...
Would be a nice find, though, if he can.
He's found some sick value bets, I'll give him that. He's found some sick value bets, and I do wonder if Cannet would be able to
38.
get away from it, given that the turn texture was rainbow.
Look at this. This is really nice awareness. Must be the expectation if Cannet had a strong 8, he would just bet it for him. So once he gets checked over to Yinan, can value bet against a 6.
Oh my word.
And that hurts when you hear 8. Like, ouch. Well deserved.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Kicker does play 192 million chip pot. Going Inan's way. That is huge for momentum. 62% of all the chips in play. And now, surely he just gets to play the role of table captain and really just abuse the fact that there is $1 million ladder between third and second.
You think he's excited, Henry?
Well, I was kind of hoping you'd translate for us, Randy.
Well, clearly he's got someone on the rail. That's a bit far, so he needs to increase his volume.
I'll translate for the viewers. He said LFG in Chinese. Let's effing go. So with that, can it down to 20 bigs?
Cannet's in trouble.
I mean, he is, and he isn't. He's still got 20 big blinds. He can certainly turn this ship back around. But yeah, for now,
23.
just going to get pushed around.
And Cannet just has to at least limp call in the spot. He's expecting the chip leader to just attack his limps, especially when Cannet And Aziz has a very similar 20 big blindish stack. Equity advantage right now to Yinan. Good flop for Gannett.
He in the chat saying some great value bets by Yinan today. That ace-jack bluff earlier on really got him into an elite mood. Yeah, I think once that bluff got through, his nerves settled and he's just been locked in ever since. I think disposing of Adamo as well, the things that does for one's confidence. It was in such quick fashion as well. It was like 2 orbits, he just disposed of Adamo. Does check through on the Jack 9-5. Now Yinan picks up an inside straight draw.
Yeah, that 6 is very interesting because with the flop check back, Gannett should want to bet Queen 10 here to target just a lot of weak hands, you know, ace highs. It could even be some dusty isolations like 10 deuce offsuit, for example. You just want to kind of bet and give yourself a chance to win it uncontested. Now, the 6, though, it does give Yinan that straight draw, which is helpful for additional outs in case he is behind. He can still pick off busted hearts, Queen 10, King 10, 10-8, these type of hands. But it's not an easy call to make here.
It really isn't an easy call. I mean, at the end of the day, you've got ace high, but you do have ways to improve.
Man, he's playing a great game right now. Nice call.
The thing is as well, is he's been so balanced in these spots. Oh, just
there you go.
Just the nuts from Musta. I wonder if now, on this particular river, Gannett just slides it on over. You'd love to see it. It's tough though, right? I mean, he's unblocking all of the pairs. Oh, he's going to check it.
You and Gannett, you the same person or what? That's a sick check. Especially because a lot of the hands that check back the flop and call turn kind of contain some kind of pair, and they're not really looking to bet. Yinan might try to represent this king, trying to just muscle out a jack or a 9 as played.
Does he go for the jugular, Randy? No.
Good check.
Checks it back. And I honestly think that one was close for Yinan to ask for all of it. I mean, ace high, try and get a 6 or a 9 to fold.
Even though he lost that pot, still a nice little boost to his confidence. Like, oh, I didn't waste some chips on the river on a card that I felt like I might need to try and rep.
That was an insane check back. I thought for sure he was going to take the bait.
We've seen players just open rip into like 20 big blush-ish stacks with just ace X, and that's what he does. Keeps it simple. How loose is he going to open? Well, safe to say his ranges will be wide. Understandably so, given the opponent's chip stacks.
I mean, until someone fights back, why not? Saw him open 10-4, four-handed. People have just been letting him do what he wants.
Yeah, especially even if you know, yes, my opponents are capable of just kind of putting in some defense, 3-bet lights. But if they don't do it, just because, you know, $1 million pay jumps, you might as well test the waters for now.
I can't find anything for Aziz on Hand and Mob. Obviously, know that he's in on a free roll. If anyone has any information, let us know.
Oh, pocket fives versus King Jack. It's kind of a tricky one because you kind of want to, you kind of want to jam, but it's always a little risky given your opponent has 208 million. And now look at Cannon. He's got King Jack. It's like, am I really going to potentially call this off, or do I just let it go because I could be up against Ace-X and, you know, be slightly behind?
Was it 25 bigs, 26 bigs exactly?
And obviously a huge ICM on the line here, which should narrow his calling range, given he's in second place in terms of chip counts. And I'm not even convinced that Yinon is just going to jam like worse kings and jacks, just given how deep he can it start the hand with. Feels like this becomes more of a call around 20 blinds, and maybe 20 blinds, but he is slightly above that right now. Multiple time banks coming in.
Canet might just go for the effort we call play for the win.
He
There it is.
Oh my god, look at this pot size.
All in call, all in call.
Well, this really changes things, Randy.
Oh, there's the buddies.
King Jack, King Jack.
That was a huge call from Canet. He's playing for the win.
If Yinan can just hold here, he's going to be up to 720 million chips, and we're going to be heads up. Limp called it off with the King Jack, biggest spot of both of these players' careers.
Flop incoming. Jack for Canet.
Finds the top pair. And then wrapped around that deuce three, some backdoor straight potential. Drawing to 2 outs twice. As things stand. We know what Aziz is rooting for. He's rooting for a $1 million ladder. Not going to find it on that turn. 5 and a 5 only to shower Canet in third. Can he get there? No.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's fucking go! 210.
Canet with the full double up.
210, I guess.
His rail goes wild.
Oh, we're hype, aren't we?
We are indeed. Looking for his first bracelet to become #1 on Italy's all-time money list. Already smashed his previous best live cash of 1.6 million by 2 million.
I think 200 and...
Being guaranteed third here for 3.6.
Yeah, 210 and something. 216. Yeah, yeah.
Man whose first live cash came back in March 2009. Limp calling it off with the King Jack.
Let me check if it's 20.
That's a big call, Henry. What is it, 27 blinds?
20, yeah, 20, it was 27 blinds, yeah.
So this is 60 million.
Just felt like He was often
this
up against
is,
a pair he was flipping.
160
Maybe he
million,
was dominating from time to time.
And something.
It was a coin flip.
This,
Layout
this
of the
is,
land is shifted. We've got a new chip leader.
210,
That's really
and then
changed
6
things,
more.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
could have been heads up.
So, Shisha.
Shisha.
No, for the payment.
Wow.
He just
Wow.
shisha.
Yeah, he did. Shisha.
Oh no.
Welcome to
That's,
China.
That's brutal.
Welcome to China.
God, it's
Important and good.
Shisha.
2.6
Oh man.
That's hilarious.
2.6 2.7
Well, let's see if Yinan can just remain composed
207.
and shake that one off. He's been bossing the table around for most of the day. So he just needs to remember the task at hand. Continue doing his thing. And you can do your thing over on GG Poker. And we're going to help you with a little bankroll booster, $50 ticket into the Weekender by using the promo code Paradise2024. Min deposit of $20 required. Best of luck to all of you guys grinding over on GG. Let us know if you've got any deep runs today, what you're playing whilst watching this stream. As we see Mustafa, his first tournament cash came in a €300 buy-in back in 2009. Fast forward 15 years. He's playing for 6 million and he's guaranteed 3.6 million for a career best score.
All in.
He's going hard. 5-4 suited, open ripping for about 20 big blinds. And what if Aziz just calls this one off?
Well, then Inan's going to be the shortest stack unless he can convert the 41%.
This could potentially be a call with King 10. I could see Yinan jamming hands that are dominated in this spot. I would think that some of the hands actually dominate Aziz, like Ace King, King Queens, Ace 10. These hands more likely to not just open rip from the small blind, maybe raise to induce or go for a limp, which makes this King 10 even closer to a call. He's going to lay it down.
He's going to live to fight another day. I mean, he had the best of it, but 40% of the time, 5-4 of spades would have found a way.
You can see the level of risk tolerance a bit different for Aziz versus Canet. Very similar-ish spot. So now Ace Queen for Yinan.
Man, what a sick FT. I mean, the last 13 days we've been here now, broadcasting every day. There have been times, Randy, where it's felt like we're just commentating on a highlight reel. This final table included. I mean, yeah, there've been a few spots where there's been a bit of a lull in the action. But for the most part, it's just been an absolute bloodbath. I mean, on the day ones, do you remember? People were blind jamming in a 25K.
They were. I mean, this super main event has been like the perfect tournament. You know, lots of great action, amazing bluffs, amazing hero call downs, and just getting people kind of out of retirement to come out and play, and big names showing up. Been phenomenal so far. 3 remaining. Check back from Yinan with the best hand. 8 though. Gonna give Kenneth the goods.
Yeah, and it's probably gonna cost Inan a few chips as well. Ace Queen poised to be the best hand a lot of the time. So many gut shots, straight draws, flush draws out there.
You're right. Yinan needs to keep at least one straight honest, especially against the chip leader, Kenneth, who's going to be blasting pretty much any straight draw or flush draw once it checks it. But this is a big bet of 38 million. It might scare away Yinan. Certainly he would have called like half pot or lower. Here it's just, does he want to risk it right now?
Certainly feels like one of those spots where against someone as competent as Kenneth, you want to play defense a lot, but it's so tough to improve that you just end up playing a guessing game on so many rivers. You know, correctly opting to just fold his ace queen rather than play a guessing game on the river. My. Three-handed. Yinan was on the ropes for his tournament life. Poker gods had other plans. So must have found the double.
Or maybe I told you a wrong number. Is now 320 behind.
So he's just hoping Kenneth and Yinan Joe just kind of do the damage themselves. 7-3 offsuit, gonna raise. It's a good spot to defend with.
24, right?
Yeah, you don't want to re-raise and inflate the pot. Blow yourself off a hand that's got good equity. Heavy favorite at the moment. See an 8 and a 9 and a 6. Gonna give Kenneth the open in a straight draw.
And enough of a hand for Yinan to continue. Nut middle pair. Man, it feels like every hand we're potentially on the verge of getting heads up. Especially between these two. I mean, has Aziz even played a hand since we came back? Oh, seriously, has he?
No, I haven't seen him play a hand yet, but if Kenneth and Yinan are going to take it post up every single hand, it's like, it's okay to wait. Maybe collect 7 figures more.
Exactly. You can just do what Liv did. Fold and ladder. Infinite. Difficult turn card for Kenneth to continue barreling on now.
Of course, very nice for Yinan. 9s and 8s, ace kicker. And it's difficult to barrel on just because your opponent, if they're holding an 8, you're going to feel very comfy. He is still going to bet once more.
This
but
is so sick.
The ace-8 shouldn't be relinquishing at the moment.
This bet is just designed to fold out like 2 overcards, Randy. Like a king-jack, maybe like a 10x.
Yeah, a weak draw. So like maybe king 10 off. I could see some ace 5.
Yeah,
might have a little gut shot.
He also has equity. Should he get called, which we are expecting to be the case. Man, Aziz is just look at him. He's just got the shades on, watching this one play out as these two once again square off in a sizable pot, and Inan will regain the chip lead unless Musta gets him off this full house.
It would be an insane bluff to try to blow out an 8 right now, especially because Inan could even have a 9 or an 8 that's usually not folding. If Canet bets, he's going to bet very small, maybe like quarter pot or so, and this is to really just target the better draws that hung around. Say the diamonds that bricked out, Jack 10,
Queen 10 of diamonds,
stuff like this.
Right. 1, 5, 6 in the middle.
Because the expectation is if you're trying to bluff out those hands, you don't need to go too big, and you're never expecting a full house to fold. So risk the minimum, and that's precisely what he's going to do. 58 million is just gone. Incinerated.
Paying himself a good price on a bluff. Inan's going to be back up to 470 mil.
You win.
Let's go, China!
Let's go, China! Every time one of them says, let's go, the other's going to do it right back at them.
272 million chip pot. I don't know what read Inan was trying to get there. I mean, he's never folding. Like,
No.
like,
he didn't use a time bank, so it's no big deal there.
no, I know, but just like staring down most of like he's going to get some read that makes him fold at ace-8. I mean, like,
I mean, look, you're not going to get it from Wsop, but in theory, it is worth looking if you're pretty good at live reads. Maybe you can see in the future how he looks in the. You saw, take a look at him. You saw that he showed down a bluff. It could come important in the future, but I don't think
that's true.
Don't know if he's getting that.
Yeah, that is true.
130.
But the reality is the only read that would make me fold ace-8 is if Musta flash pocket kings to me.
You're right.
Then I'd be like, okay, right, I got a read, I fold.
There's a non-zero chance he just, accidentally flips up his cards. But I hear what you're saying. 10-9, ripping it in. I mean, Inan's strategy here, small blind versus big blind, is just rip into Aziz over and over again. And it's 2 times now. Aziz is down to 130 mil.
What's been the highlight of the series for you, Randy, to put you on the spot a little bit?
It's going to be this tournament. That's what I'm going to tell you. It's going to be this heads-up match coming up at some point.
But
at the moment from before this,
yeah.
I mean, I love the 500K. I thought that was amazing to see Lococo take it down.
I'll tell you my favorite.
What?
Biao Ding sitting down, day 1B, whatever it was, or day 1C, first hand, just blind all in. He's sat next to Jack Germain. Blind all in, 24 big blinds. He's got 8-3 offsuit in a 25K, and then Eric Wasserson calls him off with Queen 9 and the 8-3 wins.
That whole frame was some of the craziest stuff I've seen. Every single day 1 footage we've had for this super main has been wild, as we expected, given the massive prize pool, players trying to run up their stacks. But yeah, everything in that 1 hour or 2 hours we watched was something else.
500 KFT as well. Leading up to it, you had Chidwick, Chance Corneth, Adrian Mateus all had heaps of chips, and then none of them made the final table. Flamingo saying, Henry, happy birthday, man.
Happy birthday to Yinan. He's got trip sixes.
This
and
is crazy.
He doesn't have the betting lead, which is great for him, as he can likely pick up a C bet from Aziz.
This is insane. Just flopping trips now.
You know, 6s and 8s are really lucky numbers in China, especially the number 168.
What a run.
That was a little bit of a lengthy check from Yinan on his board texture. And yeah, I kind of think it makes Aziz want to see bet even more, because if Yinan had a strong hand, maybe he just snap checks and like, yeah, standard spot, go ahead and go for a C bet.
I like that he's playing aggressively. The reason for that, if I'm going to qualify this statement, is just because of the style he's been playing with up until now has been non-stop aggression. So it makes sense to mix it up when you actually have value as well.
Yeah, and he's also expected to attack paired boards from the big blind with the chip lead, which could get Aziz curious, if, especially if Aziz is holding strong backdoors, even if it's unpaired. Ace high probably wouldn't be looking to fold against Yinan, given the way he's been playing. Jack 10 offsuit, just no connection.
37?
Is clicking it back. That's why the check raise is so powerful. It's because Yinan is not getting the credit, rightfully so, given his play, and he's gotten Aziz to just re-raise with nothing.
Oh man, it's not the first time we've had this. We saw the King 9 of Inan against Musta's Jack 8 on a 6-5-5 board, six-handed, where Musta found the flop 3-bet. And there it is, the jam takes it down, chops away a massive leg of the Brazilian, who now finds him down sub 10 bigs, if I'm not mistaken, Randy.
Correct.
This is insane.
Oh, sorry.
Not over yet, though. Musta and Aziz there to have their way and get a chance to fight back into this one.
Can I ask the count?
Oh, King High is going to be going in.
55?
57.
57 back.
He's going to jam this.
Yeah, King High is going in for sub 10.
All in?
Good luck, chaps.
What you got? Oh, man, Jack 8 offsuit. It's starting to get tough because he knows Yinan is just going to jam relentlessly. So he's playing, what, 7 big blinds back. There's a big blind invested as well. About 8 blinds.
Yeah, let's call it 8 blinds.
Jack 8 is, it's not bad.
7 back. You've got 2 hands until you're in the big blind again, and then you have to put almost a third of your stack in the middle.
Sometimes you have to look at who's the other player not involved, which is Cannon. He's got a mountain of chips, so he can't just wait around expecting maybe Cannon just blows up and bust out before him. He needs to look for a spot himself, and he might not get a potentially better one if he feels that Yunnan is jamming worse jacks and 8Xs, and I think he would. We've seen 5-4 suited go in, which is 2 unders to his cards. And he passed up the King 10 offsuit earlier. Now he passes Jack 8.
So once again, letting go of a potential call spot. People in the chat saying that King 10 hand was his chance. That one earlier on for about 20 bigs.
It's definitely something he's going to be looking back on if this tournament doesn't work out well. Still, he has a fighting chance. He's going to have to jam a lot of the small blinds if Yunnan goes away. Obviously not when he's got ace jack and 555 million.
He would love to see his ace jam now, which he's going to. King 10 suited, Randy. This is going in.
How can he not? 7 big blinds. Chip leader opening button. This is a slam dunk reshove.
Is that enough to raise? It is, yeah.
So he's put in exactly half of his stack.
All in.
And
Luck.
there we go.
Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck, chaps. Musta gets to just watch on for a potential $1 million ladder.
E 10 suited contra as vala off, vamos.
Tá dama, tá dama.
And to get heads up.
A gente é o rei 10.
25K
哎，多对开始。
super
Aquele
main
reizinho na
event.
capa da gaita.
God, look how many people has come to observe.
Biao
In Brazil.
Screw.
China versus Brazil. Advantage, Aziz.
O famoso só mantém.
Great flop as well, blocking the Broadway draw for Yunnan. I don't speak much Portuguese, but I think that was
Dobrou o bordão.
double twos.
Chop.
And then calling for a chop. He's an ace or a 10 to shower Aziz. Doesn't find it as the Brazilian rail. Go wild.
我很放松，我非常放松。
That is twice now that Yunnan
Padoquinha, vamos.
has had
Take back
both
the
Musta
15.
and Aziz all in for their tournament lives to get us heads up. Twice he's got it in with the best hand.
Vamos,
And yet we
Santi.
remain three-handed.
Vamos.
Got to win all-ins
Now 16.
to win tournaments.
You have 3.2, right?
Musta
I have 300.
getting there with the King Jack.
3.
Now Aziz getting there.
3.2.
The King 10.
Including the big blind, so 3.2.
3.2.
I mean, including the big blind, so you have 3.2.
312.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Or
Yeah. Look, this 200 and this one.
So Yunnan unable
Oh, sorry.
to knock out a player once again. Aziz back to 130 mil. Remember last time Yinan got a pocket pair in this spot? He just ripped it. But last time, Kanit had 27 bigs. This time he's going chops a bit too much. Deuces are best. Yinan could be looking to deny some equity against Canet. Checks it back.
Deuce is still good here, Randy. Feels like both players have hands that they want to try and just get to showdown.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. Queen Jack. Still a decent high card hand. Yinan can't really get a better hand to fold as played in this blind versus blind spot. And he could be getting pot controlled by like a 4x, 7x that's not looking to fold.
Deuces will win at showdown.
Because these blind versus blind spots play very wide ranges, even though there's a 4-liner out there, players are still looking to call down with one pair on this texture, so you don't see as many bluffs in this spot. Looks like Ken is going to try. What size did he go for?
He's gone for pot, I believe.
Repping the 6.
2 pair plus. Yeah. Maybe even a strong king. Man, imagine if Inan calls this up. I mean, would be quite the statement.
Well, this question is what range is going to go full pot for value? Feels that it's more than just 6x, so more hands he could lose to, like 2 pairs that you mentioned. Nice bluff from Canet.
Yeah, I love that. I think a lot of people would just try and take their showdown with Queen Jack, but Muster just correctly recognizing that facing 2 checkbacks that Yinan has a small enough of a piece himself that doesn't want to put more chips in. So that's how things stand. 120 big blinds in play. Yinan with half the chips on 2 occasions. He's been all in to get us heads up. On both occasions, he had the best hand. 5s against Mustafa's King Jack, and then Ace Jack against Marcelo's King 10. And yet we remain 3-handed. Who's going to get heads up, ladies and gents? Let me know what you think. Let me know who you're rooting for. I mean, see a good mix in the chat.
Looks like going to be an open jam spot. for Yinan.
All in.
There it is. Right on cue. I have to tell you, Randy, event number 15, the $5,000 closer turbo bounty is down to 12 players, and there are
What's the difference
some
between
absolute
Wemo and
studs
Wemo? What's the difference
left in the
between
field. Nick
Wemo
Schulman, chip
and
leader.
Wemo Sister?
Wemo?
Yeah, I mean Wemo and Wemo Sister. Yesterday you shot out with Wemo Sister.
I don't remember.
Or maybe it's like Wemo in.
Vamos, vamos.
Yeah, vamos.
It's let's go.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't want to talk over the players.
Thank you.
Schulman chip leading. Dean Eggs is in third. Sean Deeb is in fifth. Hussein Ensan is in seventh. Got Santosh over there. Sophia Jiang, Ebony Kenny, Samuel Muller. Ren Lin in second as well. I don't know if I said that. Hashimasha Miser saying he's from Bracknell, Berkshire. Yo, shout out Bracknell. That's where my parents live. Bracknell represent, Randy.
Is that your parents in the chat?
I don't think so. Be very surprised.
Queen 8 versus Queen Deuce. Range advantage for Yinan, which should make him want to see bet more often than not. A lot of the strong hands on this board texture come in with 3-bet from the big blind. You know, sets, ace king. They would never be slow playing pre, so Yinan can really just barrel relentlessly on this texture. Especially with Queen Jack blocking the nuts, which is one of the strongest hand candidates can actually have in this spot.
Pop brewing. As once more, Aziz just gets to watch on.
Tough turn card to barrel on. Ace X, of course, is never folding. King X would be very curious. If you want to bet this turn, you kind of have to fire a lot of river cards just because King X would hold tight, and it takes 3 streets to get those hands to fold. So just check it back. As it's Queen High versus Queen High, and the front door flush comes in. Cannon might just stab here. Just because he has all the ace X's in his range, he checks it over, but it flushes. It's hard for him to represent a bluff. His opponent didn't bet the turn. Would have faulted Kenneth to try and steal it. Slips it over to Yinan.
Chop it up, chaps.
2 pair. No, sorry. Queen 9. Aces with queen.
Chop, chop, chop,
Can it? I don't know if that was intentional or not. It didn't seem it, but it's 2 pair and it goes from 2 pair to Queen High. That's a tough one to confuse, Randy.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought he rivered a 3.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. That's why you want to make sure the whole cards are shown before you
This time
pitch your
flag
cards.
called Queen Deuce.
Sometime 3-bet, sometime call, sometime fold.
Yeah, good combo. Fold? You lied to me.
Sometimes. You're gonna see. I fold Queen Deuce.
I don't believe you lied to me.
I folded Queen Deuce suited. Different position, but I folded.
I'm in big blind with single raise. You must be left.
These two. Aziz is like, yeah, go ahead and just keep lying to each other, try to bust each other out. He's folding. 110 million. Can it? Ace Jack. He's been limping a lot of small blinds looking to trap this time. This type,
Plenty deep here though, Randy.
Yeah.
40 big blinds apiece.
I think this type of holding often goes for a check. It's very strong, but you don't want to get limp re-raise off of it.
Seems to agree with you. 4-4 deuce. Ace high, still good for Canet.
King 9's not too bad in terms of high card showdown.
Check mark for Muster.
Kicker is quite good. Like to see him go for value, unless he believes that Enon would stab quite a lot on the ace. Though I'm not so sure that Enon would have that many aces himself to check back pre, so betting himself makes sense to target king high, especially if it's coupled with a 3 or a 5.
He's gone for a pot size lead. Very uncommon line being taken here from Muster. And it might work for one street. And then it's got king high.
And this would be quite the fold. Unable to do so. Enon looking to keep Canet honest. Canet, of course, could be bluffing this way with like a 3 or 5x that has equity.
Can it just go pot pot?
Getting that feeling, actually. Canet looking to maybe target like ace 5, ace 6. That wouldn't isolate pre-flop. Deuce X could easily be in Enon's range.
Maybe some weaker ace X as well.
Yeah, weak ace X is possible. Not the big ones like
85.
ace 9, I guess, but this makes sense. He's gone over bet slight. Precisely targeting ace rag.
Ace rag, a king 10, queen 10 type hand. That was keeping him honest on the turn. It's river to pair.
It's not unreasonable for Canet to have a strong ace in the spot, given that Canet would be looking to trap the chip leader pre.
And then doesn't waste much time before letting it go. Bit of posturing, but ultimately clicking the fold button as Canet chips up nicely. Keeping an eye on that 5K closer. Dean Eggs in third. 10 left now. to 4K likes over on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel. Appreciate each and every one of you that has kept us company over the last 12 days during this series here, WSOP Paradise in Atlantis.
All in.
It's been a fun ride. As Inan just jams on Aziz.
It's like the 4th time he's jammed on Aziz blind versus blind this level.
$3.6 million locked up.
3 of cards is the 1 card. 3 of cards.
Dilo said, I didn't even know you guys have been streaming until I saw Phil say it on X. Yeah, we've been here for 12 days, mate. Started off with the 500k Triton and WSOP Invitational.
16 minutes.
Then we had the 100k Triton Main. The last 6 days we've been streaming this 25k Super Main, first of its kind, largest ever 50 mil as Aziz does find a rejam spot.
How many orange chips?
Raise 48 million.
I have 44 back. 44 back.
He raised 48 and get 44 behind.
And I'm doing some math.
So about 12 big blinds is Aziz's stack.
45 back. 45.
5 seconds. Oh.
Decent pickup for Aziz.
The 3 of clubs. Que hiper cintura!
Alright, so Kenneth should be continuing his limping game, blind versus blind. Yinan's got pocket 5s. He jammed this against a 27 big blind stack of Kenneth. Now Kenneth's got about 45 big blinds. See the adjustments based on stack depth.
Five still ahead here. Don't know why, but it just feels like the big collision's going to come between these two from what we've seen. I mean, Aziz has just been nursing a short stack for so long, staying out of the way. Can it stab? Just gets the job done. So blind's going up to 5 mil, 10 mil. That means Musta's down to 35 bigs. Aziz is down to 10 bigs.
blinds. 5 million, 10 million.
Frank asking if Adamo is still leading.
Wsop, you 3.6.
Just look at that table.
Randy,
Do you
don't
see
say
it?
anything.
A bit more.
Okay.
Don't say anything.
Okay, okay.
365.
Just let it sit.
Close
Let
it,
him
so.
think about what he just said. Now, obviously, some people aren't watching it live. They're on a bit of a delay. Damo, who was chip leader coming in, was chip leader six-handed. And there was about a two orbit period where he just had the second best hand every time against this man here, Inan, and ended up busting in sixth.
Great spot for Aziz to go for the 3-bet against Canet with his stack. He's got fold equity.
All in.
Guys, all in.
Aziz has got a bit of breathing room, you know. 15 bigs. Let's out big
150.
side.
2 reshops.
150.
Increasing stack by 50%.
Primeira vez que abro o botão.
Tem boas cartas.
É, eu imagino.
English.
Sorry. I was like, it's the first time I raised the button. Like, and you jam me. It's like, I had good cards. And I was like, I imagined.
No, I think we two are like playing online. Only you have like play live.
Me, I played online more than you guys. I promise you that. Way more.
I believe.
Way more than you guys. I
No,
promise.
I mean I believe, but we two only playing online.
I played from 2007 till 2019 every day.
Okay, after a hand we talk.
Trying to burn his sandbanks? But you've been saying it, right? Mustafa's been around for a very long time. One of the best
One of
tournament
the
players.
true OGs. I mean, second place finish here would guarantee that he moves up to #1 on Italy's all-time money list. And just very quickly humbling the other two, just saying, hey guys, I guarantee
45.
you that I played more online poker than both of you.
This is something. Look at this. 3-bet to
Huevo!
4. Oh, this is fun. Great hand there from Aziz.
他推我，我 fold 了。
Fair play to Aziz, man. I
2007, you
mean,
mean?
finding these spots.
You mean 2000?
2008, yeah. No, before. 2007, 6.
I was 15 years old at the moment.
You were 15?
I mean 2015.
15, yeah.
I'm in high juniors.
I think Inan was 7 years old in 2007. It's 24, I believe.
Yinon has actually picked up quite decent hands in the big blind against Canet's small blind limp. We've seen 5s, deuces, ace-x, queen-jack now. But Canet a bit too deep to just raise with queen-jack.
Oh no. I say oh no. Not a crazy spot, but Canet likely to lose some chips here. Top 2. The man from China.
Canet should be calling most bets on the flop. Pair of fives. Could be best, could improve. So 18 into 30. There was a little bit of thought before he bet. Not sure if Canet is going to interpret that as potential strength, deciding what to size. Standard play is to go for a check call in this spot. Really would not like 7 at the moment.
Unfortunately for Canet, it gets worse. Ace-X getting there. King 10 getting there. The chat is absolutely spamming. Spamming the card that they want. People want a 5. See, can it win a big one? Oh no. Hold on. Perhaps a 5 or a 7 not needed.
So for Canet to lead here, he's repping the ace, of course. And he doesn't expect Enon to have an ace, just because if Enon was just holding a naked ace, it wouldn't want to bet on the flop because it has showdown value. So Canet is trying to use this card to his advantage to represent that ace that overcards the rest of the board. Of course, Canet could have like King 10 himself. Nice call here from Enon, keeping in bluffs.
Once again, Randy, the Brazilian Marcelo Aziz just gets to watch on with these two trading blows.
Oh no.
My word. Oh, what a disgusting river card. 160 million in the middle. Canet was bluffing turn. Now improves to value. Is this going to be the hand that gets us heads up?
Potentially, depending on how Canet sizes. Now he's got clear target. Queen X, Ace X.
Oh, man. Canet's played so well in the final 2 tables. 3-handed blind v blind in a limped pot. I mean, this is just grim.
The sizing here
95.
Gonna determine his fate. Does bet 95 million into 160.
Both flush draws bricking. Oh, man. Against this size, Randy.
It's tempting to raise.
It really is.
I would say if we saw like...
It's tough. Your neck is shaking.
Oh man, you're not going for live reads. The way he's saying it, kind of seems like it's just call rather than raise.
Yeah, after
How much is the bet?
the speech,
95.
doesn't really feel like raise is incoming.
Oh.
Makes the call.
The side call and the win coming.
Musta gonna confidently show the 7-5, thinking that he's scooping a 350 million chip pot. Shown the Queen Jack. Now Musta down to 15 bigs, Aziz on 15 bigs, and Yinan up to what, 600 million or so?
Just shy of 600 million.
What a brutal turn of events. Brutal river card as well. It's like the only river card that costs Musta that much. Any other 7 completes a flush. All right.
Yeah.
good.
Although I think it's still unclear if he didn't improve. Does he still
Actually, I
barrel?
think, like,
Maybe, given he led the turn on the
maybe
ace.
get some better cards you will jam. Like deuce with a flush something.
It's a runaway chip leader at the
Can
moment.
I ask a count?
Well, he's getting 5s. Easy jam for him
20,
in this spot.
140, 150, 155, 160, 65.
It's a slow count.
I mean, English not his first language.
Sorry, how much is that?
150, 170, 171, 200.
He's jammed every single small blind versus big blind stop. He's not going to stop now with this hand.
All in?
And tens is going to snap it off. What a spot for Aziz.
Oh.
Huge.
One time!
Every time it feels like
Give me
Yunan's
five.
found momentum
10, 9, 5 ele. Vamos.
and is going to run away with it. He's then been all in to get us heads up and lost. Do we remain three-handed?
他太大了，没办法。
No, it's not me.
已经输了2个番茄 all in，能不能赢一次？
The short the aces, deep 5-5.
这边15、6 BB， 那边18 BB。Two side。
Excellent start for Aziz.
Has spades covered as well. 2 outs once for Yunan to get us heads up. Doesn't look likely the way these all-ins have been going.
Wow, big
That is
one,
a large
Agora
Brazilian
ele
rail.
tá com 140.
Going wild, as always.
Acho que eu, sei lá, eu tinha umas
The man
170.
getting another double. And shout out to Aziz, man. I mean, three-handed has been short stacked the entire time. Has managed to fight his way back into this one. Now playing a very healthy 37 bigs.
181.
So Yinan unable to knock out Aziz or Canet 3 times now. This past 2 levels.
Lost 3 times pre-flop all in. Can I win the 4th?
Let's see.
180, 180.
Yeah, correct.
I mean, usually they say 3rd time's a charm. Is it the 4th? Still though, chip leader for Yinan Joe.
Mano, nós estamos fazendo uma matéria com você, Globo Esporte, não sei o que lá, depois GG, não sei o que lá.
41.2。
Chat is just going absolutely wild for that.
40? Yeah, thank you.
The show must go on, ladies and gents. The show must go on. A 3-handed battle. It took us 2 hours to get from 9 to 6. It took us another 2 hours.
410 now.
Go from 6 to 3.
412. You have 372. You have 150 something.
No. Three-handed, we've been here for over an hour. And Yinan has been all in with the best hand twice. Just saw him get it all in with 5s against 10s to get us heads up.
All in.
Aziz now just gets the jam.
9-8
9-8 of
suited.
spades. Oh, hold on.
This is going in, right?
It must be, Randy. 13.5 bigs behind.
Yeah, and the suited ace is just so strong. He's the clear short stack. I don't think he's going to get a better spot than this.
现在啊，
Man, what could have been? That 7-5 hand didn't really feel that necessary. Had the 7-3 hand as well against Inan's full house. But now, going to be all in
He's
for his
in.
tournament life and in great shape to double up, get back up to 30 bigs as he calls the rail over.
A gente cobre
Massive spot.
o Mustafa, 9-8 de
Mustafa can it.
espadas contra as 3 de ouro. É nosso. É contra o Mustafa. Não, contra o Mustafa, a gente cobre ele. É 9-8.
Huge spot, 300 million chips. Practically a coin flip. Advantage can it. Italy versus Brazil.
This is the 4th hand. We could have got to heads up. Musta's got plans of sticking around and holding here with the ace-3. King, queen, deuce, 2 spades plus the pair outs that are live for the Brazilian. The room goes quiet.
Ooh, that's a great card for Canet.
Removing 2 of his outs. Spade, 9 or an 8 to shower. Musta in 3rd. Ace high just looking to hold.
8 for Aziz, and that's the end of Mustafa Canet.
One of the true OG legends of both the online and live poker realm, securing his career best cash of 3.6 million. Stays 2nd on Italy's all-time money list. Had dreams of becoming #1 and winning his first bracelet, but the 3.6 million consolation prize will have to do as the Brazilian, who was down and out, found a 3-bet with 8-5 offsuit out the small blind off of sub-10 bigs. Then managed to get a couple of rejams through. Now eliminating Mustafa Canet to get us heads up in this bracelet event. Once again, GG's to one of the greatest to have ever really played the game, let's be honest. I mean, cue the highlight reel. The spoils of Canet over the years, making epic calls, epic bluffs. And another epic run here in Paradise. So, 3.6 million going back to Italy. What do you know, Randy? We have ourselves a new chip leader for the first time. It's the Brazilian Marcelo Aziz with 53 bigs against Joe Yinan's 41. And not to state the obvious, Randy, but a very deep stacked heads-up match on our hands. This one not likely to be over in the blink of an eye, but having said that, the style at which these two kind of play and operate under, maybe it's just a 3-handed kind of ordeal and we're crowning a champion in less than 5 minutes. Who knows?
Yeah, especially with the style that both Joe Yinan and Marcel Aziz played, are willing to play big pots. We've seen them do it throughout this tournament. But of course, shout out to Kenneth, just third place, 3.6 million. Haven't seen him around so much coming out for this super main. 25K buy-in, biggest guarantee ever.
So 4.6 million locked up, a career best cash for both. But of course, to win a bracelet and to take down the first ever super main, that's something that gets added into your poker resume and you become a part of poker history. It sounds like our man who's been on the sidelines catching interviews, Jeff Platt, going to have a quick word with our third place finisher, Mustafa Canet.
Well, Musa, I got to tell you, your passion for the game is incredible. It's fun to watch. Describe what your emotions were like throughout the course of this entire tournament.
It was a great feeling all the way to share an experience with some close friends like Liv, Michael anyway. I know him since he's 18. And so it was fun. It was fun. It was a fun run. They played well. They deserve to be there. And so good luck to them. And it was a great event. And I will be back.
How proud are you of the way you played throughout this tournament?
I did well. I'm proud of my game. I think, yeah, I did. I fight it every day. Didn't matter the stack. I always fight it. I perform. So I'm happy about my game. A few hands, maybe three-handed, could play different. But I think overall, it was a great tournament.
How do you feel about $3.6 million coming your way?
It is what it is. Nice. Yeah.
Doesn't hurt.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. Yeah, better than main cash for sure.
Yeah, I'd say so. Thank you very much for the time again. You were a blast to watch. Appreciate it.
Thank you. You improved so much. I need to. I have to tell you, you improved so much. Yeah. You know. At
That's
least
just because I busted him right after we talked last year, right?
Yeah. And this year he didn't speak to me. So
it's an improvement.
Yeah, great. Now I'm very happy to do interview with you.
Now we're good friends.
After the tournament.
After the tournament, we can always chat with Mr. Guys.
Well, thanks for that, Jeff. Sounds like Musta also a believer in the Jeff Platt curse, but happy to talk with Platt post-tournament, especially after bagging himself 3.6 million. Always great to have a conversation with Musta, of course, but now our attention turned to the heads-up battle. A lot of people in the chat were asking for a Yanin and Aziz heads-up match, given how aggressive they both play, and like we alluded to, Randy, this one could quite literally be over in, first hand.
It could be. They're very deep stack. We have just over 90 big blinds in play. I'm curious to see how much experience, someone like Yinan Joe has in heads up, how he's going to navigate. But given the way he played three-handed, it seems like he should be just fine because you need to be aggressive. There's nowhere to hide. You got to play every single hand right. Blind versus, it's just heads up.
Well, it sounds like both of them have quite a lot of experience battling each other online. They both kind of alluded to the fact that they know each other's screen names. They played a ton of online poker. I just also want to mention the fact that Aziz is in here on a free roll courtesy of GG's Continental ticket giveaways during the online WSOP. So, the fact that he's managed to spin that up to 4.6 million is incredible. Deep stacked heads up, just what the doctor ordered for the bracelet and to crown ourselves a champion in the first ever World Series of Poker super main event here. 25K buy-in, 4.6 million guaranteed. 6 million for the win. I'm going to be stepping out. Arlene Najad's going to be stepping in alongside Randy Liu. Don't go too far. A quick 2-minute break. And when we return, we'll be playing down to a champion.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
And welcome back to Paradise. One final day and the last throes of coverage here on the final day of the World Series of Poker. Supermain $50 million guarantee, and the big bulk of that prize pool is guaranteed now, $4.6 million to both Inan and Marcelo. How about it, Randy? Alongside Ali Najad back here at the desk. Gridlock three-handed, broken at long last. And now the Brazilian scores off against the member of the Chinese delegation.
Yeah, we saw Yinan try multiple times to eliminate Canet or Aziz and was unable to do so on multiple occasions. And, you know, Aziz was kind of nursing the short stack in three-handed play and kind of waiting for one of the other two to do the damage. And he found spots to chip up, was three-betting 8-5 offsuit off of a very short stack, and eventually did pick up 10s against Yinan's 5s. And then eventually actually doing the damage himself to Canet to bring us to heads up.
Yeah, we saw that just moments ago right before the break. Don't want to talk about nursing your way down into a deep run without acknowledging Liv Barry's fourth place finish. She did not really get herself into all that many collisions whatsoever, and yet she hauls in $2.8 million. I remember 15 big blinds, I think, with 6 remaining. Got down to 3 in a hurry, and then, of course, we saw the logjam broken just moments ago. Prior to that, Chris Wynn, Michael Adamo, Bonomo, Lipauka, and George Limon. In that order, 4th down through 9th. And moments ago, we saw Mustafa Kanit of Italy cede to this heads-up battle. Let's talk about this pay gap real quick. $1.4 million sit and go is what we basically have on our hands here, Randy. And even though Inan was every bit as feral as Michael Adamo was, he manages to work his way into this situation while Adamo gave way. He doesn't have the chip lead right now. It seemed as though prior to, getting after it, maybe he would be the man. Not so.
Yeah, he doesn't have the chip lead, but it is heads up with deep stacks. It's about 40 playing 50 big blinds. Sure, your opponent has a little bit of edge in terms of chips, but the style that Yinan is employing right now, especially when I saw him play three-handed, is a recipe for heads up. You can't hide. You need to attack. You need to bet relentlessly. You need to find lighter call downs, and I think he's going to be just all right in his heads up match.
Yeah, I feel like you may not be wrong about that. So much support, by the way. Some of the Brazilians that I had talked about earlier, oversights on my part. Felipe Ramos, of course, out there on the rail. That Brazilian crew, Randy, it's so nice when you have the depth of knowledge with regard to the game and kind of that brotherhood, so to speak, to go out, travel the world with one another, endure the highs and the lows, and never mind talk shop as we head into heads up, maybe some ideas being collected.
Look, the Brazilian community, for me, they're always there to support their comrades that are out there in battle.
Yeah.
And it's always nice to see, the Vamos is always going out each and every
Sure.
single pod.
Sure.
But, Joe, he's got his crew out here as well. Every time he's all in, he's telling the rail, hey, come over, sweat this one, and watch me not be able to knock out another opponent. But, he's there for it. He's having fun. Both players of strong communities supporting their man to try to ship this massive bracelet. That's so important.
Producer James, I'm not entirely certain, as I've got a Hendon Ma profile pulled up here, that it is our man, Aziz. I'm not sure how many Azizes play under the Brazilian banner here on Hendon. A fairly modest reflection of $523,000 in career live earnings. I confess, I kind of had to double take there. Listed as Daniel Marquez Ruiz, if I'm not mistaken, here in Hendon. But in any case, here he is. I mean, what a moment. $1.4 million sit and go.
He free rolled in, all right?
That, I forgot about that. This man is invested for $0 to get himself into this situation? How about it? Let's get down to the arena as perhaps the Cinderella story is moments away from completion here in Atlantis. And there it is. 500. 28 million in chips, 53 bigs to 41 bigs. Yinan Zhou of China. That flag being flown oh so proudly. Same could be said of that Brazilian one that is wrapped around the back of Aziz's chair as we wrap our eyes around this heads-up battle. The moment of truth.
A small part of me is sad that we don't have a billion chips in play, but 940 million will work. As we go to a flop, it's top pair versus middle pair.
Yeah, a little piece for both parties.
And immediately you see that Aziz is playing a pre-flop raise game off of these stacks, opening 7-4 off. Yinan is the first player to act, and he's taking a lot of time and does check it over.
He hasn't exactly been playing with pace on the evening/afternoon. Neither party adds chips to the pot, but Yinan adds the nut flush draw to what was already the best hand.
Yeah, great card in the sense that it's reduced Aziz's outs. Some of those outs brings the 4th diamond. Could go for value in this spot, although it's always a little bit dangerous when an overcard comes to your pair. He's checked it on over to Aziz once more. Could see a little small bet to protect against a naked diamond or a straight draw, which he's going to do. And he's going to have a lot of intentions to just check back river unimproved.
Well, that's provided that Yinan allows for that river to roll off.
Yeah, Yinan, even though he has a powerhouse of a hand, he's got the nut flush draw of pair of sixes. He shouldn't want to turn his 6 into a bluff because 10x is not really looking to fold. He also doesn't mind if another diamond drops off and Aziz is just barreling a naked diamond. We can find a flush over flush situation.
Comes with the call. 96 million in the middle now. No help to the 7-4.
I guess this one just goes check, check at a very high frequency. Both players decent showdown.
Tend to agree.
There's the first check.
Check.
So as prophesized by you, Mr. Liu, does go knuckle, knuckle. And first blood drawn
China!
by Yinan Zhou. Not that you needed me to tell you that.
Jai-O.
Sounded like he had a pretty robust following. And looking at his Hendon mob, not nearly as robust. Randy, just $89,000 in recorded live earnings for him. And what we've observed from Yinan Zhou on the day, and even leading up to it, very much defies that particular resume.
Yeah, it seems that Both Enon and Aziz are primarily online players. They've been discussing this openly.
Yep.
You know, having less live experience, but they're obviously holding their own. 2.5x is going to be
80.
the size that Enon goes for, and he's working hard with this 9-5 off.
9 deuce and 9-5, by the way.
Is this like overtime for the working man hand?
It sure is.
Nice.
Yep. Pretty straightforward concession there. As Aziz right away bouncing back.
Yeah, that 9-5 offsuit 3-bet is
An announcement of sorts?
it's a very loose 3-bet, as you already know. Seems that he's going to go for a polarized 3-betting strategy rather
Okay.
than a linear one.
It seems like there's not a lot of bland dishes that are going to be coming out of the Brazilian kitchen.
Yeah, just some random spices thrown here and there. He is going for a limping strategy now, so curious to see how Yenon responds.
You know, it's funny because the Jack 3 is definitely the kind of hand that doesn't really want to see a flop, and provided that this limp is honest, this raise to 50 million works. However, as we can see, Aziz's intention limping was by no means to step aside, and now this is where we kind of find out, all right, a flat, clearly the more straightforward procedure. Thought maybe if the limp 3-bet came in there, we were going to realize that these guys may want to get things wrapped up in a hurry. 9-6-5. Gut shot straight draw along with backdoor clubs versus a total air ball.
Yeah, and that board is just awful for Jack 3. Limp calls do hit this kind of range. It wouldn't surprise me if he just check folds this flop with Jack 3 off, even though he's invested 50 million. This A7 is just good so often. It's going to bet, targeting better ace highs. Position is key. He's also got a texture that it's rare for Yenon to check raise him, especially when he blocks the stone nuts of the 7 of clubs.
I mean, if the pre-flop raise from the big blind is an honest one, and the check is as well, what Aziz assumes is maybe Broadway paint combos, something in that order that isn't interacting with a 9-high rainbow board, whereas he very much is. And obviously, limp calling, the texture belongs more to him. And now the pot does as well. So a nice early recovery from having lost the first hand for Aziz. You know, as I reflect upon the approaches that these two in particular have had to the affair on the day, Randy, when you talk about the fact that most of the teeth cutting for the two of them took place mouse in hand, story checks out. You know, there's something about those that pave their way online that differs specifically, I think, from those that predominantly pave their way in the live streets as far as the zestiness, the creativity, some of the get up and go on the whole. As the King Jack gets up to 23 million, Aziz will keep Yenon company with the suited one gapper, which turns into a heart draw on an ace high board.
pairs, even though they don't pair up. Expecting c-bet from Yinan. King Jack can really just put a lot of pressure on 9 and Queen X with multiple barrels if he wants to. $18 million is the bet. Aziz should be looking to check call, rarely check raising this type of hand. Because he didn't 3-bet pre, he just doesn't have the strongest hands like ace, queen, pocket nines, queens, and aces, so he just needs to play defensively to protect his weaker ranges when he does happen to hit a flush.
Whiffs on the turn here after check calling the c-bet from the Broadway Gutty.
So King Jack's got 2 overs to the 9x, checks it back. King is nice.
Already had the best hand, but now maybe has an excuse to get some value from it.
Kind of feel like it's not Yinan that's going to get the option to choose what to bet. More so it's going to be Aziz wanting to stab
62?
with just 6 high.
Yeah, no showdown value. These are the things that tend to happen. 62 million. This is not shy. 2/3 pot, let's call it.
Yeah, because Aziz is 3-betting all the premiums pre, you know, it's just ace X or nothing.
And Yinan doesn't take long to pick that one off. And he is going to wrestle the chip lead back from Aziz, being affectionately referred to now by the chat as Lampshade. Randy?
Lampshade. All right.
It was, you know, Bucket Hat Joe yesterday, or BHZ. And then today, oh, was that a little kissy?
He did.
No, stop.
It,
Surely it wasn't a little kissy.
it was from his lips. I saw it.
Where was that directed?
To
That
himself.
was I mean, this needs to be investigated, Randy. The kissy, you know, outside of like the Merit Complex in Northern Cyprus, where this is employed as a manner in which to get the attention of others. I believe Luca Vivaldi and his crew also over at the Triton Super High Roller Series used the kissy to kind of get the attention of staff. That, you know, that man's not staff there, so I'm not entirely clear.
Well, he didn't blow it towards Aziz, all right? So we're all good. Not like, oh, thanks for the chips and kissing.
Listen, I'm just here to tell you, you managed to find yourself playing me heads up. Okay? Can you give me the little kissy at some point? The climate out there is going to change considerably. But like, what was that?
Oh, I mean, he gave out the Let's Go China. He's got the
That's
kissy
okay.
going on.
You know, the Let's Go China is, you know, allowed. But the kissy,
I would
Meanwhile.
like to see Yinan go for the Vamos if he happens to win a pot.
If he goes Vamos, Randy, appropriation. Open-ended here. Slips it over. Limp pot pre.
So 2/3 pot for Aziz. This is a limp pot. So Yinan's got so much weak hands that are just going to quickly check fold. Open and straight draw. It's got enough to continue.
Nice. 20 becomes 60.
You know, this is actually a little odd for me. It's going to work just because Aziz has nothing, but
It's just unconventional is the
Find
best way
Tara,
to
find
describe
Tara.
it.
Yeah, unconventional, unorthodox. Especially when he never has ace-queen, which is the nuts.
Check 3xing against Aziz. And by the way, he's not shy about a celebratory post-mortem. It would seem after each and every pot, trying to work his rail into a lather as he continues to work his way further from Aziz after reclaiming the chip lead. And we take a moment to remind you, as always, that the promo code Paradise 2024, for those that don't yet have a GG Poker account, is the one that you put to use along with 20 bucks to get yourself a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. Sign up today. The world's largest online poker room. It's GG Poker, and it's where you ought to be.
It's going to be a kissy emoji in the future. That's what I'm thinking.
Is he going to have kissy action on the avatars over at GG after this?
You know that limping from Aziz is maybe rubbed off on Inan, who's going for his first limp in his heads-up match.
Pocket threes, the kit with which he's done so. 10-5 off, knuckles back, and out flops on the ace-5-4 board. Note, of course, that Inan has the wheel gutter, and maybe the sense ace-x isn't lingering, so see whether or not he chooses to barrel.
Threes easily could be best here. Additional outs in case behind with the deuce. Equity denial I could see, but of course 10-5 would be coming along against most bet sizes.
$15 million, half pot. Check call from Aziz, third diamond rolling off. Another check.
Would like to see Inan try to realize his equity. With the arrival of the 7, if he was already behind. If he wasn't behind on the flop, he's usually behind on the turn, unless he's getting check called on the flop by like a King X of diamonds with 1 diamond or Queen X with 1 diamond. But usually he's behind here.
75.
But he's actually looking to turn his hand to a bluff. He's gone 75 million into 60. So now his clear targets
75?
are 5 and 4x that he's trying to muscle out.
75 million. This is a flex into 60. Double gutter, absent the diamond. Motivating, and Aziz decides this is not the kind of proposition I want to get involved in. So the flow of chips continues to be eastward.
You referencing the Far East there?
Yes, Randy, I am.
Okay.
Does this make you uncomfortable?
I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I can establish, there's no compass embedded in the felt. Okay, are we signaling now? I think that was a chip count that was being delivered. King, queen now for Aziz. Clicks it. Inan with ace tray. Defending. 50 million in the middle. 10-7 deuce. Diamond working hard there.
Yeah, and Whenever you have like this kind of backdoor equity, it's more so important in heads up where you have wide ranges and just so many hands that just whiff. So now you start to include these backdoor diamond type holdings as just mandatory check continues.
Inan checking over. Let's see what kind of appetite Aziz has for this first course. None. Checking back, not improving. Coordinated development there on the turn is the 8.
Yeah, both players with, decent high card. Poor texture with the 10-8-7 is... It gets confusing if you stab here and you get called. You're not sure if you're up against a pair or some kind of gut shot or straight draw. So you just tend to send your high card hands as check down if they could win at showdown, which I believe both king, queen, and ace-3 could do so.
Still no betting, and now all of a sudden the king of clubs says hello on the river. Pot belongs to Aziz at showdown, which I suspect is where we're headed.
For Yinan, he's definitely going to be checking ace high. But, king, queen is... When king, queen bets, it will look like king X or nothing because 10X would have spoken up by the turn. Even like an 8X would probably bet the turn when checked to twice.
Let's see the sizing here. Sometimes, even though we want to get paid, the best way to do so is by going a little bit bigger. 37 into 50 qualify for you, Randy, as maybe vibing a little bit insistent and leaving this ace high curious? You saw Inan asking how much.
But you're right, though. The bigger sizing does kind of rate you to get paid off a little more by these kind of marginal hands, and it's because you get to represent king X or nothing. If you go very small, you widen your value betting range, which may include some strong 7s, 8Xs, and then your opponent has more reasons to fold with a hand like ace-3. Because right now, he just beats a random bluff, or he's looking at king X.
You tend to feel as though deuce X, 7X wouldn't behave this way. Wouldn't the 10 or the 8 have made noise on the turn? And all of the suspicions, the ace eventually ends up in the bin correctly, mind you, for Inan, denying Aziz a payday. What a moment for these two. I don't think they made a deal either, Randy. I mean, I think they're playing for the 1-4.
Of course, man.
I don't know
how
about
often
of
do you get how
course.
often do you get to this spot? And
But isn't that the reasoning behind maybe suggesting that it's not every day that I'm playing for 1.4? Therefore, maybe I reduce this variance a little bit?
It's called guns blazing, all right?
Oh, yeah. And by the way, these guys both have GSR on their hands.
I gotta ask, what's GSR?
Gunshot residue, Randy.
Okay.
Couple of seasons of first 48 will get you there.
Okay. Cool.
Truth be told, on the break, I soaked up 2 or 3 episodes in the room. It's just, it was on.
Cool.
3s versus jacks, and how about middle set on this queen high board for Inan? Don't think a payday is in his future. Absent an untimely 3.
Clearly.
Saying hello.
He shot the bullseye, but he hit it so hard his opponent's got nothing. Nothing to really look to check call with, especially with no heart in Aziz's hand. It's a raise pot pre.
So 25 million ahead brings us to this point. 18 million required to get us past it.
It's tough to fold a pair and heads up, but if you look at the future prospects for threes, it's hard to navigate. It looks like he is gonna drop in call, but you know, if it, I imagine he's not looking to call 2 barrels ever.
Are you surprised he even calls the first?
I'm unsure about the threes on the flop. Yeah.
Ace of hearts might leave him feeling a little bit more sure about getting out of here. Front door flush completes, third overcard. And obviously for Inan, bet feels required in order to charge a price from anything that may be hunting a 4th heart or a Broadway card on the end here. 1 pair sort of combos.
Yeah, 1 pair heart is a big part of Aziz's range. Queen
I mean,
X.
we're blocking Jack X, so we're hoping Queen X is lurking, as 25 million is a bit of a tempter in terms of sizing intention. But three's not tempted whatsoever. 1 call and out of there.
他剩37 BB。我说又收炮了呀。
You know what he's saying?
We'll show you Chopalia.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I'm just
he's
just a mimic.
You're the mime that speaks.
I was ready there. I was ready for it though.
Yeah.
You know?
He's updating the rail that his opponent has 37 BBs left. And in other gibberish I didn't understand.
Now, Randy, you know, you're a pretty legendary poker player. Through the years, as anybody knows, putting together results in poker requires having the bluff gear. And oftentimes in these moments when translation is required, you know, I do feel as though some bluffs do roll in. I don't think you're top of the list over at the UN to make sure,
Ali,
you know, the Chinese delegation's being understood properly by the American.
He has 37 bigs. Look, okay, 359 plus 10. I translated the first part of what he said correct. The rest, I have no idea.
100%, that's what he said?
100%. 3 deuce offsuit is raising. I didn't realize
that. That's the dirty diaper, by the way.
Didn't know that gone over to China as well.
Thumbs up.
Is he taking a photo?
Someone else is taking the photo, I would imagine.
Who's posing?
What was that?
He's very animated.
This guy is highly animated. You know, it's funny because reminds me of Vyacheslav Buldigin in that way. Russian super high roller. We always use that term with regard to him. Sean Winter, another super high roller that has tons of color at the table. Although, you know,
I didn't know Lampshade's move.
Also, just gazing upon this particular dermis, I'm not sure color is the adjective that comes to mind appropriately. Randy, I feel like it's been a mostly indoor vacation for Inan to this point. Either that or SPF 200 has been regularly applied. King 7-3 monotone board. Both players with a piece here as he's got himself a little issue.
King 4 needs a little bit of protection against the random clubs. It's a limp pot, so you don't really want like even like a random 4 or deuce of clubs get a free card.
$10 mil, check called. on the turn. Now, normally we expect this to be the bet check bet line here, Randy, or do we go 2 streets and shut down?
For me, this is an auto bet on the turn.
Okay.
Our hand is vulnerable, given we don't have a club in hand. But we need to protect against, random club, random pair connected to 7 and 3.
And we're not concerned about the check raise when we open action?
No, we often aren't concerned about the check raise because players who are looking to rep bluffs on monotone textures, they tend to start with it on the flop. Especially because even if Aziz had turned 2 pair, for example, like queen 3, with the flop flush out there, he doesn't want to inflate in case, he's value owning himself.
So it's a little bit more secure a barrel than under other conditions. And this river condition is one that leaves those 7s in bad condition, which they've always been against top pair. Will Yinan get greedy?
In heads up, you can definitely go for value once more with this king. There's a lot of busted hands that he could have, club, jack 10, things like. He's going to check it back, but he definitely could have considered it. The kicker is just the main issue here. If he was probably holding king 9 plus, he'd go. Did you hear that? 30 BB.
他还是30 BB. Is that 300 big?
赶时间吃饭。
300 bigs.
I don't know. 30.
Aziz went from what? to 300 bigs all of a sudden.
I'm just, there's a couple of mahjong summers under my belt.
他规定的。
You think he hit all 4 perfect seasons and, I don't know, 1 through 9, all dots? Like, come on.
Yeah.
It's 30. It's 30
30
BBs, not 300 BBs.
Okay.
We don't even have...
How do you say 300? Wow. If only you guys could see the look of confusion on my Eastern brother's face here. Yeah. Because you had all of that confidence when Sanshir came out.
I know how to do it. I know how
Randy.
to do it. Can I try? You say Sanshir, Sanshir, say it 10 times and you'll get to 300.
Wow.
30 times 10, brother.
You would get involved in some very peculiar conversations in math class if that was your approach, by the way, Randy.
I didn't score very well in my math courses. Geometry was very tough.
Geometry, is that?
You know, the
I
one
guess that's
the
a form of
proofs.
math. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
yeah, of course.
I would, how they do like A, B equals C, whatever. I would use like symbols, like stars and rainbows, and then, yeah, the class would laugh, but the teacher was not happy.
Aziz is not going to be happy either, as he continues to find pieces of flops and trail behind Inan. Top pair versus bottom pair on this occasion, with Aziz, the protagonist, clicked it with the diaper.
I mean, his hand does kind of want some protection. It's always tricky because when you don't see bet and you check back, you kind of now play a guessing game, and when you don't improve, it's just very hard to navigate.
17 into 50, the follow-through sizing here.
The stronger the kicker Yinan would have in the spot, he's more likely to check raise here, like more defense. Like if Yinan had like queen 10, probably go for check raise. But seems like he is still going to check raise. Queen 6. So if he's check raising top pair here, then in theory with the rest of his overall strategy, then he's probably check raising as bluffs quite a bit, just to kind of protect that range.
Cool.
Got a pot going.
17 becomes 50 as Inan activates courtesy of this top pair. And Aziz has got to just be feeling like Are you going to smash every single flop? 5 on the turn doesn't help him. Would have preferred the heart, obviously. Deuce or 3. Instead, here he is, potentially facing another barrel, this time into 160. And I don't know. This deuce feels like it lacks durability in a real way.
Yeah, obviously Aziz is hoping it checks through, but
wow, he's just going to dump.
Wow. That was unexpected. Quickly folds.
说不定快打完了呀，不用聊了呀。
Tell you what, last time
他还剩22。
we saw a flag from China dunking on folks. It was Yao Ming at the controls. But here he is, Yinan Zhou. Lacking the height, but gaining altitude in terms of chip counts. Psychology in heads up is a thing too, Randy, when all of a sudden, every time you enter a pot, it feels like no matter what you do, you just can't win a hand. It's, you know, it weighs on you. I'm not suggesting that Aziz is suddenly going to go ham, deviate from whatever his strategic approach has been. Dynamic, of course, based upon the landscape. But frustration could be creeping in. Now all of a sudden, Yinan, King 5 off. He is really getting after Aziz and after our eardrums as well at the same time.
That walk has got a lot of oil in it. He's feeling hot. He's running. You know, King 5 offsuit just jams 20 blinds. Like, he's going to close this one. That was his game plan.
Randy, did you just say that walk, W-O-K,
yes,
has got a lot of oil in it?
Because he's adding oil to it. Gyro is the thing. Add oil. That's what they say when they're rooting on, you know, good luck, take it down. Finish the job.
Randy, we've been working together quite some time. And I got to tell you, despite the fact that I don't have children, you know that paternal pride that you as a dad have felt at times? I think I just felt it for the first time ever, Randy. My baby's all grown up, Randy. Come on.
We have a situation where it's gonna go in. Okay,
no,
this is A7 off of 20 blinds. Get away,
I'm
weird
so
guy.
proud of you. That was amazing. Meanwhile,
all in.
Ace 8 once again just slams it. And a call. Yinan pips.
Fetch. É, o empate é bom.
Well, now you get a sense of just how many people are not far offhand. There's Ren Lin. There's Ding Biao. So many others being ushered a little bit further back of the stage. The Brazilians, of course, on hand as well. This one rates to be a shot the vast majority of the time.
Flop Ollie. I lost the first 3. This is the first time.
Oh, boy.
Oh, he's
Joe
feeling it.
taking prisoners out there.
Is this it?
Reflecting on the fact that all ends have not gone his way to this point. Might this be the one? No, a 7 right there on the flop. And boy, that'll put a muzzle. Right on.
8.
That lampshade. An 8 would rip it right off, though. Calls for a 3-sider.
3-side.
Instead, it's the deuce. This one can't be a chop. Can Aziz find the double to 408 and hit the reset button in this bad boy?
One time!
Yes, indeed.
Aziz.
Oh, how about that, Randy? All of those pots strung together in succession by Yinan Zhou. And with a pipped ace, Aziz finds a hockey stick and a little slap shot across the bow.
He just can't knock out Aziz. He's tried multiple times.
I mean, this is the country that brought us Brazilian
right.
Jiu-Jitsu.
Oh, yeah.
Randy?
Give me one. Give me one blue chip.
Wasn't it one of the Gracies that famously decided to sooner let his opponent snap his elbow than to tap out? No quitting that man there.
So you're saying the Kung Fu doesn't work?
The double. Now, you know, Kung Fu, a little bit older school as I understand it than Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I'm not here to inspect the merits of the two arts, Randy, but I am here to inspect that chip count. 532 million to 408. Just when I began to feel as though this would be a bit of a runaway train in terms of Inan, reset button has been pressed. And why are we back at the desk, Randy? They're going to take a dinner break on the back end of that one. Seldom do we see this.
We're going to dinner now? I kind of want
Well,
more.
you and I don't necessarily have to go to dinner, although perhaps we'd like to oil a wok, Randy.
Make a
You guys have no
big
idea.
flame.
I had the biggest smile on my face right when I realized that Randy had gone to the Far Eastern analogy. I mean, truly, I'm going to be relishing that for some time. And throughout this dinner break, of course, Aziz going to be relishing that double up as all of a sudden he can get the dust off, a little bit of cobwebs out from his system here, and they're going to come back. We're going to step away for how long, Producer James? 45? 45. 40. I got to wait 45 minutes before these guys get back into the arena? Is that?
But you know what, Ollie?
Should we just stay at the desk for the full 45, Randy? We can
Yeah,
talk about all
we
sorts
can
of
talk
stuff.
about-
What do you think, guys? Chat, let us know. Should we keep this break for the full 45? Imagine, by the way, what we would talk about. Reluctantly for you, of course.
How about we send it to the break?
Fine.
I don't want to do it.
Remember when you used to be fun, Randy? That's fine. We'll take 45 minutes and just sit here, and then we'll come back, and we will resume this heads-up battle. Over 20,000 of you at one point soaking this one in. Set a stopwatch, set alarm, do what you got to do. Still $6 million looking for a home here in the WSOP Supermain. We'll see you on the flip.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
You're Invictus in Slovenia.
Wow, we really are going global today, huh?
Yeah. Gibraltar, Edwin. Okay.
Hello on the rock.
Ace Jack here for Adamo. He'll be saying hello.
Yeah, now remember, first hand of the final table started exactly like this. Adamo with the button open. Lehman. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Ollie. Yeah.
This is the one that gets him in trouble. I don't blame him one bit, James, and neither do you, as we just expect such a broad array of combos
Saved him up for nothing.
to click it from the
52.
button. I'm not clear on why it is that Enon feels the need to ask for a count here with the Jack-3 of spades. Perhaps we'll invoice him for the next minute of our lives.
54.
before correctly.
The meter is running here.
Yeah.
Inan with this Jack 3 of spades.
Whether he's
Truly.
trying to maybe make Lehman sweat and see if he can pick up a baseline for potential future tells, I'm not sure.
Well, George sees his issue. He's had such an incredibly positive affect throughout his run to this final table, honestly, in terms of positive mindset. Perhaps none enjoy it more than him. Trappings of a man who slacklines. King, Queen 3, monotone board.
Ugh.
Not great for Ace 9.
Yeah.
Heartless.
All but dead early.
Surrounded. Just 6% with 2 to come. Is offsuit Nina about? Not on the turn. And one final page over the PA system. Can she bail out George Lehman? Are we going to have our first casualty of this final table and leave behind $1 million guaranteed? It's going to be the latter. As Adamo ends up with a pair of jacks, wraps of the rail, GG's exchanged. And the German. The first to fall here, James.
Yep. GG's indeed. Came in as the shortest stack. So, not the biggest disappointment in falling first.
Hey, good game. It was a pleasure playing with you.
But unlucky perhaps with those 2 8s. May well have elected to have just check jam the flop. But also if an ace hadn't come on the turn.
James, just real quick, is that just a plastic bag? Let's get this man a duffel
in there.
or a bag up in Balenciaga.
It would still be a clear plastic bag,
Didn't somebody pay $6 million for a banana taped to a whiteboard recently?
And it's not even the same banana. The banana changes regularly on that art installation. He just ate the banana. He wasn't the first person to buy that piece of art and just eat the banana either.
You know, that's a real top signal. People are paying $6 million for a Chiquita with a piece of duct tape on it. Maybe it was Dole. I don't know. I feel like you should definitely use a green banana at purchase, you know, just to get a little more mileage on the artwork.
You want to keep it somewhere warm as well. A banana go bad quick if it's cold.
Travis might be being kept somewhere. He says he's watching from Guantanamo Bay. Hopefully you're on the right side of that, Travis.
Which is the right side of Guantanamo Bay, Ollie?
You want to be a guard, not an inmate, for sure. Lipauka now. Ace 8 of hearts. He's on the right side of Queen 4. Can it ask for all of it? The Belarusian was well prepared and equipped to oblige.
Yep, just leveraging pressure here from Musta. Pauka defense. Oh, Ollie.
No heart on board and a queen high flop reminds us that the game of poker isn't fair. But the pot is not over. Can Lipauka find the ace or maybe a backdoor to the straight? Three of clubs is dusty. And now the bell tolls yet again here at this final table. Might the first 7-figure payout have itself a home? Yes, is the answer. A wrap of the rail, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Mustafa didn't wait too long for the outburst.
It's his style.
Good game. You don't take any tax, right?
The dealer counted down the chips there to make sure, you know, I guess we're going to...
I cover, ma'am.
Dot the I's and cross the T's, but...
I cover handily. Thank you, though.
896 Ali. I forgot to like myself.
Okay. I'm not logged in.
All right, mystery hand. Here we go.
Love this. Inan, the pre-flop opener to 8 million. We're not going to know what he has, and neither are you, but we're going to do our best to figure it out as it's folded around. To Adamo's big blind, ace 10 off.
Book says very tight here.
I go Miami. And then,
Again,
probably go
one of
to
those
maximum
shorter
rate.
stacks in the pack at 20 bigs, but you've seen players willing to open up, so you should really deviate by playing a little bit tighter. Plus, of course, you've got Adamo in the big blind, with the shortest stack Bonomo in the small blind. So just the fact that it would get round to those two means Bonomo busts at a certain frequency, so you really don't want to get in the way of that unless you've got a good hand. Good flop for Adamo.
Yeah, it is. 10-7-4. No club. Did come with the defense. As you mentioned, Inan under the gun, raising our big in particular. We expect him to have a legitimate holding. And
Yeah,
obviously, having connected in this way, it's not as though Adamo is looking to part ways with top pair, top kicker, regardless of sizing.
Obviously a very good flop for our hand, but like I say, still concern against this seat. I think Inan has proven himself to be very capable and very aware of the situation. But again, Ali, he 3-bet him the first hand of the final. I referenced the sort of fake tank before folding, maybe setting the scene that he was going to be getting up to no good.
This is a really modest follow-through of 6 into 22, by the way.
Yeah, on a board that Adamo certainly has more of, and Inan doesn't really get to have a lot of. You would suspect perhaps to see bets on this board be larger from Inan. He's really trying to say he's got overpairs when he c-bets here. And with overpairs, we certainly want to go big, shallow this out, dissuade the calls from certainly gut shots, but some other draws as well. I wonder if it could be a hand like King Jack of Spades, Queen Jack of Spades, maybe a bit really small, just try and knock out anything the Dama's completely missed with. Has decent playability down the streets. Adamo, this recognizing that this Inan's just going to check back a lot.
Yeah. Even if the ace-10 is beat, in the face of a lead here, do we really want to open the action against a big boss covering stack of Adamo, who just gets to do this?
Yeah, it's nice. Sets his price as well, of course. So Inan, of course, all the overpairs available. Maybe some big club combos, but I'm still leaning towards the non-made hands being something like that Queen Jack of Spades, King Jack of Spades. I think maybe Queen Jack of Spades doesn't even open actually, Ali. Under the gun, 7 left with ICM the way it is. It may have just folded.
So then, absent the snap fold, where are we ranging him, if not the Queen Jack?
Oh.
What's this?
Wow.
Rapid response team. Maybe not so rapid, but nevertheless, 20 million, says Inan. Questions being asked of this ace-10.
Such a clicky sizing as well.
Pardon me. One that begs, sort of, to have the rest asked for, isn't it?
One that, if Adamo has draws, can never fold. That's the concern here. I'd say the likes of set of 9s, set of 10s, the value that want to raise here. I don't think one pair raises for value. Then you would counter that with some of those big draws I mentioned, some of which just got there, like King Jack of Spades.
So Adamo does make the call. The pot has grown to 74 million. Sub 1 SPR effective. Inan with 53 back. First of the overcard variety to present itself to Adamo.
Yeah, just a disaster card for Adamo if he was ahead. There's barely anything he can beat now. Maybe Ace Jack of Clubs, but I just don't know if that hand's ever going to raise the turn. Although Inan showed an ability to turn up with all sorts of hands in seats. Made a great bluff the other night against, so was that Wsop. And myself and Henry found it really hard to give him one in one of these mystery hands, and he found a way to be light. Certainly any better here, Ali is weighted towards more than one pair. Look at this, leaving just one chip back. Asking for 47.5 million.
I mean, all of a sudden, ace 10 starts to get a little uncomfortable. In terms of hands that weren't there yet,
yeah,
King, Queen of Clubs ever do this?
The thing is, I still think that's
a flat call on the turn, isn't it? Looking to realize equity at that price point?
I think so.
But again,
it might not even bet flop. I felt like on the flop the most likely bluff was a hand like King Jack of Spades, which of course has just got to the river. Not sure again without raise the turn, but I mean if we're trying to think of hands that do want to raise the turn, I feel like it's not the club combos. Getting the price we were getting, don't want to get blasted off those. So it would be a jack with a double gut shot. So King Jack of Spades or King Jack still seems the most likely to me.
I like that one.
In terms of bluffs that have now improved.
And in terms of stone bluffs, I'm having a tough time coming up with them. But as you mentioned earlier, data points exist.
This man's capable.
There he is, doing his best to give nothing away. Beneath the bucket. It's not easy.
Well, the thing is, the value is like set of 10s, set of 9s. Not sure all 9s bet the flop. And obviously when we block a set of 10s, that's scary. Unlikely. Well, he found it again. He found the bluff with the jack.
Guys.
Almost the same he did against Wsop the other day.
Guys, I don't remember seeing a single ace-jack guess in the chat, and there was no shortage of them. Many of the king-jacks, I got to tell you, if we get the likes of an Adamo, Aziz, Inan sort of final three, we're going to need to send some Kevlar out there. Pocket threes. Let's see if Bonomo will fire a shot.
Yeah, from the hijack. Looks like he's committing everything bar a chip.
50 million. Basically all in. Is Bonomo, and Inan has woken up with two jacks. Fresh off of given orders, the likes of which we haven't seen since Chairman Mao was in power. Inan on the button.
Yeah, covered, of course, by Chris behind. Live with a leaner stack in the big blind. Obviously, this bet representing half his stack.
Oh,
He
he
does
comes with a flat. It's already really strong when we do this.
It is, but he's not doing it for that reason. He's doing it just in case Chris jams behind, and then Liv goes all in behind as well. And then, obviously, Jacks would be in bad shape there, and of course, potentially with a couple of ladders in that situation.
Well,
Bonomo, of course, with one chip back.
I don't need to explain here, James, which of these hands is the tank and which of these ones is the student protester.
Wow.
Ace 5-4. It can't. Come on, it's not too soon. Wheel Gutty for the threes.
Wow. Obviously, Bonomo very much incentivized to save this 500k if he can. Inan, not the same. If this was Adamo, then he'd be happy to leave Bonomo there with just one chip as the chip leader.
Is that allowed? I'm all in. Can I have my friends come up to sweat? We're all in.
Well, this is interesting. Bonomo asking
Yeah, you can come up and
whether
watch.
or
Come on.
not His buddies can come up and sweat this final moment with him.
I'm all in and behind. I have 6 outs. I need a deuce or a 3.
Any chance to chop? No.
Getting all the support that he can here as he hunts a duck or a tray. 111 million chip pot.
Club, so a club is no
Oh,
good.
no. Pardon me, Ali. I looked at the 3 of clubs.
Nope. Club coverage for Inan as he clasps his hands and looks to the heavens, hoping to haul this one in. And he's done just that. That is one of the winningest poker players of all time that has just been vanquished to take the gamble. Mystery hand time. Let's block out Aziz's holding.
We've had a couple of Aziz mystery hands. Capable of turning up with the unexpected. Worcester. Folds ace-9 in the small to that open, with a damo behind, perhaps recognizing that Aziz may be a little bit more snug than one would suspect.
Just a click. And then we hold our breath. Eight, 6, 5. Adamo defended with the suited combo. Finds second pair here. No spade on board. 22 million in the middle.
Yeah, we saw him come out with a lead on a similar texture or a rainbow board against Muster. This time I'm going to check with second pair on this two-tone board.
Aziz. Unclear what motivates, other than perhaps position in the betting lead and deference from Adamo, all of which we do observe, but what we don't observe are his hold cards. 7 million follow-through.
Yeah, obviously, sound like a broken record. Board that favors big blind, but it's not like Aziz can't have this sort of stuff, especially the way we've seen him set out his stall, raising here on the button. Should be playing a little bit tighter, given the 2 stacks behind, given live on 15 blinds, but the rule book not necessarily been open so far yet on this final table.
So after check calling, a 9 of clubs comes off on the turn. This doesn't feel like the kind of card that's supposed to belong to Aziz, and we observed Adamo against Inan earlier here at this FT. Similar situation, check call lead on this sort of board development.
Checks once again.
Balanced.
Oh, Aziz pulling out chips, but obviously we'd be repping a very strong hand to fire a second barrel here. Certainly one pair not going to be betting. Quite a lot of the 2 pair would want to check back as well.
Yeah, now on the topic of 2 pair, the 10 of hearts puts that squarely upon Adamo. With the check back on the turn, obviously a barrel feels quite nice.
Yeah, obviously want to bet. Certainly options on sizing here. We don't really have no hand very often. If you look at all the hands that would check call the flop and get here, all of them have made something here. So you quite often see very small bets in this spot.
Okay.
But yeah, you've got 18. Again, maybe recognizing that, not really trying to target the non-pair hands. They probably just fold anyway, so going after maybe 9x, 10x, potential over pairs. Half pot the number.
Time bank usage from Aziz. Talk to us, chat. What do you think he's
54.
got? Well, hang on. Whatever you thought before this moment, update, as we've got the breaking news of a raise to 54 million. And this is supposed to say Queen Jack, isn't it?
It could be Queen Jack. I think we still have to show some concern that there's clubs out there. But yeah, Queen Jack, a possible hand. I would say flushes majority of the range, but they're going to bet quite a high frequency on the turn. Real tough spot for Adamo.
I mean, we expected we would have heard from a 7 or clubs on the turn.
Right.
With a reasonable frequency. I mean, a check back there against texture that we expect, you know, Adamo could maybe try to represent, could be interacting with quite often as a big blind defender, and all of a sudden he's feeling a bit jostled. Well, the guess is flying in as to what it is that lurks behind those question marks.
Yeah, this is horrible. He's seen as he's so capable of running a big bluff. Flicks in the chip.
Oh, and what is it? Drum roll, please. 7-8.
Wow.
I confess, I didn't think 7X was involved in this check back and then raise the river line. So Aziz getting himself solid value there.
Gangster. Wow.
20 minutes ago, my man. I knew a lot of people. I saw Keating was putting some of the American like YouTube vloggers in. But I wasn't aware that Aziz is in on a free roll. Do we know what kind of free roll it was?
I don't actually. I would assume from online, but no confirmation of that. Adamo. Ace King. Oh, here we go. Yinan. Gonna get involved once more. Up against that one-time chip leader.
Fortunate that it's the suited variety. The flat call does open the door for a squeeze. Wow, Barry's sub 10, by the way.
Yeah. But again, for now, she'll have one eye on that 450k pay jump. The rest looking to build, and Adamo will like that flop, but Henry, look what lurks behind it.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. Especially when Liv's just sat there on 10 bigs. And Adamo has the ace of hearts. Should another heart roll off. 32 million out there. SPR's around, what, 4.5? Certainly going to be looked to build the pot, get some value. It's a bit frustrating for Adamo now to have this talent on his left, someone that's willing to play post-flop and kind of just push Adamo around a bit.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's not just the talent, but it's the willingness to go for it. So it really is a thorn in the side of Adamo. For now, Yinan, more than happy to continue.
54 million out there, that's more than what's in Liv stack. The pot brewing is...
wow. Once more, Yinan makes Broadway with a heart draw, Henry.
I don't know if we're just being biased today because we can see the cards, but it feels like a turn card that Adamo could potentially get away from. I mean, Ace-Queen being one of the primary hands that we'd want to get value from, right? You could argue a decent amount of the time, you're going to hear from ace-queen pre-flop. So when it comes to hands that would be targeting, similarly to the previous hand, a weaker ace-x, like ace-4, ace-5, I think would be hearing from in the form of 3-bet pre-flop rather than flat.
Yeah.
So we're losing to ace-10 and ace-jack. We're losing to king-queen. We're now losing to jack-10. We're losing to 8-9 suited, king-queen suited. But we do still beat hands like queen-jack, king-jack that we want to get some value / protection from.
Yeah, and with the dynamic already established, Adamo is going to go for what we could describe as more of a blocky kind of size here with this one pair.
It's this 18 to 54 third pot. I mean, in Ann's shoes, just flat call and pray that the deuce of clubs rolls off. Uh-oh. That looks like a raise to me, James.
45 million, the request. Can Adamo find a way out of this one now, Henry? You've just sort of described to us how hard it is for us to piece together a hand that Anand could have. I guess the king jacks, queen jacks. But other than that, not many weaker holdings here. Of course, though, the dynamic at play. He just made a big fold the hand before. Or followed to a big bet, I should say, rather than having a big hand. He knows he got bluffed earlier on the final table.
I honestly think Inan has cost himself a lot of chips here. It's a very quick raise, and it's not a turn spot where it's easy to find bluffs. I think population would take a little bit more time to just find a creative line with, you know, like, I don't know, let's say king 10 of diamonds, or like say you got like queen jack of spades here or king jack of spades. Are you finding this raise on the turn so quickly?
Right.
I don't know. And again, maybe it's just because I didn't have my Cheerios for breakfast and I'm being a bit results oriented, but I feel like Adamo can get away from this now.
I'm with you. I feel like he might just, even though he's getting bludgeoned by Anand.
Also, having ace of hearts, king of diamonds helps him a bit. You know, blocking some of the combos that would potentially be semi-bluffing, like a king 10 of diamonds.
Wow. He does make the call. And we have a monster on our hands, 144 million.
This is insane. I mean,
Adamo with just 88 behind. Surely, though, Henry, we're calling here to fold rivers? Or are we going to see the elimination of Michael Adamo in 6th place?
Adamo at this point must be feeling like he's getting pushed around quite a bit by this young Chinese pro.
Concern for Inan on that card. Adamo rating to, of course, have aces, jacks, even 10s.
Yeah, what are we losing to now in Adamo's shoes if Inan had a hand like queen 10 of diamonds, 10-9 of diamonds? We now lose to trip 10s. We're going to have a new chip leader. Sized it on the turn.
Does Inan feel compelled to go for this? Again, has to be concerned surely that Adamo's continued with sets and perhaps not many, if any, one pair hands.
Well, there's only one combo of ace 10 left.
Oh, he's gone for the small bet. I love this.
Aces, one combo of jack 10 left as well. Suited, of course. This is this is a really sick bet from Inan. Just a little B20 on the river.
Kind of reminds me of the spot Adamo found himself in last night. when he bets small.
With the ace king against
Where
ace
it's like,
king, yeah.
I know I've kind of got the best hand, but also I might not. This is a huge spot in the terms of the tournament. Going to find a way to bet small. Anyone's guess as to how Adamo proceeds now. And I believe he's out of time cards, Henry.
I agree. I think you're right. Oh, he's flicked it in, James.
And look at this, in and getting the absolute max with this hand. And Adamo is down to just 12 big blinds.
Let's go!
Harsh. Harsh. That cuts. All right. Here we go. 2.5. It's time. All but a chip going in.
Good luck, Adamo. See if he can get the spin. Oh, it's into Liv's big as well. Good luck.
Well, Liv with a chance to send Adamo out.
She says, let's go. Two of the shorter stacks going to war. Just enough to raise. Old school. Liv getting it in good.
Is this the end of Adamo, or will a spin begin? The man who begun the day as the big chip leader up against Liv is in a familiar all-in pose. She herself desperately short-stacked. And wow, a great flop for her, although it does come with some opportunity for Adamo. Needs Liv to make a pair. That'll make him a straight. She can, though, just end this with a heart. All the outs remain.
Are they both praying in this spot?
Red 6
Good game, Michael.
ends Michael Adamo's run. The 4-time bracelet winner will not approve on that tally here. 1-time chip leader. Well, leaving us stunned that he leaves here in 6th place for 1.65 million.
Pretty sick run. And a brutal, brutal turn of events, to be honest. I mean, a couple of hands that maybe he's going to look back on. The Jack 10. Liv has now secured the largest ever cash by a female poker player.
You might be right. I believe that belonged to Annette Oberstrad. Is that right?
Yeah, I think Liv now owns that title. 2.1 locked up.
Yeah, Annette, of course.
Oh, wow. Wins just all in next hand.
Oh, here we go. All in and right up against it with Musta. Calling with 2 queens.
Yeah, Jack 10 against Pot Queen.
Wow. It really hasn't gone his
Jack
way.
10, not German numbers. What is this with? 8-7?
Good luck, chaps. To get us four-handed, Canet just needs to hold.
Came into the final table, 2nd in chips. Now needs to find an 8.
It's always sweaty, man. I mean, how do you get queens in against Jack 10? You get that flop.
It's a cliche, Henry, but it's never easy. Muster needs to find an 8 to take us down to the final 4, to secure everyone a $700,000 pay jump, and to end this man's dream. And that is the case here on the King of Clubs River. Back-to-back all-ins lost for Chris.
Very nice play, monsieur.
He will end this run here.
Love to see the handshakes all around, and a big bright smile on Chris Wynn's face, ecstatic with this $2.1 million cash for a 5th place run. It's a decent sized duffel bag to, you know.
Live 2 4s.
Spin the wheel. So he's going to be in the blind next hand. There we go. Good luck, Liv.
Oh.
38.
I missed that.
Seems likely, Henry, that Aziz will want to take this spot.
Yeah, especially given the fact that Liv's going to be in the big blind next hand. She's going to have to put in, what, a third of her stack. So it's going to be wider. That 4's ace-8 is going to be performing really well against their range, I think. So makes the call. Wow, Inan's got 7s.
He has advanced chips forward.
And I think Inan's play here is to just call.
Right. They all benefit from losing Liv at this stage, right? It's not like he's that far ahead of the other 2.
Agreed.
There must be benefit in trying to secure an $800,000 pay jump. But no. He's happy just to get out of the way. And what a dream scenario for Liv Boeree that is, Henry. She got the better pair to fold and the overcards to call. Now just needs to hold.
I am very surprised by that. Very surprised by that fold.
Yeah, it seemed to me the 7s would realize equity a high percentage of the time. Unlikely to get bluffed. But here we go then. Liv Boeree once more all in, and once more finds a safe board.
Man, she gets the ace-8 to call and the 7s to fold, and she's 2 away from doubling up. I mean,
normal pose. Oh, I was about to say she left the normal pose, Henry. And an ace falls. 4 in the door was a request to start the hand. Now needs a 4 on the river.
Good game.
Well done, everybody. Nice playing with you.
Was nice meeting you.
But it is not going to be the case. And as you correctly
Good luck. Thank you.
said earlier, Henry, Liv Boeree, with that $2.8 million, sets a new high watermark in terms of largest cash by a female. Another accolade for her to take. And wow, what a return to poker. $2.8 million. A mastery in laddering up on this final table. Aziz with the knockout. Down to 3.
What an incredible run from Liv. 4th place, 2.8 million, standing ovation, a round of applause.
Yeah.
I mean,
Put my,
looks like Jeff.
$1 million pay jumps. You might as well test the waters for now.
I can't find anything for Aziz on Hand and Mob. So you know that he's in on a free roll. If anyone has any information, let us know.
Pocket 5s versus King Jack. It's kind of a tricky one because you kind of want to, you kind of want to jam, but it's always a little risky given your opponent has 208 million. And now look at Cannon. He's got King Jack. It's like, am I really going to potentially call this off, or do I just let it go because I could be up against Ace X and, you know, be slightly behind?
25 bigs, 26 bigs exactly.
And obviously huge ICM on the line here, which should narrow his calling range, given he's in second place in terms of chip counts. And I'm not even convinced that Yinon is just going to jam like worse kings and jacks, just given how deep he can it start the hand with. Feels like this becomes more of a call around 20 blinds, and maybe 20 blinds, but he is slightly above that right now. Multiple time banks coming in.
Canet might just go for the effort we call play for the win.
He
There it is.
Oh my god, look at this pot size.
All in call, all in call.
Well, this really changes things, Randy.
Oh, there's the buddies.
King jack, king jack.
That was a huge call from Canet. He's playing for the win.
If Yinan can just hold here, he's going to be up to 720 million chips, and we're going to be heads up. Limp called it off with the King Jack, biggest spot of both of these players' careers.
Flop incoming. Jack for Canet.
Finds the top pair. And then wrapped around that deuce three. Some backdoor straight potential. Drawing to 2 outs twice. As things stand. We know what Aziz is rooting for. He's rooting for a $1 million ladder. Not going to find it on that turn. 5 and a 5 only to shower Canet in third. Can he get there? No.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's fucking go! 210.
Canet with the full double up.
210, I guess.
This rail goes wild.
Oh, we're hype, aren't we?
We are indeed. Looking for his first bracelet to become #1 on Italy's all-time money list. Already smashed his previous best live cash of 1.6 million by 2 million.
I think 200
being guaranteed.
The small blinds, if Yinon goes away, obviously not when he's got ace jack and 555 million.
He would love to see Aziz jam now, which he's going to. King 10 suited, Randy. This is going in.
How can he not? 7 big blinds. Chip leader opening button. This is a slam dunk reshove.
Is that enough to raise? It is, yeah.
So he's put in exactly half of his stack.
All in.
And there we go.
Good luck, good luck.
Good luck, chaps. Musta gets to just watch on for a potential $1 million ladder.
E 10 suited de contrato fala off, vamos.
And to get heads up.
A gente é o rei 10.
25k super main event.
God, look how many people has come to observe.
Bialding.
In Brazil!
Screw.
China versus Brazil. Advantage Aziz.
Well, bellies full perhaps, but payouts not yet issued as dessert. Ali Nejad and Randy Liu back with you on the backside of an unexpected dinner break Heads up here between the Brazilian and the man from China. It is Yinin versus Marcelo, Aziz versus Zhou here. WSOP Super Main, 50 million guarantee, over 10 million of it. Looks for a home here, Randy. And it looked as though Yinin Zhou was going to be running away with this thing. He kept winning pot after pot after pot. And then just before the break, ace-7 managed to double into the ace-8. And here we are, 408 million in front of Aziz, reset button of sorts.
Yeah, so it seems like we call it the timeout button, you know, like in a basketball game, freeze the action a bit. And I imagine actually, you know, both sides, you know, they're going to consult with their compatriots on the sidelines,
Yeah.
right? Maybe what are some adjustments? What is my opponent doing? What can I do better to give myself the best advantage to capture that 1.4 million extra dollars?
I'm really glad that you brought that up because obviously the length of this dinner break allows for many of the hands that maybe they were curious about, unseen. They're going to be able to digest that. Obviously, their camps are going to give them some pointers. Maybe we see some adjustments, TBD, as we get back down into the arena for the resumption of play. Here, heads up, playing for a $1.4 million ladder. Live from Atlantis, Paradise Island, Bahamas. Big shout out to those of you who stuck with us through that dinner break. I know we're well off the high water mark, but over 10,000 of you still out there watching. Great to have you with us. Let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know where you're streaming from. Let us know what your favorite moments thus far from here across so many days of this WSOP Paradise has been. There's Yinan Zhou, Marcela, Aziz. The only two remaining after Lehman, Lapauka, Bonomo, Adamo, Chris Wynn, Livery, and Mustafa Kanid all gave way to set the stage for this moment. By the way, up on that stage, the 5K closer featuring Santosh Suvarna, Nick Schulman out there going down. Daniel Negreanu also at that table, believe it or not. So looking to keep an eye on the proceedings. That's directly left of center stage, which is what you're staring at in the background right now. Off to the right, a 10K taking place as well, featuring Johannes Straver, who was battling three-handed last I checked. So 4 bracelets in total being awarded here today to cap off this incredible Herculean effort brought to you by the folks at GG and the World Series of Poker. Not to mention the Triton Super High Roller Series leading into it. And it looks like we are not far from getting the cards back in the air. Tournament Director Andy Tillman on hand. $10-4 on the button. We'll kick things off. 6 and 12 million, the blind level.
So Aziz is playing north of a 30 big blind stack. Maybe this is one of the game plans Yinan was looking into during that break. Limping strategy.
Being explored. Check back from Aziz. Under the lid goes Yinan. 36 million in the pot. King 9-7. And most of the time we looked up and saw Aziz with a piece of the flop for the better part of that last frame, Randy. It was always the second best piece. Now, finally, able to be in the lead here with middle pair. Goes check, check.
Again, Aziz is going to be very happy to see the check back from Yinan. He can go for value against 7 and 5x. $20 million
comfortably deployed here. Second pair in a gutter. Well worth it.
Just nothing.
No, this is a trash bag. Does he not know it's on him? Just out of curiosity, Randy, you know?
You know, we're just taking a deep look into the the lampshade.
Into what? I'm taking a deep look into my evening and thinking it's not going to be one that I'll have any time to enjoy at this pace. Onwards. Into the bin with the 10-4. It's okay. During the break, by the way, I can't believe that on the very last night of being here, I was advised that the hot tubs in this massive pool complex are open all night long. Randy, I would have been out there soaking after every shift.
Are you serious? Now you tell me this?
Yeah, exactly.
When did you learn that? Like, who did you learn it from?
Andy Tillman literally told me that they were tying one on last night. They had the Bluetooth speaker going. They said there was 40 of them out there. Now, you know, long day's work, 40, after shift, it does become a bit of an aquatic petri dish, unclear chlorine levels out here. But
it's also a very small hot tub.
You've been to the hot tub, Randy?
I've seen it.
Randy, what?
But
you're pretending that you don't know about that?
I didn't know it was open all night.
All right. 10-3, open for business. Limping also. As things taking a very grindy shape on the back end of dinner.
Yeah, it seems like they both have the same intention to kind of go with limping strategy off of these stacks. And it is a stack depth where we could, some players do use just raise folds. So it seems like slow is the direction we're going at the moment.
Aziz, just an exploratory barrel here.
Yeah, you're going to expect the player who limps on the button to just bet most flops when check 2.
Simple release from the 6-7. Randy.
Yes.
I'm dressed up right now. You think if I just throw in a little Fugazi WSOP name tag and run out and just advise the dealer, hey, this is the shot clock. Players have 15 seconds to act before the flop and then 30 seconds after that. Here's some time banks that, she would be okay with that that update?
No.
I know they have one going. I just, I want a little bit more brisk. I wouldn't be mad at it.
I don't think she would appreciate that.
You're probably right.
So we can just stay in here.
Impersonating WSOP staff, probably not a great idea.
You're really trying to just stay behind here in Nassau, right? Didn't like the conch. Kept on talking about law enforcement.
Yeah.
Now trying to impersonate staff.
Yeah, that would really give him a reason to keep me back.
And you're leaving tomorrow?
Maybe. Talk to me once I get to the airport. Queen 9 turns into a gut shot here versus bottom pair. Aziz out of position. This one was 30 million per player.
Oh, Yinan's going to want to see that when he picks up a gut shot and, 1 overcard to the jack's helpful. We'll often just take it down on the flop.
$20 mil follow through. No club on board note.
So bottom pair's in a spot where it's a nice check call, even though it is just a pair of deuces, but mainly because if you think about when you improve your hand, the deuce and the ace.
70?
very disguised, but actually he's gone for check raise. But I was going to say, you know, if he turns aces and deuces, maybe his opponent keeps barreling. This is an interesting choice with bottom pair. Man, it's weird because, like, Aziz's value range is like king, jack, deuces, and, you know, the stronger kings. But a lot of the stronger kings, like ace king, of course, with 3-bet pre, and like king, queen.
Nice decision there from Aziz as he gets the job done with a check. 3.5x raise. And all of a sudden, what felt as though it might have turned into a very passive post-meal kind of wind in to this level. Picks up where it left off a bit more prior to the break with these guys slugging a bit. At least Aziz is.
I mean, it's a pretty big win for ace deuce to deny such equity. And probably looking to just check fold unimproved.
Not wrong about that.
Jack 10 versus ace 10 is problems for Aziz. Is he has a hand that can raise call a 3-bet. But he's limping, so that should contain the pot a little bit. Of course, Enon's going to look to juice it up with ace 10 suited, and Jack 10 would likely just call in position.
Here we are.
You know what's kind of interesting here is that
how much?
Enon very early in the heads-up match had 5x exactly, so using the same sizing here with Jack 3 offsuit. So Aziz at this point has seen that, given we
Right.
went on a long dinner break.
Cool. Worthy of note and worthy of a continue as the Jack 10 pays the price of admission. 132 million chip pot pre-flop. King 6-5. Neither party connecting.
So Yinon, of course, has 1 over to the ace, 2 overs to the 6, which is nice. Backdoor spades. We'd like to see him continue with a c-bet. Doesn't need a bet too big either, given the rainbow texture. 1 big card too small.
Well, let's see the sizing. 30.
Like
into
this.
that 162.
About quarter pot. Although the tiny sizing out of position does get the player in position a little curious from time to time.
90.
Wow.
Look at this. Aziz, all of a sudden, taking it to the streets in back-to-back pots. 3xing the 30 mil follow through.
He did it very quickly too. I'm not so sure I would be convinced if I'm Yinon that my opponent, if he had a king, would raise on the flop with position. Out of position, sure, but it makes sense that Yinon's continuing. The line doesn't really make sense, and why would Aziz want to raise a 6 or 5x in position and get perhaps blown off of it?
Yeah. So Inan hung in there and found the nut flush draw that he sought. Granted, an ace would have been a more welcome sight, but this will give him an excuse to continue. Aziz has breathed air into this pot. 312 million now.
Yeah, I'm also going to guess that maybe Aziz opted to raise the flop because he saw how bad Yinon's hand was before when it was limp 5x call with the Jack 3 offsuit early in the heads-up match. But now that he's gotten called after raising a 90 million with this run out, he mainly just has to give up because it's very easy for Yenon to be very nutted to bet call flop of King X that's never folding.
75.
But he's betting again? This is courage.
You know, as if there wasn't enough bravery on display on the flop, here we are on the turn, firing 75 million. Of course, Inan is not looking to get out of here. Is there a world, Randy, in which all of a sudden gangster tendencies beget gangster tendencies?
Look, I believe ace-10 suited should be going for check call in this spot.
Yeah, I believe Jack-10 wasn't going to barrel
I
the turn.
know.
I didn't think it was going to raise the flop. Yet here we are.
A player is not really supposed to raise flop of king and bet fold it on the turn. So I'm not too sure what a check jam would accomplish besides denying equity against maybe 8-7, although I'm not even sure that would raise the flop with position. My go-to would be to check call, but man, you onto something. You guys had the same thing during dinner?
No.
Lots of oil in the wok?
No.
With spices? Hot chili oil?
This is a Szechuan pepper right here. Mouth-numbing 280 million from Inan. And Aziz is going to have to let this go, Randy. There's no other choice.
180 or 280?
As we can see, it's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's 180 or 280, but just looking for clarification. Gives them a little extra time to think.
Okay, I got it. I fold.
Let's go, China!
Okay.
Yeah, let's just get in the car and let's go.
Can I get a chip count now?
Oh, man.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26
To Aziz's credit,
26.5.
even though he just got torched in that pot, he doesn't seem to be showing any measure of irritability in response to some of the antics of Inanjo.
You can.
I would have gave him the goo. No, you cannot know my chip count.
Can you wait
Yeah.
me collect the chips?
What?
Can you wait me collect the chips?
Is he not asking for the hand not to be dealt until he's managed to stack? I mean, this is a bit indulgent.
So 6, right?
Now 665 million. There's a very healthy chip lead. Has been established here.
Limp incoming. King 3 offsuit for Aziz. This is a
All in.
hand that could raise, yeah. It's that big little blocking value. Doesn't play well post flop.
What it's doing is it's taking its chances for 1.4 million. I mean, you know, forgive me if some of this posturing is a bit straightforward to some, but the gravity and the implications, if you are wrong, if it doesn't work out, are fiscally devastating.
I am a little sad he didn't do the Let's Go Brazil.
Yeah, that would, it's not his speed, is my guess. Maybe if he wins this thing, he just hops right up onto the table and gives us a little Carnival one-man edition. Little Bossa Nova.
Like you know, chat's going to war right now. There's a bunch of Brazil flags, bunch of Chinese flags are trying to outdo each other.
24.
I like that we have players we're rooting for. It's been a very exciting heads-up match so far.
Does that not qualify as chat spam, by the way? I mean, the 17th flag maybe becomes a bit gratuitous. Queen deuce offsuit. Plenty of fight still left in this Brazilian dog. Raising it up. 5-3 off. Hangs in and turns into a gutter on a 9-high rainbow texture.
Decent piece for Yinan. I haven't seen him lead yet. I believe he's just always taking time on the defensive side so that he can have a game plan for future, you know, how to react to Aziz. Aziz playing quickly with check back. Bingo.
Finds the queen. Just waiting on him there.
Could see Yinan stab. Just has 5 high, and he might think the 3 or 5 could be good against other high card hands if he barrels here and gets called. Wisely does check it over. And for the queen, you know, we just value bet against all the worst pairs, but a check back is surprising.
I'll tell you what, maybe a little PTSD from that turn check raise that he endured moments ago. Granted, different setup in this particular pot, but could also be Aziz just trying to lure a barrel out of Yinan with a zero showdown sort of proposition, which is exactly what we see. 60 million in the middle and a guy that likes to fight for every chip from what we've seen so far. Can he find restraint here?
52.
There's your answer.
What a great check from Aziz on a turn. It's won him 52 million extra chips.
Yeah.
It makes sense for me. On 5 high never wins that showdown. His opponent's checked twice. Just looks like he's very weak, and there we go. On the up for Aziz.
Oh, a little fist pump. Getting Israel going. Looking off into the void is Yinan. You think he's seeing like the math formulas and stuff, you know, like in the movies? When they,
Like A Beautiful Mind?
yeah, the little John Nash. Well, how about a beautiful promo? Free $50 ticket to the Weekender awaits those of you who have yet to sign up for a GG Poker account. Simply head over, input the promo code Paradise 2024, toss a crispy Andrew Jackson into your account, and then enjoy yourself a 2.5x on your investment, courtesy of the world's largest online poker room, GG Poker. Queen 9 suited. We've already seen what that holding likes to do on the button for Yinan. This time, flats, ace in the big for Aziz. Can simply check back and
All
C3.
in.
And then he just says all in. Randy?
Same game plan as the King 3 offsuit, just taking the raw equity of ace high and just trying to win it. It is a big jam though, almost 30 bigs. This is too much of a gamble for queen 9. I kind of wonder if Aziz is doing this for now and maybe he doesn't do it in the future to try to dissuade Enon from limping, maybe, because he's done it twice, right? King 3 off, ace 2 off for quite healthy stacks.
I'll tell you what, those first couple of hands, Randy, and I was like, oh boy, we're in for the long haul here. And all of a sudden, an updated opinion just based on some of the force the action that we've observed out of both camps. It was a bit of a head fake in that regard, I admit. Perhaps they're looking for a hasty finish to this one.
Yeah, I think most players, when they go on an extended break, aren't thinking, how do I play as passively as possible? They're like, where can I accumulate chips? We've seen big adjustments from Aziz, especially. You know, Enon's been, he went ham with the ace-10 suited, and he was right. For now, though, we do have the 7 Dewey.
That was ham and eggs that he went on the turn there with that nut flush draw. And I sensed it, man. There's sort of a flair with which I think both of these guys would love to end one another here heads up. Ace, Queen, 8. Pair and a baby club for Aziz. Way the best of it. Involuntary participation from Inan out of the big with this 7 deuce of diamonds.
So Aziz with the 8-4, if he wasn't holding a club, I think he's more likely to bet for protection. But while holding the 4 clubs, you don't mind just checking it back. Yeah, I like this.
5 on the turn. Nothing to be afraid of. As played for Aziz. Let's see whether or not Inan just tries to take a little stab for cheap. Although sizing-wise, we've not seen him really lean toward the cheap side.
Right. I'd be pretty surprised if he bets with 7 deuce. He's more likely to do so with some equity, like, you know, one of those being a club. You just want some outs in case you get called. I'd like to see another check from Aziz. Hard to get called by worse. Maybe another club. He will bet, but, you know, sometimes another club comes and your opponent just stabs and you just pick that one off.
16 million.
16 mil. Deployed by Aziz on the turn here. Sensibly, understandably. And eventually, it earns the pot.
See, we got a different kind of rail here where when Aziz wins pot, the rail just kind of does the clapping for him. The Vamoses, he doesn't request it. But on Enon's side, he's like, let's go. And then, you know, they start to
Well,
to rumble.
perhaps, you know, Aziz's rail is an autopilot. Maybe a bit more manual mode there in Enon's camp. Waiting for authorization to activate.
You think they're just pushing a button and you just clap for them and make noises? You know, kind of like at those...
I don't think they're monkeys
sitcoms.
with cymbals in their hands, if that's what you're asking, Randy. This isn't The Shining. But I think the Brazilian rail is savvy, doesn't need to be prompted necessarily. A simple look, a fist pump, they're all over it. But so far, Inan has been all over Aziz here in this frame, broadening his chip lead. Granted, Aziz came in with 408. He's bounced to 381 off of the low point.
So it seems that Aziz's strategy here is mainly heavy
55.
pre-flop aggression.
$55 million from a 10-4 offsuit. And at what point are these guys going to close their eyes and decide this has nothing to do with my hand and everything to do with just a guessing game as to whether or not something legit lurks, or I can 3-bet and just snatch this out of position raise?
Well, we're calling with 7-6 off, 122 million with these two hands.
Yeah. Middle pair emerges for Inan on a king-high board. Wiffle ball being played by Aziz.
Yeah, but he's probably going to see bet here. He has the king-high texture, which rates him a bit. He's got the single suit blockers, which block some of the flush draw continues, and even that 4 for a little bit of backdoor straight working for him. Hefty bet. Even Yinan himself, right? He's got middle pair. Lots of decent backdoors. Calls to play. React on the turn.
You know, there's been a few occasions on which we've observed this image and thought we knew what the play was, Randy, and then different directions were pursued.
He's not raising, Holly. Don't worry. He's not, right?
What was that, Randy?
Gosh,
the man just said all in. The man just jammed a pair of 7s when nobody does.
Did you see that? The double fish?
Sure I saw it.
This is his moment. He's feeling it.
You know, it's kind of wild. But this guy here, he's not the one that you think is going to have a warrant out for his arrest. But there's some criminal behavior that we've observed. Granted, he had the best hand on that occasion, but just...
He did.
I got to tell you.
I'm not into the whole, like, auras and energy thing, but I feel like the flame around him, you know, kind of like
this
Goku.
guy's got BPE.
What's BPE?
I think it's actually an acronym for a type of plastic that you don't want in your water bottle. No, that's BPA. BPE, big pot energy, Randy.
Big pot energy.
Come on, that one wasn't altogether cryptic. You knew what the B and E stood for, didn't you?
Bread and energy? I just said words.
Well, I can't really judge that, Randy. I've been doing that for 2 weeks out here in the Bahamas so far. All in announced from Aziz's ace. Jack 5 can do nothing in this spot.
Even this jam here is it's clearly plus EV, but it's a little bit of an odd choice for me off of 23 blinds. I would expect it more from the ace deuce, ace 3 that has less playability.
Randy, you know what I just realized?
Go ahead.
Each of these guys are guaranteed 4.6 million. One of them is going to have 6 million. We're about a 5-minute walk from a casino. And based on what I've seen here, you know, I have this delusion of Inan walking up to the Baccarat table and just 6 million, or 4.6 as it were, player. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, non-zero, this guy doubles up after he wins this thing.
He definitely picks player. You know, he doesn't want to pay the commission.
On 4.6, that would be real big. I don't think they'll book that out here, by the way, but just saying. A6 dominating the king 6 here. Limp pot.
You know, Aziz has jammed king 3 off earlier with this type of stack size. He's going to jam. This is going to get snapped. Let's go, call.
By the way, he called it before he even saw Aziz's hand, as though he knew.
And the call on the final table.
Rei 6
Marcello
contra Aziz
all in
6, a gente é o Rei
with King
6
of clubs,
precisamos
6 of
do Rei.
diamonds. Inan, 6 and ace clubs.
He's excited.
The 5th time I go pre-flop only. Lost the first 4 times. This is the 5th.
You heard it.
Yeah, Zhou advising. He's
Hey,
0 for 4
hey.
in these all-in spots so far.
Hey! Club!
I don't think a 200 batting average is an unreasonable expectation, especially when you're a 3-1 favorite. Heading to the flop, dominating, playing for the bracelet, the 1-4, the glory, and having your name etched into the record books. Aziz doesn't look rattled.
7 of diamonds, 5 of hearts, Jack of diamonds.
He doesn't look great on the Jack 7-5 board. He managed to do it with Ace-7 against Ace-8, Randy. You looking at the diamond 6?
I'm just saying, the feng shui looks all right for the Ace-6. This could be it.
Turn 6 of hearts.
Both players hit the 6, and that changes nothing. Only a cowboy can keep Aziz in the saddle. Is there a king awaiting him and an extension of play? Or will China stand tall over Brazil here in the Supermain?
Finish.
River 6 of spades.
Trip
It's
6s
over.
for both.
Okay.
Ace kicker.
Vamos! Vamos, vamos, vamos.
Inan Zhou is your 2024 World Series of Poker Paradise Supermain champion, Randy.
He fought hard. He was excited every single pot he won, and you heard him say, I lost 0. I won 0 of 4 all in so far. The 5th one is going to be the one.
Yep.
Look at
If
here,
you're going to
look at
lose
here.
4,
What is
make
the
sure the
next?
5th
What
is
is
for
the
all
next?
of it. Renlin on hand to show love. There's George Lehman. He was the first casualty at the final table. Unsolicited hug. Two thumbs up.
Valeu. Thank you, Brazil.
Let's
And one.
Everything was a nice journey. Thank you.
Decorated wrist. Aziz doesn't look at all bothered.
Good guys.
Lehman bringing it in for the real thing a second time.
Yeah, of course.
I suspected that wasn't a soft drink in the can.
It was nice. Feel like
Obrigado.
a champion. We,
Says the Brasileño.
We are feel like a champion.
You know, 40 fixed average heads up. It's just someone who gets the better card who wins. So I'm lucky this time.
Very happy to play with you. Yeah, it was nice to play against you too. Congrats.
Thank you.
So some humility on display there from Inan Zhou, who definitely left us breathless on more than one occasion. You said he fought hard, Randy. He even fought a little dirty in a respectable way.
Yeah, he pulled some nasty moves there in heads up.
Listen, so did Marcelo. And en route to heads up, as we got our money's worth here in the Bahamas. Did we not? I think chat would agree. As this one comes to a close. So there you see the bulk of that $50 million guaranteed prize pool and the way it all shook out. And Randy, you know, we're all done here in the Bahamas. I know you thought perhaps that I might not be prepared for this moment, but I'll have you know that these two flutes here are for, what do you think?
One's for me?
The customary champagne.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. Now, I confess, this was in my room, and I've never opened one of these, so this could get messy. Should we make Randy open it, guys?
No,
I mean,
no.
because I'm definitely drawing pretty slim here, but I feel like Randy,
No,
you could really,
no,
should I shake
no,
it, Randy? I don't know.
Don't point it at me.
Producer James. Wait, come on, Randy. What am I just?
What are you doing?
Oh, wait, I don't really know. Okay, look, I can do it the gentle way. Oh, okay. All right, that wasn't particularly gentle. But let's celebrate. Let's toast the victory for Inan Zhou, shall we? And for Marcelo Aziz, obviously, respect to him. Let's also toast everybody out there in the chat who stuck with us throughout the course of these few weeks here in the Bahamas. Did I give you a light pour there, Randy? You want a little more? You want a little top off?
No, I don't need it.
You good?
I'll get it later.
What are you doing? Save the rest for the hot tub? All right. Cheers to the World Series of Poker staff, to the folks over at GG Poker, to everybody who came together to make this event possible, and to everybody who made the choice and came here and played their poker in the Bahamas in lieu of other alternative choices that were available to everyone. Of course, a shout out to producer James Martins, the entire Share Hands crew, the chat who stuck with us. Shall we? Let's clink glasses and let's say goodnight. But before we sign off, of course, as is standard and customary, we're going to send it down to one Jeff Platt. It's been an honor. It's been a privilege. And we'll see you guys next time around. See ya.
Here we go, Enon. Congratulations. I'm going to get to you in just 1 minute, okay? Marcelo, let me start with you. You turn a free roll entry online on GG Poker into a second place finish at the World Series of Poker Super Main Event. So you turned $0 into $4.6 million. What's it like just to hear that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling so grateful for this moment. And it's been such a blessing to be here. I would like to thank my family, friends, God, and everyone from Brazil who supported me. And, you know, congratulations to my friend, which he won the tournament. And, you know, it feels like a dream to be here. And, you know, when I was, I don't know, 18, 19 years old, I saw you on TV in Vegas. And I was like feeling like in Vegas in the main event. I made a deep run the main event in Vegas today. It was nice, and you know, I just want to thank God for this moment, and I'd like to thank my country. And it's nice to have the flag here and all my friends. And yeah, and thanks GG, nah? Thanks GG.
Stay right here for a quick second. Congratulations on a great run. All right. You told me earlier, Enon, that this was like a dream for you. What was it like to live out that dream today? I'll hold the mic, but you do, yeah, I got it. You know, or you can take it. You know what? You take it.
I think a lot before the final table, but I don't know what to say now, because just before the dinner break, there is only one problem in my brain, that is, what do I eat with my friends? Because I'm really hungry just before the dinner break. But I eat nothing during the dinner break.
Okay.
So now it's more hungry now. I just think about that, to be honest, because, you know, I play a lot online with my friend. I know his screen name, Netu. I put a lot of notes on him online, because okay, this guy bluff, this guy bluff, this guy bluff. I think it's closely like that. So we two are just like playing in a single Sunday, in a like $50 buying heads up. We two are like playing, we like playing online. So I just play it as my usual and then think about what to eat. It's really.
I was going to get to the $6 million, but we can keep talking about the dinner break if you want. I'm just kidding. You just won $6 million. How's that feel?
I think you just finished some work in this session, and then I just win some money. I have no plan on that, because you know, okay, it's a big money. It's a big money, but I don't have any plan. Now I feel good, and I decide to play more and learn, practice more, and study more to become better and better, to fight against the best and become the best.
I'm going to keep the mic because I'm going to give you this on behalf of the World Series of Poker for winning one of the biggest poker tournaments in the history of the game. for beating almost 2,000 entries. It is an honor of mine to present you with the first World Series of Poker Super Main Event bracelet. There you go. It's all yours. Hold it up. Ladies and gentlemen, there's your champion. Enon gets it done at the Super Main.